Chapter XVIII of the Virginians. This recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter XVIII. An Old Story. As my Lady Castlewood and her son and daughter passed through one door of the saloon where they had all been seated, my Lord Castlewood departed by another issue. And then the demure eyes looked up from the tambour frame on which they had persisted hitherto in examining the innocent violets and jonquils. The eyes looked up at Harry Warrington, who stood at an ancestral portrait under the great fireplace. He had gathered a great heap of blushes, those flowers which bloom so rarely after gentlefolk's springtime, and with them ornamented his honest countenance, his cheeks, his forehead, nay, his youthful ears. "Why did you refuse to go with our aunt, cousin?" asked the lady of the tambour frame. "Because your ladyship bade me stay," answered the lad. "I bid you stay? La, child! What one says in fun you take in earnest. Are all you Virginian gentlemen so obsequious as to fancy every idle word a lady says is a command? Virginia must be a pleasant country for our sex, if it be so." "You said when we walked in the terrace 2 nights since." "Oh, heaven!" cried Harry, with a voice trembling with emotion. "Ah, that sweet night, cousin!" cries the tambour frame. "When you gave me this rose from your own neck," roared out Harry, pulling suddenly a crumpled and decayed vegetable from his waistcoat, "which I will never part no, by heavens, whilst this heart continues to beat. You said, Harry, if your aunt asks you to go away, you will go, and if you go, you will forget me. Didn't you say so?" "All men forget," said the Virgin with a sigh. "In this cold, selfish country they may, cousin, not in ours," continues Harry, yet in the same state of exultation. "I had rather have lost an arm almost than refuse the old lady. I tell you it went to my heart to say no to her, and she so kind to me, who had been the means of introducing me to oh, heaven!" Here a kick to an intervening spaniel, which flies yelping from before the fire, and a rapid advance on the tambour frame. "Look here, cousin. If you were to bid me jump out of yonder window, I should do it. Or murder, I should do it." "La, but you need not squeeze one's hand so, you silly child," remarks Maria. "I can't help it. We are so in the South. Where my heart is, I can't help speaking my mind out, cousin. And you know where that heart is. Ever since that evening, oh, heaven! I tell you, I have hardly slept since. I want to do something, to distinguish myself, to be ever so great. I wish there were giants, Maria, as I have read of in books. Then I could go and fight 'em. I wish you was in distress, that I might help you somehow. I wish you wanted my blood, that I might spend every drop of it for you. And when you told me not to go with Madame Bernstein, I tell thee, child, never. I thought you told me. You said you knew I preferred my aunt to my cousin, and I said then what I say now. Incomparable Maria, I prefer thee to all the women in the world, and all the angels in paradise, and I would go anywhere, were it to dungeons, if you ordered me. And do you think I would not stay anywhere, when you only desired that I should be near you?" he added, after a moment's pause. "Men always talk in that way. That is, I have heard so," said the spinster, correcting herself. "For what should a country bred woman know about you creatures? When you are near us, they say you are all raptures and flames and promises and I don't know what. When you are away, you forget all about us." "But I think I never want to go away as long as I live," groaned out the young man. "I have tired of many things. Not books and that. I never cared for study much. but games and sports which I used to be fond of when I was a boy. Before I saw you, it was to be a soldier I most desired. I tore my hair with rage when my poor dear brother went away instead of me on that expedition in which we lost him. But now I only care for one thing in the world, and you know what that is." "You silly child, don't you know I am almost old enough to be—" I know, but what is that to me? Hasn't your well, never mind who. Some of 'em told me stories against you, and didn't they show me in the family Bible, where all your names are down, and the dates of your birth?" "The cowards! Who did that?" cried out Lady Maria. "Dear Harry, tell me, who did that? Was it my mother-in-law, the grasping, odious, abandoned, brazen harpy? Do you know all about her? How she married my father in his cups? The horrid hussy! And—" "Indeed, it wasn't Lady Castlewood," interposed the wondering Harry. "Then it was my aunt," continued the infuriate lady. "A pretty moralist indeed! A bishop's widow, forsooth! And I should like to know whose widow before and afterwards. Why, Harry, she intrigued with the Pretender, and with the Court of Hanover, and I dare say would with the Court of Rome and the Sultan of Turkey, if she had had the means. Do you know who her second husband was? A creature who—" "But our aunt never spoke a word against you," broke in Harry, more and more amazed at the nymph's vehemence. She checked her anger. In the inquisitive countenance opposite to her she thought she read some alarm as to the temper which she was exhibiting. "Well, well, I am a fool," she said. "I want thee to think well of me, Harry." A hand is somehow put out and seized, and, no doubt, kissed by the rapturous youth. "Angel!" he cries, looking into her face with his eager, honest eyes. Two fish pools irradiated by a pair of stars would not kindle to greater warmth than did those elderly orbs into which Harry poured his gaze. Nevertheless, he plunged into their blue depths, and fancied he saw heaven in their calm brightness. So that silly dog, of whom Aesop or the spelling book used to tell us in youth, beheld a beef bone in the pond and snapped at it, and lost the beef bone he was carrying. Oh, absurd cur! He saw the beef bone in his own mouth reflected in the treacherous pool, which dimpled, I dare say, with ever so many smiles, coolly sucked up the meat, and returned to its usual placidity. Ah, what a heap of wreck lie beneath some of those quiet surfaces! What treasures we have dropped into them! What chaste golden dishes, what precious jewels of love, what bones after bones, and sweetest heart's flesh! Do not some very faithful and unlucky dogs jump in bodily, when they are swallowed up heads and tails entirely? When some women come to be dragged, it is a marvel what will be found in the depths of them. Cavete canes! Have a care how you lap that water. What do they want with us, the mischievous siren sluts? A green-eyed naiad never rests until she has inveigled a fellow under the water. She sings after him, she dances after him. She winds round him, glittering tortuously. She warbles and whispers dainty secrets at his cheek. She kisses his feet, she leers at him from out of her rushes. All her beds sigh out, "Come, sweet youth! Hither, hither, rosy Hylas!" Pop goes Hylas. Surely the fable is renewed for ever and ever. Has his captivator any pleasure? Doth she take any account of him? No more than a fisherman landing at Brighton does of one out of 100,000 herrings. The last time Ulysses rode by the Sirens' bank, he and his men did not care though a whole shoal of them were singing and combing their longest locks. Young Telemachus was for jumping overboard, but the tough old crew held the silly, bawling lad. They were deaf, and could not hear his bawling, nor the sea nymphs singing. They were dim of sight, and did not see how lovely the witches were. The stale, old, leering witches! Away with ye! I dare say you have painted your cheeks by this time. Your wretched old songs are as out of fashion as Mozart, and it is all false hair you are combing." In the last sentence you see Lector Benevulus and Scriptor Doctissimus figure as tough old Ulysses and his tough old boatswain, who do not care a quid of tobacco for any siren at Siren's Point. But Harry Warrington is Green Telemachus, who, be sure, was very unlike the soft youth in the good Bishop of Cambray's twaddling story. He does not see that the siren paints the lashes from under which she ogles him, will put by into a box when she has done the ringlets into which she would inveigle him, and, if she eats him, as she proposes to do, will crunch his bones with a new set of grinders just from the dentist's, and warranted for mastication. The song is not stale to Harry Warrington, nor the voice cracked or out of tune that sings it. But, oh dear me, brother boatswain, don't you remember how pleasant the opera was when we first heard it? Così fan tutti was its name, Mozart's music. Now, I dare say, they have other words, and other music, and other singers and fiddlers, and another great crowd in the pit. Well, well, Così fan tutti is still upon the bills, and they are going on singing it over and over and over. Any man or woman with a pennyworth of brains, or the like precious amount of personal experience, or who has read a novel before, must, when Harry pulled out those faded vegetables just now, have gone off into a digression of his own. As the writer confesses for himself, he was diverging whilst he has been writing the last brace of paragraphs. If he sees a pair of lovers whispering in a garden alley or the embrasure of a window, or a pair of glances shot across the room, from Jenny to the artless Jessamy, he falls to musing on former days when, etc., etc. These things follow each other by a general law, which is not as old as the hills, to be sure, but as old as the people who walk up and down them. When, I say, a lad pulls a bunch of amputated and now decomposing greens from his breast, and falls to kissing it, what is the use of saying much more? As well tell the market gardener's name from whom the slip rose was bought, the waterings, clippings, trimmings, manurings the plant has undergone, as tell how Harry Warrington came by it. Rose, elle a vécu la vie de rose. Has been trimmed, has been watered, has been potted, has been sticked, has been cut, worn, given away, transferred to yonder boy's pocket-book and bosom, according to the laws and fate appertaining to roses. And how came Maria to give it to Harry? And how did he come to want it, and to prize it so passionately when he got the bit of rubbish? Is not one story as stale as the other? Are not they all alike? What is the use, I say, of telling them over and over? Harry values that rose because Maria has ogled him in the old way, because she has happened to meet him in the garden in the old way, because he has taken her hand in the old way, because they have whispered to one another behind the old curtain, the gaping old rag, as if everybody could not peep through it, because in this delicious weather they have happened to be early risers and go into the park, because dear Goody Jenkins in the village happened to have a bad knee, and my Lady Maria went to read to her, and gave her calf's foot jelly, and because somebody, of course, must carry the basket. Whole chapters might have been written to chronicle all these circumstances. But y quoi bon? The incidents of life, and love-making especially, I believe to resemble each other so much that I am surprised, gentlemen and ladies, you read novels any more. Psha! Of course the rose in young Harry's pocket-book had grown, and had budded, and had bloomed, and was now rotting like other roses. I suppose you will want me to say that the young fool kissed it next. Of course he kissed it. What were lips made for, pray, but for smiling and simpering, and possibly humbugging, and kissing and opening to receive mutton chops, cigars, and so forth. I cannot write this part of the story of our Virginians, because Harry did not dare to write it himself to anybody at home, because if he wrote any letters to Maria, which of course he did, as they were in the same house, and might meet each other as much as they liked, they were destroyed, because he afterwards chose to be very silent about the story, and we can't have it from her ladyship, who never told the truth about anything. But cui bono? I say again, what is the good of telling the story? My gentle reader, take your story, take mine. To-morrow it shall be Miss Fanny's, who is just walking away with her doll to the schoolroom and the governess. Poor victim, she has a version of it in her desk. And next day it shall be Baby's, who is bawling out on the stairs for his bottle. Maria might like to have and exercise power over the young Virginian, but she did not want that Harry should quarrel with his aunt for her sake, or that Madame de Bernstein should be angry with her. Harry was not the Lord of Virginia yet, he was only the Prince, and the Queen might marry and have other princes, and the laws of primogeniture might not be established in Virginia. Qu'en savait-elle? My lord, her brother, and she had exchanged no words at all about the delicate business. But they understood each other, and the Earl had a way of understanding things without speaking. He knew his Maria perfectly well. In the course of a life of which not a little had been spent in her brother's company, and under his roof, Maria's disposition, ways, tricks, faults, had come to be perfectly understood by the head of the family, and she would find her little schemes checked or aided by him, as to his lordship seemed good, and without need of any words between them. Thus, 3 days before, when she happened to be going to see that poor dear old Goody, who was ill with the sore knee in the village, and when Harry Warrington happened to be walking behind the elms, on the green too, my lord, with his dogs about him, and his gardener walking after him, crossed the court, just as Lady Maria was tripping to the gatehouse, and his lordship called his sister, and said, "Molly, you are going to see Goody Jenkins. You are a charitable soul, my dear. Give Gammer Jenkins this half-crown for me, unless our cousin Warrington has already given her money. A pleasant walk to you. Let her want for nothing." And at supper my lord asked Mr. Warrington many questions about the poor in Virginia, and the means of maintaining them, to which the young gentleman gave the best answers he might. His lordship wished that in the old country there were no more poor people than in the new, and recommended Harry to visit the poor, and the people of every degree indeed, high and low, in the country to look at the agriculture, in the city at the manufactures and municipal institutions, to which edifying advice Harry acceded with becoming modesty and few words, and Madame Bernstein nodded approval over her piquet with the chaplain. Next day Harry was in my lord's justice room. The next day he was out ever so long with my lord on the farm, and coming home, what does my lord do but look in on a sick tenant? I think Lady Maria was out on that day, too. She had been reading good books to that poor dear Goody Jenkins, though I don't suppose Madame Bernstein ever thought of asking about her niece. Castlewood, Hampshire, England, August 5, 1757. My dear Mountain, at first, as I wrote, I did not like Castlewood nor my cousins there very much. Now I am used to their ways, and we begin to understand each other much better. With my duty to my mother, tell her I hope that, considering her ladyship's great kindness to me, Madam Esmond will be reconciled to her half-sister, the Baroness de Bernstein. The Baroness, you know, was my grandmamma's daughter by her first husband, Lord Castlewood. Only grandpapa really was the real lord. However, that was not his, that is, the other Lord Castlewood's, fault, you know, and he was very kind to grandpapa, who always spoke most kindly of him to us, as you know. Madame the Baroness Bernstein first married a clergyman, Reverend Mr. Tusher, who was so learned and good, and such a favourite of his Majesty, as was my aunt too, that he was made a bishop. When he died, Our gracious king continued his friendship to my aunt, who married a Hanoverian nobleman, who occupied a post at the court, and, I believe, left the Baroness very rich. My cousin, my Lord Castlewood, told me so much about her, and I am sure I have found from her the greatest kindness and affection. The Dowager Countess Castlewood and my cousins Will and Lady Fanny have been described per last that went by the Falmouth packet on the 20th, ultimo mense. The ladies are not changed since then. Me and cousin Will are very good friends. We have rode out a good deal. We have had some famous cocking matches at Hampton and Winton. My cousin is a sharp blade, but I think I have shown him that we in Virginia know a thing or two. Reverend Mr. Sampson, chaplain of the family, most excellent preacher, without any bigotry. The kindness of my cousin the Earl improves every day, and by next year's ship I hope my mother will send his lordship some of our best roll tobacco for tenants and hams. He is most charitable to the poor. His sister Lady Maria equally so. She sits for hours reading good books to the sick. She is most beloved in the village. "Nonsense!" said a lady to whom Harry submitted his precious manuscript. "Why do you flatter me, cousin?" "You are beloved in the village, and out of it," said Harry, with a knowing emphasis, "and I have flattered you, as you call it, a little more still, farther on. There is a sick old woman there whom Madam Esmond would like, a most religious, good old lady. Lady Maria goes very often to read to her, which she says gives her comfort. But though her ladyship hath the sweetest voice, both in speaking and singing, she plays the church organ and sings there most beautifully. I cannot think Gammer Jenkins can have any comfort from it, being very deaf by reason of her great age. She has her memory perfectly, however, and remembers when my honoured grandmother, Rachel Lady Castlewood, lived here. She says my grandmother was the best woman in the whole world, gave her a cow when she was married, and cured her husband, Gaffer Jenkins, of the colics, which he used to have very bad. I suppose it was with the pills and drops which my honoured mother put up in my boxes when I left dear Virginia. Having never been ill since, have had no use for the pills. Gumbo hath, eating and drinking a great deal too much in the servants' hall. The next angel to my grandmother, N.B., I think I spelt angel wrong, per last. Gammer Jenkins says is Lady Maria, who sends her duty to her aunt in Virginia, and remembers her, and my grandpapa and grandmamma when they were in Europe, and she was a little girl. You know they have grandpapa's picture here, and I live in the very rooms which he had, and which are to be called mine, my Lord Castlewood says. Having no more to say at present, I close with best love and duty to my honoured mother, and with respects to Mr. Dempster, and a kiss for Fanny, and kind remembrances to old Gumbo, Nathan, old and young Dinah, and the pointer dog and slut, and all friends, from their well-wisher, Henry Esmond Warrington. Have wrote and sent my duty to my Uncle Warrington in Norfolk. No answer as yet. "I hope the spelling is right, cousin?" asked the author of the letter, from the critic to whom he showed it. "'Tis quite well enough spelt for any person of fashion," answered Lady Maria, who did not choose to be examined too closely regarding the orthography. "One word, angel, I know I spelt wrong in writing to my mamma, but I have learned a way of spelling it right now." "And how is that, sir?" "I think just by looking at you, cousin." Saying which words, Mr. Harry made her ladyship a low bow, and accompanied the bow by one of his best blushes, as if he were offering her a bow and a bouquet. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 19, containing both love and luck. At the next meal, when the family party assembled, there was not a trace of displeasure in Madame de Bernstein's countenance, and her behaviour to all the company, Harry included, was perfectly kind and cordial. She praised the cook this time, declared the fricassee was excellent, and that there were no eels anywhere like those in the Castlewood moats; would not allow that the wine was corked, or hear of such extravagance as opening a fresh bottle for a useless old woman like her; gave Madam Esmond Warrington of Virginia as her toast when the new wine was brought, and hoped Harry had brought away his mamma's permission to take back an English wife with him. He did not remember his grandmother, her Madame de Bernstein's dear mother. The Baroness amused the company with numerous stories of her mother, of her beauty and goodness, of her happiness with her second husband, though the wife was so much older than Colonel Esmond. To see them together was delightful, she had heard. Their attachment was celebrated all through the country. To talk of disparity in marriages was vain after that. My Lady Castlewood and her two children held their peace whilst Madame Bernstein prattled. Harry was enraptured, and Maria surprised. Lord Castlewood was puzzled to know what sudden freak or scheme had occasioned this prodigious amiability on the part of his aunt, but did not allow the slightest expression of solicitude or doubt to appear on his countenance, which wore every mark of the most perfect satisfaction. The Baroness's good humour infected the whole family. Not one person at table escaped a gracious word from her. In reply to some compliment to Mr. Will, when the artless youth uttered an expression of satisfaction and surprise at his aunt's behaviour, she frankly said, "Complimentary, my dear, of course I am. I want to make up with you for having been exceedingly rude to everybody this morning. When I was a child, and my father and mother were alive, and lived here, I remember I used to adopt exactly the same behaviour. If I had been naughty in the morning, I used to try and coax my parents at night. I remember in this very room, at this very table, oh, ever so many 100 years ago, so coaxing my father and mother and your grandfather, Harry Warrington. And there were eels for supper, as we have had them to-night, and it was that fish of collared eels which brought the circumstance back to my mind. I had been just as wayward that day, when I was 7 years old, as I am to-day, when I am 70. And so I confess my sins, and ask to be forgiven, like a good girl." "I absolve your ladyship," cried the chaplain, who made one of the party. "But your reverence does not know how cross and ill-tempered I was. I scolded my sister Castlewood. I scolded her children. I boxed Harry Warrington's ears, and all because he would not go with me to Tunbridge Wells. But I will go, madam. I will ride with you with all the pleasure in life," said Mr. Warrington. "You see, Mr. Chaplain, what good, dutiful children they all are. 'Twas I alone who was cross and peevish. Oh, it was cruel of me to treat them so. Maria, I ask your pardon, my dear." "Sure, madam, you have done me no wrong," says Maria to this humble suppliant. "Indeed I have, a very great wrong, child. Because I was weary of myself, I told you that your company would be wearisome to me. You offered to come with me to Tunbridge, and I rudely refused you. Nay, ma'am, if you were sick, and my presence annoyed you, but it will not annoy me. You were most kind to say that you would come. I do of all things beg, pray, entreat, implore, command that you will come." My lord filled himself a glass and sipped it. Most utterly unconscious did his lordship look. This, then, was the meaning of the previous comedy. "Anything which can give my aunt pleasure, I am sure, will delight me," said Maria, trying to look as happy as possible. "You must come and stay with me, my dear, and I promise to be good and good-humoured. My dear lord, you will spare your sister to me?" "Lady Maria Esmond is quite of age to judge for herself about such a matter," said his lordship with a bow. "If any of us can be of use to you, madam, you sure ought to command us." Which sentence being interpreted, no doubt meant, "Plague take the old woman! She is taking Maria away in order to separate her from this young Virginian." "Oh, Tunbridge will be delightful!" sighed Lady Maria. "Mr. Sampson will go and see Goody Jones for you." my lord continued. Harry drew pictures with his finger on the table. What delights had he not been speculating on? What walks, what rides, what interminable conversations, what delicious shrubberies and sweet sequestered summer houses, what poring over music books, what moonlight, what billing and cooing had he not imagined? Yes, the day was coming. They were all departing. My Lady Castlewood to her friends, Madame Bernstein to her waters, and he was to be left alone with his divine charmer, alone with her and unutterable rapture. The thought of the pleasure was maddening. That these people were all going away, that he was to be left to enjoy that heaven, to sit at the feet of that angel and kiss the hem of that white robe. O gods! 'Twas to be great bliss, to be real. I knew it couldn't be, thought poor Harry. I knew something would happen to take her from me. "But you will ride with us to Tunbridge, nephew Warrington, and keep us from the highwaymen?" said Madame de Bernstein. Harry Warrington hoped the company did not see how red he grew. He tried to keep his voice calm and without tremor. Yes, he would ride with their ladyships, and he was sure they need fear no danger. Danger! Harry felt he would rather like danger than not. He would slay 10,000 highwaymen if they approached his mistress's coach. At least, he would ride by that coach, and now and again see her eyes at the window. He might not speak to her, but he should be near her. He should press the blessed hand at the inn at night, and feel it reposing on his as he led her to the carriage at morning. They would be 2 whole days going to Tunbridge, and 1 day or 2 he might stay there. Is not the poor wretch who is left for execution at Newgate thankful for even 2 or 3 days of respite? You see, we have only indicated, we have not chosen to describe at length Mr. Harry Warrington's condition, or that utter depth of imbecility into which the poor wretch was now plunged. Some boys have the complaint of love favourably and gently. Others, when they get the fever, are sick unto death with it, or, recovering, carry the marks of the malady down with them to the grave, or to remotest old age. I say it is not fair to take down a young fellow's words when he is raging in that delirium. Suppose he is in love with a woman twice as old as himself? Have we not all read of the young gentleman who committed suicide in consequence of his fatal passion for Mademoiselle Ninon de l'Enclos, who turned out to be his grandmother? Suppose thou art making an ass of thyself, young Harry Warrington of Virginia. Are there not people in England who hee-haw too? Kick and abuse him, you who have never brayed, but bear with him, all honest fellow Cardophagi. Long-eared messmates, recognise a brother donkey. You will stay with us for a day or 2 at the Wells, Madame Bernstein continued. You will see us put into our lodgings. Then you can return to Castlewood, and the partridge shooting, and all the fine things which you and my lord are to study together. Harry bowed an acquiescence. A whole week of heaven! Life was not altogether a blank then. And as there is sure to be plenty of company at the Wells, I shall be able to present you, the lady graciously added. Company? I shan't need company, sighed out Harry. I mean that I shall be quite contented in the company of you 2 ladies, he added eagerly. And no doubt Mr. Will wondered at his cousin's taste. As this was to be the last night of cousin Harry's present visit to Castlewood, cousin Will suggested that he and his reverence and Warrington should meet at the quarters of the latter and make up accounts, to which process Harry, being a considerable winner in his play transactions with the 2 gentlemen, had no objection. Accordingly, when the ladies retired for the night, and my lord withdrew, as his custom was, to his own apartments, the 3 gentlemen all found themselves assembled in Mr. Harry's little room before the punch bowl, which was Will's usual midnight companion. But Will's method of settling accounts was by producing a couple of fresh packs of cards, and offering to submit Harry's debt to the process of being doubled or acquitted. The poor chaplain had no more ready cash than Lord Castlewood's younger brother. Harry Warrington wanted to win the money of neither. Would he give pain to the brother of his adored Maria, or allow any one of her near kinsfolk to tax him with any want of generosity or forbearance? He was ready to give them their revenge, as the gentlemen proposed. Up to midnight he would play with them for what stakes they chose to name. And so they set to work, and the dice-box was rattled, and the cards shuffled and dealt. Very likely he did not think about the cards at all. Very likely he was thinking, "At this moment my beloved one is sitting with her beauteous golden locks outspread under the fingers of her maid. Happy maid! Now she is on her knees, the sainted creature, addressing prayers to that heaven which is the abode of angels like her. Now she has sunk to rest behind her damask curtains. Oh, bless her! You double us all round? I will take a card upon each of my two. Thank you, that will do. A 10. Now, upon the other, a queen. 2 natural 21s. And as you doubled us, you owe me so and so." I imagine volleys of oaths from Mr. William, and brisk pattering of imprecations from his reverence, at the young Virginian's luck. He won because he did not want to win. Fortune, that notoriously coquettish jade, came to him because he was thinking of another nymph, who possibly was as fickle. Will and the chaplain may have played against him, solicitous constantly to increase their stakes, and supposing that the wealthy Virginian wished to let them recover all their losings. But this was by no means Harry Warrington's notion. When he was at home he had taken a part in scores of such games as these, whereby we may be led to suppose that he kept many little circumstances of his life mum from his lady mother, and had learned to play and pay, and as he practised fair play towards his friends, he expected it from them in return. "The luck does seem to be with me, cousin," he said, in reply to some more oaths and growls of Will, "and I am sure I do not want to press it, but you don't suppose I'm going to be such a fool as to fling it away altogether? I have quite a heap of your promises on paper by this time. If we are to go on playing, let us have the dollars on the table, if you please, or, if not the money, the worth of it." "Always the way with you rich men," grumbled Will. "Never lend except on security. Always win because you are rich." "Faith, cousin, you have been of late for ever flinging my riches into my face. I have enough for my wants and for my creditors." "Oh, that we could all say as much!" groaned the chaplain. "How happy we and how happy the Duns would be! What have we got to play against our conqueror? There is my new gown, Mr. Warrington. Will you set me 5 pieces against it? I have but to preach and stuff if I lose. Stop, I have a Chrysostom, a Fox's Martyrs, a Baker's Chronicle, and a cow and her calf. What shall we set against these?" "I will bet one of cousin Will's notes for £20," cried Mr. Warrington, producing one of those documents. "Or I have my brown mare, and will back her red against your honour's notes of hand, but against ready money. I have my horse. I will back my horse against you for 50, bawls out Will. Harry took the offers of both gentlemen. In the course of 10 minutes the horse and the bay mare had both changed owners. Cousin William swore more fiercely than ever. The parson dashed his wig to the ground, and emulated his pupil in the loudness of his objurgations. Mr. Harry Warrington was quite calm, and not the least elated by his triumph. They had asked him to play, and he had played. He knew he should win. "Oh, beloved slumbering angel," he thought, "am I not sure of victory when you are kind to me?" He was looking out from his window towards the casement on the opposite side of the court, which he knew to be hers. He had forgot about his victims and their groans and ill luck ere they crossed the court. Under yonder brilliant, flickering star, behind yonder casement where the lamp was burning faintly, was his joy and heart and treasure. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 20. Facilis Descensus. Whilst the good old Bishop of Cambray, in his romance lately mentioned, described the disconsolate condition of Calypso at the departure of Ulysses, I forget whether he mentioned the grief of Calypso's lady's maid on taking leave of Odysseus's own gentleman. The menials must have wept together in the kitchen precincts, whilst the master and mistress took a last wild embrace in the drawing-room. They must have hung round each other in the fore cabin, whilst their principals broke their hearts in the grand saloon. When the bell rang for the last time, and Ulysses' mate bawled, "Now, any one for shore?" Calypso and her female attendant must have both walked over the same plank. With beating hearts and streaming eyes, both must have waved pocket-handkerchiefs, of far different value and texture, as they stood on the quay, to their friends on the departing vessel, whilst the people on the land, and the crew crowding in the ship's bows, shouted hip, hip, huzzay, or whatever may be the equivalent Greek for the salutation, to all engaged on that voyage. But the point to be remembered is, that if Calypso ne pouvait se consoler, Calypso's maid ne pouvait se consoler non plus. They had to walk the same plank of grief, and feel the same pang of separation on their return home. They might not use pocket-handkerchiefs of the same texture and value, but the tears, no doubt, were as salt and plentiful, which one shed in her marble halls, and the other poured forth in the servants' ditto. Not only did Harry Warrington leave Castlewood a victim to love, but Gumbo quitted the same premises a prey to the same delightful passion. His wit, accomplishments, good humour, his skill in dancing, cookery, and music, had endeared him to the whole female domestic circle. More than one of the men might be jealous of him, but the ladies all were with him. There was no such objection to the poor black men, then in England, as has obtained since among white-skinned people. There was a condition not perhaps of equality, but they had a sufferance and a certain grotesque sympathy from all. And from women, no doubt, a kindness much more generous. When Ledyard and Park, in Black Man's Land, were persecuted by the men, did they not find the black women pitiful and kind to them? Women are always kind towards our sex. What mental negroes do they not cherish? What moral hunchbacks do they not adore? What lepers, what idiots, what dull drivellers, what misshapen monsters (I speak figuratively) do they not fondle and cuddle? Gumbo was treated by the women as kindly as many people no better than himself. It was only the men in the servants' hall who rejoiced at the Virginian lad's departure. I should like to see him taking leave. I should like to see Molly housemaid stealing to the terrace gardens in the grey dawning to cull a wistful posy. I should like to see Betty kitchen maid cutting off a thick lock of her chestnut ringlets, which she proposed to exchange for a woolly token from young Gumbo's pate. Of course he said he was regum progenies, a descendant of Ashantee kings. In Caffraria, Cano, and other places now inhabited by hereditary bondsmen, there must have been vast numbers of these potent sovereigns in foreign times, to judge from their descendants now extant. At the morning announced for Madame de Bernstein's departure, all the numerous domestics of Castlewood crowded about the doors and passages, some to have a last glimpse of her ladyship's men and the fascinating Gumbo, some to take leave of her ladyship's maid, all to waylay the Baroness and her nephew for parting fees, which it was the custom of that day largely to distribute among household servants. One and the other gave liberal gratuities to the livery society, to the gentlemen in black and ruffles, and to the swarm of female attendants. Castlewood was the home of the Baroness's youth; and as for her honest Harry, who had not only lived at free charges in the house, but had won horses and money, or promises of money, from his cousin and the unlucky chaplain, he was naturally of a generous turn, and felt that at this moment he ought not to stint his benevolent disposition. My mother, I know, he thought, will wish me to be liberal to all the retainers of the Esmond family. So he scattered about his gold pieces to right and left, as if he had been as rich as Gumbo announced him to be. There was no one who came near him but had a share in his bounty. From the major domo to the shoeblack, Mr. Harry had a peace offering for them all. To the grim housekeeper in her still room, to the feeble old porter in his lodge, he distributed some token of his remembrance. When a man is in love with one woman in a family, it is astonishing how fond he becomes of every person connected with it. He ingratiates himself with the maids. He is bland with the butler. He interests himself about the footmen. He runs on errands for the daughters. He gives advice and lends money to the young son at college. He pats little dogs which he would kick otherwise. He smiles at old stories which would make him break out in yawns were they uttered by any one but papa. He drinks sweet port wine for which he would curse the steward and the whole committee of a club. He bears even with the cantankerous old maiden aunt. He beats time when darling little Fanny performs her piece on her piano, and smiles when wicked lively little Bobby upsets the coffee over his shirt. Harry Warrington, in his way, and according to the customs of that age, had for a brief time past, by which I conclude that only for a brief time had his love been declared and accepted, given to the Castlewood family all those artless testimonies of his affection for one of them. Cousin Will should have won back his money and welcome, or have won as much of Harry's own as the lad could spare. Nevertheless, the lad, though a lover, was shrewd, keen, and fond of sport and fair play, and a judge of a good horse when he saw one. Having played for and won all the money which Will had, besides a great number of Mr. Esmond's valuable autographs, Harry was very well pleased to win Will's brown horse, that very quadruped which had nearly pushed him into the water on the first evening of his arrival at Castlewood. He had seen the horse's performance often, and in the midst of all his passion and romance was not sorry to be possessed of such a sound, swift, well-bred hunter and roadster. When he had gazed at the stars sufficiently as they shone over his mistress's window, and put her candle to bed, he repaired to his own dormitory, and there, no doubt, thought of his Maria and his horse with youthful satisfaction, and how sweet it would be to have one pillioned on the other, and to make the tour of all the island on such an animal with such a pair of white arms round his waist. He fell asleep ruminating on these things, and meditating a million of blessings on his Maria, in whose company he was to luxuriate for at least a week more. In the early morning, poor Chaplain Sampson sent over his little black mare by the hands of his groom, footman, and gardener, who wept and bestowed a great number of kisses on the beast's white nose as he handed him over to Gumbo. Gumbo and his master were both affected by the fellow's sensibility, the negro servant showing his sympathy by weeping, and Harry by producing a couple of guineas, with which he astonished and speedily comforted the chaplain's boy. Then Gumbo and the late groom led the beast away to the stable, having commands to bring him round with Mr. William's horse after breakfast, at the hour when Madame Bernstein's carriages were ordered. So courteous was he to his aunt, or so grateful for her departure, that the master of the house even made his appearance at the morning meal in order to take leave of his guests. The ladies and the chaplain were present. The only member of the family absent was Will, who, however, left a note for his cousin, in which Will stated, in exceedingly bad spelling, that he was obliged to go away to Salisbury races that morning, but that he had left the horse which his cousin won last night, and which Tom, Mr. Will's groom, would hand over to Mr. Warrington's servant. Will's absence did not prevent the rest of the party from drinking a dish of tea amicably, and in due time the carriages rolled into the courtyard, the servants packed them with the Baroness's multiplied luggage, and the moment of departure arrived. A large open landau contained the stout Baroness and her niece, a couple of men servants mounting on the box before them with pistols and blunderbusses, ready in event of a meeting with highwaymen. In another carriage were their ladyship's maids, and another servant in guard of the trunks, which, vast and numerous as they were as nothing compared to the enormous baggage train accompanying a lady of the present time. Mr. Warrington's modest valises were placed in this second carriage under the maid's guardianship, and Mr. Gumbo proposed to ride by the window for the chief part of the journey. My lord, with his stepmother and Lady Fanny, accompanied their kinswoman to the carriage steps, and bade her farewell with many dutiful embraces. Her Lady Maria followed in a riding dress, which Harry Warrington thought the most becoming costume in the world. A host of servants stood around, and begged Heaven bless her ladyship. The Baroness's departure was known in the village, and scores of the folks there stood waiting under the trees outside the gates, and huzzayed and waved their hats as the ponderous vehicles rolled away. Gumbo was gone for Mr. Warrington's horses, as my lord, with his arm under his young guest's, paced up and down the court. "I hear you carry away some of our horses out of Castlewood," my lord said. Harry blushed. "A gentleman cannot refuse the fair game at the cards," he said. "I never wanted to play, nor would have played for money had not my cousin William forced me. As for the chaplain, it went to my heart to win from him, but he was as eager as my cousin. I know, I know. There is no blame to you, my boy. At Rome you can't help doing as Rome does, and I am very glad that you have been able to give Will a lesson. He is mad about play, would gamble his coat off his back, and I and the family have had to pay his debts ever so many times. May I ask you how much you have won of him?" "Well, some 18 pieces the first day or two, and his note for 120 more, and the brown horse 60. That makes nigh upon 200. But you know, cousin, all was fair, and it was even against my will that we played it all. Will ain't a match for me, my lord. That is the fact. Indeed, he is not." "He is a match for most people, though," said my lord. "His brown horse, I think you said?" "Yes, his brown horse, Prince William out of Constitution. You don't suppose I would set him 60 against his bay, my lord?" "Oh, I didn't know. I saw Will riding out this morning. Most likely I did not remark what horse he was on. And you won the black mare from the parson?" "For 14. He will mount Gumbo very well. Why does not the rascal come round with the horses?" Harry's mind was away to lovely Maria. He longed to be trotting by her side. "When you get to Tunbridge, cousin Harry, you must be on the lookout against sharper players than the chaplain and Will. There are all sorts of queer company at the Wells." "A Virginian learns pretty well to take care of himself, my lord," says Harry, with a knowing nod. "So it seems. I recommend my sister to thee, Harry. Although she is not a baby in years, she is as innocent as one. Thou wilt see that she comes to no mischief?" "I will guard her with my life, my lord," cries Harry. "Thou art a brave fellow. By the way, cousin, unless you were very fond of Castlewood, I would in your case not be in a great hurry to return to this lonely, tumble-down old house. I want myself to go to another place I have, and shall scarce be back here till the partridge shooting. Go you and take charge of the women, of my sister and the Baroness, will you?" "Indeed I will," said Harry, his heart beating with happiness at the thought. "And I will write thee word when you shall bring my sister back to me. Here come the horses. Have you bid adieu to the Countess and Lady Fanny? They are kissing their hands to you from the music-room balcony." Harry ran up to bid these ladies a farewell. He made that ceremony very brief, for he was anxious to be off to the charmer of his heart, and came downstairs to mount his newly gotten steed, which Gumbo, himself astride on the parson's black mare, held by the rein. There was Gumbo on the black mare, indeed, and holding another horse. But it was a bay horse, not a brown. A bay horse with broken knees. An aged, worn-out quadruped. "What is this?" cries Harry. "Your honour's new horse," says the groom, touching his cap. "This brute?" exclaims the young gentleman, with one or more of those expressions then in use in England and Virginia. "Go and bring me round Prince William, Mr. William's horse, the brown horse." "Mr. William have rode Prince William this morning away to Salisbury races. His last words was, 'Sam, saddle my bay horse Cato for Mr. Warrington this morning. He is Mr. Warrington's horse now. I sold him to him last night. And I know your honour is bountiful. You will consider the groom.' My lord could not help breaking into a laugh at these words of Sam the groom, whilst Harry, for his part, indulged in a number more of those remarks which politeness does not admit of our inserting here. "Mr. William said he never could think of parting with the Prince under 120," said the groom, looking at the young man. Lord Castlewood only laughed the more. "Will has been too much for thee, Harry Warrington." "Too much for me, my lord! So may a fellow with loaded dice throw sixes and be too much for me. I do not call this betting. I call it Mr. Warrington, spare me bad words about my brother, if you please. Depend on it, I will take care that you are righted. Farewell. Ride quickly, or your coaches will be at Farnham before you." And waving him an adieu, my lord entered into the house, whilst Harry and his companion rode out of the courtyard. The young Virginian was much too eager to rejoin the carriages and his charmer to remark the unutterable love and affection which Gumbo shot from his fine eyes towards a young creature in the porter's lodge. When the youth was gone, the chaplain and my lord sat down to finish their breakfast in peace and comfort. The two ladies did not return to this meal. "That was one of Will's confounded rascally tricks," says my lord. "If our cousin breaks Will's head, I should not wonder." "He is used to the operation, my lord; and yet," adds the chaplain, with a grin, "when we were playing last night, the colour of the horse was not mentioned. I could not escape, having but one, and the black boy has ridden off on him. The young Virginian plays like a man, to do him justice. He wins because he does not care about losing. I think there can be little doubt that he is very well to do. His mother's law agents are my lawyers, and they write that the property is quite a principality, and grows richer every year. If it were a kingdom, I know whom Mr. Warrington would make queen of it," said the obsequious chaplain. "Who can account for taste, parson?" asked his lordship, with a sneer. "All men are so. The first woman I was in love with myself was 40, and as jealous as if she had been 15. It runs in the family. Colonel Esmond, he in scarlet and the breastplate yonder, married my grandmother, who was almost old enough to be his. If this lad chooses to take out an elderly princess to Virginia, we must not balk him." "'Twere a consummation devoutly to be wished," cries the chaplain. "Had I not best go to Tunbridge Wells myself, my lord, and be on the spot, and ready to exercise my sacred function in behalf of the young couple?" "You shall have a pair of new nags, parson, if you do," said my lord. And with this we leave them peaceable over a pipe of tobacco after breakfast. Harry was in such a haste to join the carriages that he almost forgot to take off his hat and acknowledge the cheers of the Castlewood villagers. They all liked the lad, whose frank cordial ways and honest face got him a welcome in most places. Legends were still extant in Castlewood of his grandparents, and how his grandfather, Colonel Esmond, might have been Lord Castlewood, but would not. Old Lockwood at the gate often told of the Colonel's gallantry in Queen Anne's wars. His feats were exaggerated. The behaviour of the present family was contrasted with that of the old lord and lady, who might not have been very popular in their time, but were better folks than those now in possession. Lord Castlewood was a hard landlord, perhaps more disliked because he was known to be poor and embarrassed than because he was severe. As for Mr. Will, nobody was fond of him. The young gentleman had had many brawls and quarrels about the village, had received and given broken heads, had bills in the neighbouring towns which he could not or would not pay, had been arraigned before the magistrates for tampering with village girls, and waylaid and cudgelled by injured husbands, fathers, sweethearts. 100 years ago his character and actions might have been described at length by the painter of manners. But the comic muse nowadays does not lift up Molly Seagrim's curtain. She only indicates the presence of some one behind it, and passes on primly, with expressions of horror, and a fan before her eyes. The village had heard how the young Virginian squire had beaten Mr. Will at riding, at jumping, at shooting, and finally at card playing, for everything is known; and they respected Harry all the more for his superiority. Above all, they admired him on account of the reputation of enormous wealth which Gumbo had made for his master. This fame had travelled over the whole county, and was preceding him at this moment on the boxes of Madame Bernstein's carriages, from which the valets, as they descended at the inns to bait, spread astounding reports of the young Virginian's rank and splendour. He was a prince in his own country. He had gold mines, diamond mines, furs, tobaccos, who knew what, or how much? No wonder the honest Britons cheered him and respected him for his prosperity, as the noble-hearted fellows always do. I am surprised city corporations did not address him and offer gold boxes with the freedom of the city, he was so rich. Ah, a proud thing it is to be a Briton, and think that there is no country where prosperity is so much respected as in ours, and where success receives such constant affecting testimonials of loyalty. So, leaving the villagers bawling and their hats tossing in the air, Harry spurred his sorry beast, and galloped with Gumbo behind him, until he came up with a cloud of dust, in the midst of which his charmer's chariot was enveloped. Penetrating into this cloud, he found himself at the window of the carriage. The Lady Maria had the back seat to herself. By keeping a little behind the wheels, he could have the delight of seeing her divine eyes and smiles. She held a finger to her lip. Madame Bernstein was already dozing on her cushions. Harry did not care to disturb the old lady. To look at his cousin was bliss enough for him. The landscape around him might be beautiful, but what did he heed it? All the skies and trees of summer were as nothing compared to yonder face. The hedgerow birds sang no such sweet music as her sweet monosyllables. The Baroness's fat horses were accustomed to short journeys, easy paces, and plenty of feeding, so that, ill as Harry Warrington was mounted, he could without much difficulty keep pace with his elderly kinswoman. At 2 o'clock they baited for a couple of hours for dinner. Mr. Warrington paid the landlord generously. What price could be too great for the pleasure which he enjoyed in being near his adored Maria, and having the blissful chance of a conversation with her, scarce interrupted by the soft breathing of Madame de Bernstein, who, after a comfortable meal, indulged in an agreeable half-hour's slumber? In voices soft and low, Maria and her young gentleman talked over and over again those delicious nonsenses which people in Harry's condition never tire of hearing and uttering. They were going to a crowded watering-place, where all sorts of beauty and fashion would be assembled. Timid Maria was certain that amongst the young beauties Harry would discover some whose charms were far more worthy to occupy his attention than any her homely face and figure could boast of. By all the gods, Harry vowed that Venus herself could not tempt him from her side. It was he who, for his part, had occasion to fear. When the young men of fashion beheld his peerless Maria, they would crowd round her car. They would cause her to forget the rough and humble American lad who knew nothing of fashion or wit, who had only a faithful heart at her service. Maria smiles. She casts her eyes to heaven. She vows that Harry knows nothing of the truth and fidelity of women. It is his sex, on the contrary, which proverbially is faithless, and which delights to play with poor female hearts. A scuffle ensues. A clatter is heard among the knives and forks of the dessert. A glass tumbles over and breaks, and "Oh!" escapes from the innocent lips of Maria. The disturbance has been caused by the broad cuff of Mr. Warrington's coat, which has been stretched across the table to seize Lady Maria's hand, and has upset the wineglass in so doing. Surely nothing could be more natural, or indeed necessary, than that Harry, upon hearing his sex's honour impeached, should seize upon his fair accuser's hand, and vow eternal fidelity upon those charming fingers. What a part they play, or used to play, in love-making, those hands! How quaintly they are squeezed at that period of life! How they are pushed into conversation! What absurd vows and protests are palmed off by their aid! What good can there be in pulling and pressing a thumb and 4 fingers? I fancy I see Alexis laugh, who is happily reading this page by the side of Araminta. To talk about thumbs, indeed! Maria looks round, for her part, to see if Madame Bernstein has been awakened by the crash of glass; but the old lady slumbers quite calmly in her armchair, so her niece thinks there can be no harm in yielding to Harry's gentle pressure. The horses are put to. Paradise is over, at least until the next occasion. When my landlord enters with the bill, Harry is standing quite at a distance from his cousin, looking from the window at the cavalcade gathering below. Madame Bernstein wakes up from her slumber, smiling and quite unconscious. With what profound care and reverential politeness Mr. Warrington hands his aunt to her carriage! How demure and simple looks Lady Maria as she follows! Away go the carriages in the midst of a profoundly bowing landlord and waiters; of country folks gathered round the blazing inn sign; of shopmen gazing from their homely little doors; of boys and market folks under the colonnade of the old town hall; of loungers along the gabled street. It is the famous Baroness Bernstein! That is she, the old lady in the capuchin! It is the rich young American who has just come from Virginia, and is worth millions and millions. Well, sure, he might have a better horse. The cavalcade disappears, and the little town lapses into its usual quiet. The landlord goes back to his friends at the club, to tell how the great folks are going to sleep at the Bush at Farnham to-night. The inn dinner had been plentiful, and all the three guests of the inn had done justice to the good cheer. Harry had the appetite natural to his period of life. Maria and her aunt were also not indifferent to a good dinner. Madame Bernstein had had a comfortable nap after hers, which had no doubt helped her to bear all the good things of the meal, the meat pies, and the fruit pies, and the strong ale, and the heady port wine. She reclined at ease on her seat of the landau, and looked back affably, and smiled at Harry, and exchanged a little talk with him, as he rode by the carriage side. But what ailed the beloved being who sat with her back to the horses? Her complexion, which was exceedingly fair, was further ornamented with a pair of red cheeks, which Harry took to be natural roses. You see, madam, that your surmises regarding the Lady Maria's conduct with her cousin are quite wrong and uncharitable, and that the timid lad had made no such experiments as you suppose, in order to ascertain whether the roses were real or artificial. A kiss, indeed! I blush to think you should imagine that the present writer could indicate anything so shocking. Maria's bright red cheeks, I say still, continued to blush, as it seemed with a strange metallic bloom; but the rest of her face, which had used to rival the lily in whiteness, became of a jonquil colour. Her eyes stared round with a ghastly expression. Harry was alarmed at the agony depicted in the charmer's countenance, which not only exhibited pain, but was exceedingly unbecoming. Madame Bernstein also at length remarked her niece's indisposition, and asked her if sitting backwards in the carriage made her ill, which poor Maria confessed to be the fact. On this, the elder lady was forced to make room for her niece on her own side, and, in the course of the drive to Farnham, uttered many gruff, disagreeable, sarcastic remarks to her fellow traveller, indicating her great displeasure that Maria should be so impertinent as to be ill on the first day of a journey. When they reached the Bush Inn at Farnham, under which name a famous inn has stood in Farnham town for these 300 years, the dear invalid retired with her maid to her bedroom, scarcely glancing a piteous look at Harry as she retreated, and leaving the lad's mind in a strange confusion of dismay and sympathy. Those yellow cheeks, those livid wrinkled eyelids, that ghastly red, how ill his blessed Maria looked! And not only how ill, but how... Away! Horrible thought! Unmanly suspicion! He tried to shut the idea out of his mind. He had little appetite for supper, though the jolly Baroness partook of that repast as if she had had no dinner, and certainly as if she had no sympathy with her invalid niece. She sent her major domo to see if Lady Maria would have anything from the table. The servant brought back word that her ladyship was still very unwell, and declined any refreshment. "I hope she intends to be well to-morrow morning," cried Madame Bernstein, rapping her little hand on the table. "I hate people to be ill in an inn, or on a journey. Will you play piquet with me, Harry?" Harry was happy to be able to play piquet with his aunt. "That absurd Maria!" says Madame Bernstein, drinking from a great glass of negus. "She takes liberties with herself. She never had a good constitution. She is 41 years old. All her upper teeth are false, and she can't eat with them. Thank Heaven, I have still got every tooth in my head. How clumsily you deal, child!" Deal clumsily, indeed! Had a dentist been extracting Harry's own grinders at that moment, would he have been expected to mind his cards and deal them neatly? When a man is laid on the rack at the Inquisition, is it natural that he should smile, and speak politely and coherently to the grave, quiet Inquisitor? Beyond that little question regarding the cards, Harry's Inquisitor did not show the smallest disturbance. Her face indicated neither surprise, nor triumph, nor cruelty. Madame Bernstein did not give one more stab to her niece that night, but she played at cards, and prattled with Harry, indulging in her favourite talk about old times, and parting from him with great cordiality and good humour. Very likely he did not heed her stories. Very likely other thoughts occupied his mind. Maria is 41 years old? Maria has false... Oh, horrible, horrible! Has she a false eye? Has she false hair? Has she a wooden leg? I envy not that boy's dreams that night. Madame Bernstein in the morning said she had slept as sound as a top. She had no remorse, that was clear. Some folks are happy and easy in mind when their victim is stabbed and done for. Lady Maria made her appearance at the breakfast table, too. Her ladyship's indisposition was fortunately over. Her aunt congratulated her affectionately on her good looks. She sat down to her breakfast. She looked appealingly in Harry's face. He remarked, with his usual brilliancy and originality, that he was very glad her ladyship was better. Why, at the tone of his voice, did she start, and again gaze at him with frightened eyes? There sat the chief Inquisitor, smiling, perfectly calm, eating ham and muffins. O poor, writhing, rack-rent victim! O stony Inquisitor! O Baroness Bernstein! It was cruel, cruel! Round about Farnham, the hops were gloriously green in the sunshine, and the carriages drove through the richest, most beautiful country. Maria insisted upon taking her old seat. She thanked her dear aunt. It would not in the least incommode her now. She gazed, as she had done yesterday, in the face of the young knight riding by the carriage side. She looked for those answering signals which used to be lighted up in yonder 2 windows, and told that love was burning within. She smiled gently at him, to which token of regard he tried to answer with a sickly grin of recognition. Miserable youth! Those were not false teeth he saw when she smiled. He thought they were, and they tore and lacerated him. And so the days sped on, sunshiny and brilliant overhead, but all over clouds for Harry and Maria. He saw nothing. He thought of Virginia. He remembered how he had been in love with Parson Broadbent's daughter at Jamestown, and how quickly that business had ended. He longed vaguely to be at home again. A plague on all these cold-hearted English relations! Did they not all mean to trick him? Were they not all scheming against him? Had not that confounded Will cheated him about the horse? At this very juncture, Maria gave a scream so loud and shrill that Madame Bernstein woke, that the coachman pulled his horses up, and the footman beside him sprang down from his box in a panic. "Let me out! Let me out!" screamed Maria. "Let me go to him! Let me go to him!" "What is it?" asked the Baroness. It was that Will's horse had come down on his knees and nose, had sent his rider over his head, and Mr. Harry, who ought to have known better, was lying on his own face quite motionless. Gumbo, who had been dallying with the maids of the second carriage, clattered up and mingled his howls with Lady Maria's lamentations. Madame Bernstein descended from her landau, and came slowly up, trembling a good deal. "He is dead! He is dead!" sobbed Maria. "Don't be a goose, Maria!" her aunt said. "Ring at that gate, some one." Will's horse had gathered himself up, and stood perfectly quiet after his feat. But his late rider gave not the slightest sign of life. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 21. Samaritans. Lest any tender-hearted reader should be in alarm for Mr. Harry Warrington's safety, and fancy that his broken-kneed horse had carried him altogether out of this life and history, let us set her mind easy at the beginning of this chapter by assuring her that nothing very serious has happened. How can we afford to kill off our heroes when they are scarcely out of their teens, and we have not reached the age of manhood of the story? We are in mourning already for one of our Virginians, who has come to grief in America. Surely we cannot kill off the other in England. No, no. Heroes are not dispatched with such hurry and violence unless there is a cogent reason for making away with them. Were a gentleman to perish every time a horse came down with him, not only the hero, but the author of this chronicle would have gone underground, whereas the former is but sprawling outside it, and will be brought to life again as soon as he has been carried into the house where Madame de Bernstein's servants have rung the bell. And to convince you that at least this youngest of the Virginians is still alive, here is an authentic copy of a letter from the lady into whose house he was taken after his fall from Mr. Will's brute of a broken-kneed horse, and in whom he appears to have found a kind friend. To Mrs. Esmond Warrington of Castlewood, at her house at Richmond, in Virginia. If Mrs. Esmond Warrington of Virginia can call to mind 23 years ago, when Miss Rachel Esmond was at Kensington boarding school, she may perhaps remember Miss Molly Benson, her classmate, who has forgotten all the little quarrels which they used to have together, in which Miss Molly was very often in the wrong, and only remembers the generous, high-spirited, sprightly Miss Esmond, the Princess Pocahontas, to whom so many of our schoolfellows paid court. Dear madam, I cannot forget that you were dear Rachel once upon a time, as I was your dearest Molly. Though we parted not very good friends when you went home to Virginia, yet you know how fond we once were. I still, Rachel, have the gold étui your papa gave me when he came to our speech day at Kensington, and we too performed the quarrel of Brutus and Cassius out of Shakespeare. And 'twas only yesterday morning I was dreaming that we were both called up to say our lesson before the awful Miss Hardwood, and that I did not know it, and that, as usual, Miss Rachel Esmond went above me. How well remembered those old days are! How young we grow as we think of them! I remember our walks and our exercises, our good King and Queen as they walked in Kensington Gardens, and their court following them, whilst we of Miss Hardwood's school curtsied in a row. I can tell still what we had for dinner on each day of the week, and point to the place where your garden was, which was always so much better kept than mine. So was Miss Esmond's chest of drawers a model of neatness, whilst mine was in a sad condition. Do you remember how we used to tell stories in the dormitory, and Madame Hibou, the French governess, would come out of bed and interrupt us with her hooting? Have you forgot the poor dancing master, who told us he had been waylaid by assassins, but who was beaten, it appears, by my lord your brother's footman? My dear, your cousin, the Lady Maria Esmond her papa was, I think, but Viscount Castlewood in those times has just been on a visit to this house, where you may be sure I did not recall those sad times to her remembrance, about which I am now chattering to Miss Esmond. Her ladyship has been staying here, and another relative of yours, the Baroness of Bernstein, and the two ladies are both gone on to Tunbridge Wells.
But another and dearer relative still remains in my house, and is sound asleep, I trust, in the very next room, and the name of this gentleman is Mr. Henry Esmond Warrington. Now do you understand how you come to hear from an old friend? Do not be alarmed, dear madam. I know you are thinking at this moment, my boy is ill. That is why Miss Molly Benson writes to me. No, my dear. Mr. Warrington was ill yesterday, but to-day he is very comfortable. And our doctor, who is no less a person than my dear husband, Colonel Lambert, has blooded him, has set his shoulder, which was dislocated, and pronounces that in 2 days more Mr. Warrington will be quite ready to take the road. I feel I and my girls are sorry that he is so soon to be well. Yesterday evening, as we were at tea, there came a great ringing at our gate, which disturbed us all, as the bell very seldom sounds in this quiet place, unless a passing beggar pulls it for charity. And the servants running out returned with the news that a young gentleman who had a fall from his horse was lying lifeless on the road, surrounded by the friends in whose company he was travelling. At this my Colonel, who is sure the most Samaritan of men, hastens away to see how he can serve the fallen traveller, and presently, with the aid of the servants, and followed by 2 ladies, brings into the house such a pale, lifeless, beautiful young man. Ah, my dear, how I rejoice to think that your child has found shelter and succour under my roof; that my husband has saved him from pain and fever, and has been the means of restoring him to you and health. We shall be friends again now, shall we not? I was very ill last year, and 'twas even thought I should die. Do you know that I often thought of you then, and how you had parted from me in anger so many years ago? I began then a foolish note to you, which I was too sick to finish, to tell you that if I went the way appointed for us all, I should wish to leave the world in charity with every single being I had known in it. Your cousin, the Right Honourable Lady Maria Esmond, showed a great deal of maternal tenderness and concern for her young kinsman after his accident. I am sure she hath a kind heart. The Baroness de Bernstein, who is of an advanced age, could not be expected to feel so keenly as we young people, but was nevertheless very much moved and interested, until Mr. Warrington was restored to consciousness, when she said she was anxious to get on towards Tunbridge, whither she was bound, and was afraid of all things to lie in a place where there was no doctor at hand. My Aesculapius laughingly said he would not offer to attend upon a lady of quality, though he would answer for his young patient. Indeed, the Colonel, during his campaigns, has had plenty of practice in accidents of this nature, and I am certain, were we to call in all the faculty for 20 miles round, Mr. Warrington could get no better treatment. So, leaving the young gentleman to the care of me and my daughters, the Baroness and her ladyship took their leave of us, the latter very loth to go. When he is well enough, my Colonel will ride with him as far as Westerham, but on his own horses, where an old army comrade of Mr. Lambert's resides; and as this letter will not take the post for Falmouth until, by God's blessing, your son is well and perfectly restored, you may be under no sort of alarm for him whilst under the roof of, Madam, your affectionate, humble servant, Mary Lambert. P.S. Thursday. I am glad to hear Mr. Warrington's coloured gentleman hath informed our people of the gratifying circumstance, that Providence hath blessed Mrs. Esmond with such vast wealth, and with an heir so likely to do credit to it. Our present means are amply sufficient, but will be small when divided amongst our survivors. Ah, dear madam, I have heard of your calamity of last year. Though the Colonel and I have reared many children, 5, we have lost 2, and a mother's heart can feel for yours. I own to you mine yearned to your boy to-day, when, in a manner inexpressibly affecting to me and Mr. Lambert, he mentioned his dear brother. 'Tis impossible to see your son, and not to love and regard him. I am thankful that it has been our lot to succour him in his trouble, and that in receiving the stranger within our gates we should be giving hospitality to the son of an old friend. Nature has written a letter of credit upon some men's faces, which is honoured almost wherever presented. Harry Warrington's countenance was so stamped in his youth. His eyes were so bright, his cheeks so red and healthy, his look so frank and open, that almost all who beheld him, nay, even those who cheated him, trusted him. Nevertheless, as we have hinted, the lad was by no means the artless stripling he seemed to be. He was knowing enough with all his blushing cheeks, perhaps more wily and wary than he grew to be in after age. Sure, a shrewd and generous man, who has led an honest life and has no secret blushes for his conscience, grows simpler as he grows older, arrives at his sum of right by more rapid processes of calculation, learns to eliminate false arguments more readily, and hits the mark of truth with less previous trouble of aiming and disturbance of mind. Or is it only a senile delusion that some of our vanities are cured with our growing years, and that we become more just in our perceptions of our own and our neighbours' shortcomings? I would humbly suggest that young people, though they look prettier, have larger eyes, and not near so many wrinkles about their eyelids, are often as artful as some of their elders. What little monsters of cunning your frank schoolboys are! How they cheat mamma! How they hoodwink papa! How they humbug the housekeeper! How they cringe to the big boy for whom they fag at school! What a long lie, and 5 years' hypocrisy and flattery, is their conduct towards Dr. Birch! And the little boy's sisters? Are they any better? And is it only after they come out in the world that the little darlings learn a trick or two? You may see by the above letter of Mrs. Lambert that she, like all good women, and indeed almost all bad women, was a sentimental person, and as she looked at Harry Warrington laid in her best bed, after the Colonel had bled him and clapped in his shoulder, as holding by her husband's hand she beheld the lad in his sweet slumber, murmuring a faint inarticulate word or two in his sleep, a faint blush quivering on his cheek, she owned he was a pretty lad indeed, and confessed with a sort of compunction that neither of her two boys, Jack, who was at Oxford, and Charles, who was just gone back to school after the Bartlemytide holidays, was half so handsome as the Virginian. What a good figure the boy had! And when papa bled him, his arm was as white as any lady's. Yes, as you say, Jack might have been as handsome but for the smallpox. And as for Charley, always took after his papa, my dear Molly, said the Colonel, looking at his own honest face in a little looking-glass with a cut border and a japanned frame, by which the chief guests of the worthy gentleman and lady had surveyed their patches and powder, or shaved their hospitable beards. "Did I say so, my love?" whispered Mrs. Lambert, looking rather scared. "No, but you thought so, Mrs. Lambert." "How can you tell one's thoughts so, Martin?" asked the lady. "Because I am a conjurer, and because you tell them yourself, my dear," answered her husband. "Don't be frightened. He won't wake after that draught I gave him. Because you never see a young fellow but you are comparing him with your own. Because you never hear of one but you are thinking which of our girls he shall fall in love with and marry." "Don't be foolish, sir," says the lady, putting a hand up to the Colonel's lips. They have softly trodden out of their guest's bedchamber by this time, and are in the adjoining dressing-closet, a snug little wainscoted room looking over gardens, with India curtains, more japanned chests and cabinets, a treasure of china, and a most refreshing odour of fresh lavender. "You can't deny it, Mrs. Lambert," the Colonel resumes. "As you were looking at the young gentleman just now, you were thinking to yourself, which of my girls will he marry? Shall it be Theo, or shall it be Hester? And then you thought of Lucy, who was at boarding school. There is no keeping anything from you, Martin Lambert," sighs the wife. "There is no keeping it out of your eyes, my dear. What is this burning desire all you women have for selling and marrying your daughters? We men don't wish to part with them.
I am sure, for my part, I should not like yonder young fellow half as well if I thought he intended to carry one of my darlings away with him."
"Sure, Martin, I have been so happy myself," says the fond wife and mother, looking at her husband with the very best eyes, "that I must wish my girls to do as I have done, and be happy too." "Then you think good husbands are common, Mrs. Lambert, and that you may walk any day into the road before the house, and find one shot out at the gate like a sack of coals? Was it improvidential, sir, that this young gentleman should be thrown over his horse's head at our very gate, and that he should turn out to be the son of my old schoolfellow and friend?" asked the wife. "There is something more than accident in such cases, depend upon that, Mr. Lambert." "And this is the stranger you saw in the candle 3 nights running, I suppose?" "And in the fire, too, sir. Twice a coal jumped out close by Theo. You may sneer, sir, but these things are not to be despised. Did I not see you distinctly coming back from Minorca, and dream of you at the very day and hour when you were wounded in Scotland? How many times have you seen me wounded when I had not a scratch, my dear? How many times have you seen me ill when I had no sort of hurt? You were always prophesying, and 'twere very hard on you if you were not sometimes right. Come, let us leave our guest sleep comfortably, and go down and give the girls their French lesson." So saying, the honest gentleman put his wife's arm under his, and they descended together the broad oak staircase of the comfortable old hall, round which hung the effigies of many forgone Lamberts, worthy magistrates, soldiers, country gentlemen, as was the Colonel whose acquaintance we have just made. The Colonel was a gentleman of pleasant, waggish humour. The French lesson which he and his daughters conned together was a scene out of Monsieur Moliere's comedy of Tartuffe, and papa was pleased to be very facetious with Miss Theo by calling her Madam, and by treating her with a great deal of mock respect and ceremony. The girls read together with their father a scene or two of his favourite author, nor were they less modest in those days, though their tongues were a little more free, and papa was particularly arch and funny as he read from Orgon's part in that celebrated play.
Orgon. Or su, nous voilà bien. J'ai, Marianne, en vous reconnu de tout temps un esprit assez doux, et de tout temps aussi, vous m'avez été chère. Marianne, je suis fort redevable à cet amour de père. Orgon. Fort bien. Que dites-vous de Tartuffe, notre hôte? Marianne. Qui? Moi? Orgon. Vous, voyez bien comme vous répondrez. Marianne. Hélas, j'en dirai, moi, tout ce que vous voudrez.
Mademoiselle Marianne laughs and blushes in spite of herself whilst reading this line.
Orgon. C'est parler sagement. Dites-moi donc, ma fille, qu'en toute sa personne un haut mérite brille, qu'il touche votre cœur, et qu'il vous sera doux de le voir par mon choix devenir votre époux.
"Have we not read the scene prettily, Elmire?" says the Colonel, laughing, and turning round to his wife. Elmira prodigiously admired Orgon's reading, and so did his daughters, and almost everything besides which Mr. Lambert said or did. Canst thou, O friendly reader, count upon the fidelity of an artless and tender heart or two, and reckon among the blessings which Heaven hath bestowed on thee the love of faithful women? Purify thine own heart, and try to make it worthy theirs. On thy knees, give thanks for the blessing awarded thee. All the prizes of life are nothing compared to that one. All the rewards of ambition, wealth, pleasure, only vanity and disappointment, grasped at greedily and fought for fiercely, and over again found worthless by the weary winners. But love seems to survive life, and to reach beyond it. I think we take it with us past the grave. Do we not still give it to those who have left us? May we not hope that they feel it for us, and that we shall leave it here in one or two fond bosoms when we also are gone? And whence, or how, or why, pray, this sermon? You see, I know more about this Lambert family than you do, to whom I am just presenting them, as how should you who never heard of them before? You may not like my friends. Very few people do like strangers to whom they are presented with an outrageous flourish of praises on the part of the introducer. You say, quite naturally, "What? Is this all? Are these the people he is so fond of? Why, the girl's not a beauty. The mother is good-natured, and may have been good-looking once, but she has no trace of it now. And as for the father, he is quite an ordinary man. Granted, but don't you acknowledge that the sight of an honest man with an honest, loving wife by his side, and surrounded by loving and obedient children, presents something very sweet and affecting to you? If you are made acquainted with such a person, and see the eager kindness of the fond faces round about him, and that pleasant confidence and affection which beams from his own, do you mean to say you are not touched and gratified? If you happen to stay in such a man's house, and at morning or evening see him and his children and domestics gathered together in a certain name, do you not join humbly in the petitions of those servants, and close them with a reverent Amen? That first night of his stay at Oakhurst, Harry Warrington, who had had a sleeping potion, and was awake sometimes rather feverish, thought he heard the evening hymn, and that his dearest brother George was singing it at home, in which delusion the patient went off again to sleep.
End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 22. In Hospital. Sinking into a sweet slumber, and lulled by those harmonious sounds, our young patient passed a night of pleasant unconsciousness, and awoke in the morning to find a summer sun streaming in at the window, and his kind host and hostess smiling at his bed curtains. He was ravenously hungry, and his doctor permitted him straightway to partake of a mess of chicken, which the doctor's wife told him had been prepared by the hands of one of her daughters. One of her daughters! A faint image of a young person, of two young persons, with red cheeks and black waving locks, smiling round his couch, and suddenly departing thence, soon after he had come to himself, arose in the young man's mind. Then there returned the remembrance of a female, lovely, it is true, but more elderly, certainly considerably older, and with oh, horror and remorse! He writhed with anguish as a certain recollection crossed him. An immense gulf of time gaped between him and the past. How long was it since he had heard that those pearls were artificial, that those golden locks were only pinchbeck? A long, long time ago, when he was a boy, an innocent boy. Now he was a man, quite an old man. He had been bled copiously. He had a little fever. He had had nothing to eat for very many hours. He had a sleeping draught, and a long, deep slumber after. "What is it, my dear child?" cries Mrs. Lambert, as he started. "Nothing, madam, a twinge in my shoulder," said the lad. "I speak to my host and hostess? Sure, you have been very kind to me." "We are old friends, Mr. Warrington. My husband, Colonel Lambert, knew your father, and I and your mamma were schoolgirls together at Kensington. You were no stranger to us when your aunt and cousin told us who you were." "Are they here?" asked Harry, looking a little blank. "They must have lain at Tunbridge Wells last night. They sent a horseman from Reigate yesterday for news of you." "Ah, I remember," says Harry, looking at his bandaged arm. "I have made a good cure of you, Mr. Warrington, and now Mrs. Lambert and the cook must take charge of you." "Nay, Theo prepared the chicken and rice, Mr. Lambert," said the lady. "Will Mr. Warrington get up after he has had his breakfast? We will send your valet to you." "If howling proves fidelity, your man must be a most fond, attached creature," says Mr. Lambert. "He let your baggage travel off, after all, in your aunt's carriage," said Mrs. Lambert. "You must wear my husband's linen, which, I dare say, is not so fine as yours." "Pish, my dear! My shirts are good shirts enough for any Christian," cries the Colonel. "They are Theo's and Hester's work," says mamma. At which her husband arches his eyebrows and looks at her. "And Theo hath ripped and sewed your sleeve to make it quite comfortable for your shoulder," the lady added. "What beautiful roses!" cries Harry, looking at a fine china vase full of them that stood on the toilet table, under the japan-framed glass. "My daughter Theo cut them this morning." "Well, Mr. Lambert, she did cut them." I suppose the Colonel was thinking that his wife introduced Theo too much into the conversation,
and trod on Mrs. Lambert's slipper, or pulled her robe, or otherwise nudged her into a sense of propriety. "And I fancied I heard some one singing the evening hymn very sweetly last night. Or was it only a dream?" asked the young patient. "Theo again, Mr. Warrington," said the Colonel, laughing. "My servant said your negro man began to sing it in the kitchen as if he was a church organ. Our people sing it at home, sir. My grandpapa used to love it very much. His wife's father was a great friend of good Bishop Ken, who wrote it, and my dear brother used to love it, too," said the boy, his voice dropping. It was then, I suppose, that Mrs. Lambert felt inclined to give the boy a kiss. His little accident, illness, and recovery, the kindness of the people round about him, had softened Harry Warrington's heart, and opened it to better influence than those which had been brought to bear on it for some 6 weeks past. He was breathing a purer air than that tainted atmosphere of selfishness, and worldliness, and corruption, into which he had been plunged since his arrival in England. Sometimes the young man's fate, or choice, or weakness, leads him into the fellowship of the giddy and vain. Happy he whose lot makes him acquainted with the wiser company, whose lamps are trimmed, and whose pure hearts keep modest watch. The pleased matron left her young patient devouring Miss Theo's mess of rice and chicken, and the Colonel seated by the lad's bedside. Gratitude to his hospitable entertainers, and contentment after a comfortable meal, caused in Mr. Warrington a very pleasant condition of mind and body. He was ready to talk now more freely than usually was his custom; for, unless excited by a strong interest or emotion, the young man was commonly taciturn and cautious in his converse with his fellows, and was by no means of an imaginative turn. Of books our youth had been but a very remiss student, nor were his remarks on such simple works as he had read very profound or valuable; but regarding dogs, horses, and the ordinary business of life, he was a far better critic, and with any person interested in such subjects, conversed on them freely enough. Harry's host, who had considerable shrewdness, and experience of books and cattle and men, was pretty soon able to take the measure of his young guest in the talk which they now had together. It was now, for the first time, the Virginian learned that Mrs. Lambert had been an early friend of his mother's, and that the Colonel's own father had served with Harry's grandfather, Colonel Esmond, in the famous wars of Queen Anne. He found himself in a friend's country. He was soon at ease with his honest host, whose manners were quite simple and cordial, and who looked and seemed perfectly a gentleman, though he wore a plain fustian coat, and a waistcoat without a particle of lace. "My boys are both away," said Harry's host, "or they would have shown you the country when you got up, Mr. Warrington. Now you can only have the company of my wife and her daughters. Mrs. Lambert hath told you already about one of them, Theo, our eldest, who made your broth, and cut your roses, and who mended your coat. She is not such a wonder as her mother imagines her to be, but little Theo is a smart little housekeeper, and a very good and cheerful lass, though her father says it." "It is very kind of Miss Lambert to take so much care for me," says the young patient. "She is no kinder to you than to any other mortal, and doth but her duty." Here the Colonel smiled. "I laugh at their mother for praising our children," he said, "and I think I am as foolish about them myself. The truth is, God hath given us very good and dutiful children, and I see no reason why I should disguise my thankfulness for such a blessing." "You have never a sister, I think?" "No, sir, I am alone now," Mr. Warrington said. "Ay, truly, I ask your pardon for my thoughtlessness. Your man hath told our people what befell last year. I served with Braddock in Scotland, and hope he mended before he died. A wild fellow, sir, but there was a fund of truth about the man, and no little kindness under his rough swaggering manner. Your black fellow talks very freely about his master and his affairs. I suppose you permit him these freedoms as he rescued you?" "Rescued me!" cries Mr. Warrington. "From ever so many Indians on that very expedition. My Molly and I did not know we were going to entertain so prodigiously wealthy a gentleman. He saith that half Virginia belongs to you. But if the whole of North America were yours, we could but give you our best. Those negro boys, sir, lie like the father of all lies. They think it is for our honour to represent us as 10 times as rich as we are. My mother has what would be a vast estate in England, and is a very good one at home. We are as well off as most of our neighbours, sir, but no better, and all of our splendour is in Mr. Gumbo's foolish imagination. He never rescued me from an Indian in his life, and would run away at the sight of one, as my poor brother's boy did on that fateful day when he fell." "The bravest man will do so at unlucky times," said the Colonel. "I myself saw the best troops in the world run at Preston, before a ragged mob of Highland savages. That was because the Highlanders fought for a good cause, sir." "Do you think," asks Harry's host, "that the French Indians had the good cause in the fight of last year?" "The scoundrels! I would have the scalp of every murderous redskin among them!" cried Harry, clenching his fist. "They were robbing and invading the British territories, too, but the Highlanders were fighting for their king. We, on our side, were fighting for our king, and we ended by winning the battle," said the Colonel, laughing. "Ah!" cried Harry, "if his Royal Highness the Prince had not turned back at Derby, your king and mine now would be his Majesty King James III." "Who made such a Tory of you, Mr. Warrington?" asked Lambert. "Nay, sir, the Esmonds were always loyal," answered the youth. "Had we lived at home in 20 years sooner, brother and I often and often agreed that our heads would have been in danger. We certainly would have staked them for the king's cause. Yours is better on your shoulders than on the pole at Temple Bar. I have seen them there, and they don't look very pleasant, Mr. Warrington." "I shall take off my hat and salute them whenever I pass the gate," cried the young man, "if the king and the whole court are standing by." "I doubt whether your relative, my Lord Castlewood, is as staunch a supporter of the king over the water," said Colonel Lambert, smiling, "or your aunt, the Baroness of Bernstein, who left you in our charge. Whatever her old partialities may have been, she has repented of them. She has rallied to our side, landed her nephews in the household, and looks to find a suitable match for her nieces. If you have Tory opinions, Mr. Warrington, take an old soldier's advice, and keep them to yourself." "Why, sir, I do not think that you will betray me," said the boy. "Not I, but others might. You did not talk in this way at Castlewood." "I mean the old Castlewood, which you have just come from." "I might be safe amongst my own kinsmen, surely, sir," cried Harry. "Doubtless. I would not say no. But a man's own kinsmen can play him slippery tricks at times, and he finds himself none the better for trusting them. I mean no offence to you or any of your family. But lackeys have ears as well as their masters, and they carry about all sorts of stories. For instance, your black fellow is ready to tell all he knows about you, and a great deal more besides, as it would appear." "Hath he told about the broken-kneed horse?" cried out Harry, turning very red. "To say truth, my groom seemed to know something of the story, and said it was a shame a gentleman should sell another such a brute, let alone a cousin. I am not here to play the Mentor to you, or to carry about servants' tittle-tattle. When you have seen more of your cousins, you will form your own opinion of them. Meanwhile, take an old soldier's advice, I say again, and be cautious with whom you deal and what you say." Very soon after this little colloquy, Mr. Lambert's guest rose, with the assistance of Gumbo, his valet, to whom he, for the 100th time at least, promised a sound caning if ever he should hear that Gumbo had ventured to talk about his affairs again in the servants' hall. Which prohibition Gumbo solemnly vowed and declared he would forever obey. But I dare say he was chattering the whole of the Castlewood secrets to his new friends of Colonel Lambert's kitchen; for Harry's hostess certainly heard a number of stories concerning him, which she could not prevent her housekeeper from telling; though, of course, I would not accuse that worthy lady, or any of her sex or ours, of undue curiosity regarding their neighbours' affairs. But how can you prevent servants talking, or listening when the faithful attached creatures talk to you? Mr. Lambert's house stood on the outskirts of the little town of Oakhurst, which, if he but travels in the right direction, the patient reader will find on the road between Farnham and Reigate; and Madame Bernstein's servants naturally pulled at the first bell at hand when the young Virginian met with his mishap. A few hundred yards farther was the long street of the little old town, where hospitality might have been found under the great swinging ensigns of a couple of tuns, and medical relief was to be had, as a blazing gilt pestle and mortar indicated. But what surgeon could have ministered more cleverly to a patient than Harry's host, who tended him without a fee, or what Boniface could make him more comfortably welcome? Two tall gates, each surmounted by a couple of heraldic monsters, led from the high road up to a neat broad stone terrace, whereon stood Oakhurst House, a square brick building with windows faced with stone, and many high chimneys, and a tall roof surmounted by a fair balustrade. Behind the house stretched a large garden, where there was plenty of room for cabbages as well as roses to grow, and before the mansion, separated from it by the high road, was a field of many acres, where the Colonel's cows and horses were at grass. Over the centre window was a carved shield supported by the same monsters who pranced or ramped upon the entrance gates, and a coronet over the shield. The fact is, that the house had been originally the jointure house of Oakhurst Castle, which stood hard by, its chimneys and turrets appearing over the surrounding woods, now bronzed with the darkest foliage of summer. Mr. Lambert's was the greatest house in Oakhurst town, but the castle was of more importance than all the town put together. The castle and the jointure house had been friends of many years' date. Their fathers had fought side by side in Queen Anne's wars. There were 2 small pieces of ordnance on the terrace of the jointure house, and 6 before the castle, which had been taken out of the same privateer, which Mr. Lambert and his kinsman and commander, Lord Wrotham, had brought into Harwich in one of their voyages home from Flanders with despatches from the Great Duke. His toilet completed with Mr. Gumbo's aid, his fair hair neatly dressed by that artist, and his open ribboned sleeve and wounded shoulder supported by a handkerchief which hung from his neck, Harry Warrington made his way out of the sick chamber, preceded by his kind host, who led him first down a broad oak stair, round which hung many pikes and muskets of ancient shape, and so into a square marble-paved room, from which the living rooms of the house branched off. There were more arms in this hall: pikes and halberts of ancient date, pistols and jack-boots of more than a century old, that had done service in Cromwell's wars; a tattered French guidon, which had been borne by a French gendarme at Malplaquet; and a pair of cumbrous Highland broadswords, which, having been carried as far as Derby, had been flung away on the fatal field of Culloden. Here were breastplates and black morions of Oliver's troopers, and portraits of stern warriors in buff jerkins and plain bands and short hair. "They fought against your grandfathers and King Charles, Mr. Warrington," said Harry's host. "I don't hide that. They rode to join the Prince of Orange at Exeter. We were Whigs, young gentlemen, and something more. John Lambert, the Major General, was a kinsman of our house, and we were all more or less partial to short hair and long sermons. You do not seem to like either." Indeed, Harry's face manifested signs of anything but pleasure when he examined the portraits of the Parliamentary heroes. "Be not alarmed, we are very good churchmen now. My eldest son will be in orders ere long. He is now travelling as governor to my Lord Wrotham's son in Italy; and as for our women, they are all for the Church, and carry me with them. Every woman is a Tory at heart. Mr. Pope says a rake, but I think t'other is the more charitable word. Come, let us go see them." And flinging open the dark oak door, Colonel Lambert led his young guest into the parlour, where the ladies were assembled. "Here is Miss Hester," said the Colonel, "and this is Miss Theo, the soup maker, the tailoress, the harpsichord player, and the songstress, who sent you to sleep last night. Make a curtsey to the gentlemen, young ladies. Oh, I forgot, and Theo is the mistress of the roses which you admired a short while since in your bedroom. I think she has kept some of them in her cheeks." In fact, Miss Theo was making a profound curtsey, and blushing most modestly as her papa spoke. I am not going to describe her person, though we shall see a great deal of her in the course of this history. She was not a particular beauty. Harry Warrington was not over head and ears in love with her at an instant's warning, and faithless to that other individual with whom, as we have seen, the youth had lately been smitten. Miss Theo had kind eyes and a sweet voice, a ruddy freckled cheek, and a round white neck, on which, out of a little cap such as Misses wore in those times, fell rich curling clusters of dark brown hair. She was not a delicate or sentimental-looking person. Her arms, which were worn bare from the elbow like other ladies' arms in those days, were very jolly and red. Her feet were not so miraculously small but that you could see them without a telescope. There was nothing waspish about her waist. This young person was 16 years of age, and looked older. I don't know what call she had to blush so when she made her curtsey to the stranger. It was such a deep ceremonial curtsey as you never see at present. She and her sister both made these cheeses in compliment to the newcomer, and with much stately agility. As Miss Theo rose up out of this salute, her papa tapped her under the chin, which was of the double sort of chins, and laughingly hummed out the line which he had read the day. "Eh bien, que dites-vous, ma fille, de notre autre?" "Nonsense, Mr. Lambert!" cries mamma. "Nonsense is sometimes the best kind of sense in the world," said Colonel Lambert. His guest looked puzzled. "Are you fond of nonsense?" the Colonel continued to Harry, seeing by the boy's face that the latter had no great love or comprehension of his favourite humour. "We consume a vast deal of it in this house. Rabelais is my favourite reading. My wife is all for Mr. Fielding and Theophrastus. I think Theo prefers Tom Brown, and Miss Hetty here loves Dean Swift." "Our papa is talking what he loves," says Miss Hetty. "And what is that, miss?" asks the father of his second daughter. "Sure, sir, you said yourself it was nonsense," answers the young lady, with a saucy toss of her head. "Which of them do you like best, Mr. Warrington?" asked the honest Colonel. "Which of whom, sir? The curate of Meudon, or the Dean of St. Patrick's, or honest Tom, or Mr. Fielding?" "And what were they, sir?" "They? Why, they wrote books." "Indeed, sir, I never heard of either one of 'em," said Harry, hanging down his head. "I fear my book learning was neglected at home, sir. My brother had read every book that was ever wrote, I think. He could have talked to you about 'em for hours together." With this little speech, Mrs. Lambert's eyes turned to her daughter, and Miss Theo cast hers down and blushed. "Never mind. Honesty is better than books any day, Mr. Warrington," cried the jolly Colonel. "You may go through the world very honourably without reading any of the books I have been talking of, and some of them might give you more pleasure than profit." "I know more about horses and dogs than Greek and Latin, sir. We most of us do in Virginia," said Mr. Warrington. "You are like the Persians. You can ride and speak the truth." "Are the Prussians very good on horseback, sir? I hope I shall see their king and a campaign or two, either with 'em or against 'em," remarked Colonel Lambert's guest. Why did Miss Theo look at her mother, and why did that good woman's face assume a sad expression? Why? Because young lasses are bred in humdrum country towns, do you suppose they never indulge in romances? Because they are modest, and have never quitted mother's apron, do you suppose they have no thoughts of their own? What happens in spite of all those precautions which the King and Queen take for their darling princess, those dragons, and that impenetrable forest, and that castle of steel? The fairy prince penetrates the impenetrable forest, finds the weak point in the dragon's scale armour, and gets the better of all the ogres who guard the castle of steel. Away goes the princess to him. She knew him at once. Her bandboxes and portmanteaux are filled with her best clothes and all her jewels. She has been ready ever so long. That is in fairy tales, you understand. Where the blessed hour in youth always arrive, the ivory horn is blown at the castle gate, and far off in her beauteous bower the princess hears it, and starts up, and knows that there is the right champion. He is always ready. Look how the giants' heads tumble off as, falchion in hand, he gallops over the bridge on his white charger. How should that virgin, locked up in that inaccessible fortress, where she has never seen any man that was not 80, or humpbacked, or her father, know that there were such beings in the world as young men? I suppose there's an instinct. I suppose there's a season. I never spoke, for my part, to a fairy princess, or heard as much from any unenchanted or enchanting maiden. Ne'er a one of them has ever whispered her pretty little secrets to me, or perhaps confessed them to herself, her mamma, or her nearest and dearest confidante. But they will fall in love. Their little hearts are constantly throbbing at the window of expectancy on the lookout for the champion. They are always hearing his horn. They are forever on the tower looking out for the hero. Sister Anne, do you see him? Surely 'tis a knight with curling mustachios, a flashing scimitar, and a suit of silver armour. Oh no, it is only a costermonger with his donkey and a pannier of cabbage. Sister Anne, what is that cloud of dust? Oh, it is only a farmer's man driving a flock of pigs from market. Sister Anne, who is that splendid warrior advancing in scarlet and gold? He nears the castle, he clears the drawbridge, he lifts the ponderous hammer at the gate. Ah me, he knocks twice! 'Tis only the postman with a double letter from Northamptonshire. So it is we make false starts in life. I don't believe there is any such thing known as first love, not within man's or woman's memory. No male or female remembers his or her first inclination any more than his or her own christening. What? You fancy that your sweet mistress, your spotless spinster, your blank maiden just out of the schoolroom, never cared for any but you? And she tells you so? Oh, you idiot! When she was 4 years old, she had a tender feeling towards the Buttons who brought the coals up to the nursery, or the little sweep at the crossing, or the music master, or never mind whom. She had a secret longing towards her brother's schoolfellow, or the third charity boy at church; and if occasion had served, the comedy enacted with you had been performed along with another. I do not mean to say that she confessed this amatory sentiment, but that she had it. Lay down this page, and think how many and many and many a time you were in love before you selected the present Mrs. Jones as the partner of your name and affections. So, from the way in which Theo held her head down and exchanged looks with her mother when poor unconscious Harry called the Persians the Prussians, and talked of serving a campaign with them, I make no doubt she was feeling ashamed and thinking within herself, is this the hero with whom my mamma and I have been in love for these 24 hours, and whom we have endowed with every perfection? How beautiful, pale, and graceful he looked yesterday as he lay on the ground! How his curls fell over his face! How sad it was to see his poor white arm, and the blood trickling from it when papa bled him! And now he is well and amongst us. He is handsome, certainly, but oh, is it possible he is stupid? When she lighted the lamp and looked at him, did Psyche find Cupid out, and is that the meaning of the old allegory? The wings of love drop off at this discovery. The fancy can no more soar and disport in skyey regions. The beloved object ceases at once to be celestial, and remains plodding on earth, entirely unromantic and substantial. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 23. Holidays. Mrs. Lambert's little daydream was over. Miss Theo and her mother were obliged to confess in their hearts that their hero was but an ordinary mortal. They uttered few words on the subject, but each knew the other's thoughts, as people who love each other do, and mamma, by an extra tenderness and special caressing manner towards her daughter, sought to console her for her disappointment. "Never mind, my dear," the maternal kiss whispered on the filial cheek. "Our hero has turned out to be but an ordinary mortal, and none such is good enough for my Theo. Thou shalt have a real husband ere long, if there be one in England. Why, I was scarce 15 when your father saw me at the Bury Assembly, and while I was yet at school I used to vow that I never would have any other man. If Heaven gave me such a husband, the best man in the whole kingdom, sure it will bless my child equally, who deserves a king if she fancies him. Indeed, I am not sure that Mrs. Lambert, who of course knew the age of the Prince of Wales, and was aware how handsome and good a young prince he was, did not expect that he too would come riding by her gate, and perhaps tumble down from his horse there, and be taken into the house and be cured, and cause his royal grandpapa to give Martin Lambert a regiment, and fall in love with Theo. The Colonel, for his part, and his second daughter, Miss Hetty, were on the laughing, scornful, unbelieving side. Mamma was always match-making. Indeed, Mrs. Lambert was much addicted to novels, and cried her eyes out over them with great assiduity. No coach ever passed the gate but she expected a husband, for her girls would alight from it and ring the bell. As for Miss Hetty, she allowed her tongue to wag in a more than usually saucy way. She made 100 sly allusions to their guest. She introduced Prussia and Persia into their conversation with abominable pertness and frequency. She asked whether the present King of Prussia was called the Shaw or the Sophie, and how far it was from Ispahan to Saxony, which his Majesty was at present invading, and about which war Papa was so busy with his maps and his newspapers. She brought down the Persian tales from her mamma's closet, and laid them silly on the table in the parlour where the family sat. She would not marry a Persian prince; for her part, she would prefer a gentleman who might not have more than one wife at a time. She called our young Virginian Theo's gentleman, Theo's prince. She asked her mamma if she wished her, Hetty, to take the other visitor, the Black Prince, for herself. Indeed, she rallied her sister and her mother unceasingly on their sentimentalities, and would never stop until she had made them angry, when she would begin to cry herself, and kiss them violently one after the other, and coax them back into good humour. Simple Harry Warrington, meanwhile, knew nothing of all the jokes, the tears, quarrels, reconciliations, hymeneal plans, and so forth, of which he was the innocent occasion. 100 allusions to the Prussians and Persians were shot at him, and those Parthian arrows did not penetrate his hide at all. A Shaw? A Sophie? Very likely he thought a Sophie was a lady, and would have deemed it the height of absurdity that a man with a great black beard should have any such name. We fall into the midst of a quiet family. We drop like a stone, say, into a pool. We are perfectly compact and cool, and little know the flutter and excitement we make there, disturbing the fish, frightening the ducks, and agitating the whole surface of the water. How should Harry know the effect which his sudden appearance produced in this little, quiet, sentimental family? He thought quite well enough of himself on many points, but was diffident as yet regarding women, being of that age when young gentlemen require encouragement and to be brought forward, and having been brought up at home in very modest and primitive relations towards the other sex. So Miss Hetty's jokes played round the lad, and he minded them no more than so many summer gnats. It was not that he was stupid, as she certainly thought him. He was simple, too much occupied with himself and his own honest affairs to think of others. Why, what tragedies, comedies, interludes, intrigues, farces are going on under our noses, in friends' drawing-rooms, where we visit every day, and we remain utterly ignorant, self-satisfied, and blind. As these sisters sat and combed their flowing ringlets of nights, or talked with each other in the great bed where, according to the fashion of the day, they lay together, how should Harry know that he had so great a share in their thoughts, jokes, conversation? 3 days after his arrival, his new and hospitable friends were walking with him in my Lord Wrotham's fine park, where they were free to wander, and here, on a piece of water, they came to some swans, which the young ladies were in the habit of feeding with bread. As the birds approached the young women,
Hetty said, with a queer look at her mother and sister, and then a glance at her father, who stood by, honest, happy, in a red waistcoat. Hetty said, "Mamma's swans are something like these, papa." "What swans, my dear?" says mamma. "Something like, but not quite. They have shorter necks than these, and are scores of them on our common," continues Miss Hetty. "I saw Betty plucking one in the kitchen this morning. We shall have it for dinner, with apple sauce and—" "Don't be a little goose," says Miss Theo. "And sage and onions. Do you love swan, Mr. Warrington?" "I shot 3 last winter on our river," said the Virginian gentleman. "Ours are not such white birds as these. They eat very well, though." The simple youth had not the slightest idea that he himself was an allegory at that very time, and that Miss Hetty was narrating a fable regarding him. In some exceedingly recondite Latin work I have read that, long before Virginia was discovered, other folks were equally dull of comprehension. So it was a premature sentiment on the part of Miss Theo, that little tender flutter of the bosom which we have acknowledged she felt on first beholding the Virginian, so handsome, pale, and bleeding. This was not the great passion which she knew her heart could feel. Like the birds, it had awakened and begun to sing at a false dawn. Hop back to thy perch, and cover thy head with thy wing, thou tremulous little fluttering creature. It is not yet light, and roosting is as yet better than singing. Anon will come morning, and the whole sky will redden, and you shall soar up into it and salute the sun with your music. One little phrase, some 33 lines back, perhaps the fair and suspicious reader has remarked, 3 days after his arrival, Harry was walking with, etc., etc. If he could walk, which it appeared he could do perfectly well, what business had he to be walking with anybody but Lady Maria Esmond on the Pantiles, Tunbridge Wells? His shoulder was set, his health was entirely restored. He had not even a change of coats, as we have seen, and was obliged to the Colonel for his raiment. Surely a young man in such a condition had no right to be lingering on at Oakhurst, and was bound by every tie of duty and convenience, by love, by relationship, by a gentle heart waiting for him, by the washerwoman finally to go to Tunbridge. Why did he stay behind, unless he was in love with either of the young ladies? And we say he wasn't. Could it be that he did not want to go? Hath the gracious reader understood the meaning of the mystic S with which the last chapter commences, and in which the designer has feebly endeavoured to depict the notorious Sinbad the Sailor, surmounted by that odious old man of the sea? What if Harry Warrington should be that sailor, and his fate that choking, deadening, inevitable old man? What if for 2 days past he has felt those knees throttling him round the neck? If his fell aunt's purpose is answered, and if his late love is killed as dead by her poisonous communications, as fair Rosamond was by her royal and legitimate rival, is Hero then lighting the lamp up and getting ready the supper, whilst Leander is sitting comfortably with some other party, and never in the least thinking of taking to the water? Ever since that coward's blow was struck in Lady Maria's back by her own relative, surely kind hearts must pity her ladyship. I know she has faults, ay, and wears false hair and false never mind what, but a woman in distress, shall we not pity her? A lady of a certain age, are we going to laugh at her because of her years? Between her old aunt and her unhappy delusion, be sure my Lady Maria Esmond is having no very pleasant time of it at Tunbridge Wells. There is no one to protect her. Madam Beatrix has her all to herself. Lady Maria is poor, and hopes for money from her aunt. Lady Maria has a secret or two which the old woman knows, and brandishes over her. I, for one, am quite melted, and grow soft-hearted as I think of her. Imagine her alone, and a victim to that old woman. Paint to yourself that antique Andromeda. If you please, we will allow that rich flowing head of hair to fall over her shoulders, chained to a rock on Mount Ephraim, and given up to that dragon of a Baroness. Succour, Perseus! Come quickly with thy winged feet and flashing falchion. Perseus is not in the least hurry. The dragon has her will of Andromeda for day after day. Harry Warrington, who would not have allowed his dislocated and mended shoulder to keep him from going out hunting, remained day after day contentedly at Oakhurst, with each day finding the kindly folks who welcomed him more to his liking. Perhaps he had never, since his grandfather's death, been in such good company. His lot had laid amongst fox-hunting Virginian squires, with whose society he had put up very contentedly, riding their horses, living their lives, and sharing their punch bowls. The ladies of his own and mother's acquaintance were very well bred, and decorous and pious, no doubt, but somewhat narrow-minded. It was but a little place, his home, with its pompous ways, small etiquettes and punctilios, small flatteries, small conversations, and scandals. Until he had left the place some time after, he did not know how narrow and confined his life had been there. He was free enough personally. He had dogs and horses, and might shoot and hunt for scores of miles round about. But the little lady, mother, domineered at home, and when there he had to submit to her influence and breathe her air. Here the lad found himself in the midst of a circle where everything about him was incomparably gayer, brighter, and more free. He was living with a man and woman who had seen the world, though they lived retired from it, who had both of them happened to enjoy from their earliest times the use not only of good books, but of good company, those live books, which are such pleasant and sometimes such profitable reading. Society has this good, at least, that it lessens our conceit by teaching us our insignificance and making us acquainted with our betters. If you are a young person who read this, depend upon it, sir or madam, there is nothing more wholesome for you than to acknowledge and to associate with your superiors. If I could, I would not have my son Thomas first Greek and Latin prize boy, first oar and cock of the school. Better for his soul's and body's welfare that he should have a good place, not the first, a fair set of competitors round about him, and a good thrashing now and then, with a hearty shake afterwards of the hand which administered the beating. What honest man that can choose his lot would be a prince, let us say, and have all society walking backwards before him, only obsequious household gentlemen to talk to, and all mankind mum, except when your High Mightiness asks a question and gives permission to speak? One of the great benefits which Harry Warrington received from this family, before whose gate fate had shot him, was to begin to learn that he was a profoundly ignorant young fellow, and that there were many people in the world far better than he knew himself to be. Arrogant a little with some folks, in the company of his superiors he was magnanimously docile. We have seen how faithfully he admired his brother at home, and his friend, the gallant young Colonel of Mount Vernon. Of the gentleman, his kinsman at Castlewood, he had felt himself at least the equal. In his new acquaintance at Oakhurst he found a man who had read far more books than Harry could pretend to judge of, who had seen the world and come unwounded out of it, as he had out of the dangers and battles which he had confronted, and who had goodness and honesty written on his face and breathing from his lips, for which qualities our brave lad had always an instinctive sympathy and predilection. As for the women, they were the kindest, merriest, most agreeable he had as yet known. They were pleasanter than Parson Broadbent's black-eyed daughter at home, whose laugh carried as far as a gun. They were quite as well bred as the Castlewood ladies, with the exception of Madam Beatrix, who indeed was as grand as an empress on some occasions. But somehow, after a talk with Madam Beatrix, and vast amusement and interest in her stories, the lad would come away as with a bitter taste in his mouth, and fancy all the world wicked round about him. They were not in the least squeamish, and laughed over pages of Mr. Fielding, and cried over volumes of Mr. Richardson, containing jokes and incidents which would make Mrs. Grundy's hair stand on end. Yet their merry prattle left no bitterness behind it. Their tales about this neighbour and that were droll, not malicious. The curtseys and salutations with which the folks of the little neighbouring town received them, how kindly and cheerful! Their bounties how cordial! Of a truth it is good to be with good people. How good Harry Warrington did not know at the time, perhaps, or until subsequent experience showed him contrast or caused him to feel remorse. Here was a tranquil, sunshiny day of a life that was to be agitated and stormy. A happy hour or two to remember. Not much happened during the happy hour or two. It was only sweet sleep, pleasant waking, friendly welcome, serene pastime. The gates of the old house seemed to shut the wicked world out somehow, and the inhabitants within to be better and purer and kinder than other people. He was not in love, oh no, not the least, either with saucy Hetty or generous Theodosia. But when the time came for going away, he fastened on both their hands, and felt an immense regard for them. He thought he should like to know their brothers, and that they must be fine fellows. And as for Mrs. Lambert, I believe she was as sentimental at his departure as if he had been the last volume of Clarissa Harlowe. "He is very kind and honest," said Theo, gravely, as, looking from the terrace, they saw him and their father and servants riding away on the road to Westerham. "I don't think him stupid at all now," said little Hetty. "And, mamma, I think he is very like a swan indeed." "It felt just like one of the boys going to school," said mamma. "Just like it," said Theo, sadly. "I am glad he has got papa to ride with him to Westerham," resumed Miss Hetty, "and that he bought Farmer Briggs' horse. I don't like his going to those Castlewood people. I am sure that Madame Bernstein is a wicked old woman. I expected to see her ride away on her crooked stick." "Hush, Hetty! Do you think she would float if they tried her in the pond, as poor old Mother Healy did at Elmhurst? The other old woman seemed fond of him. I mean the one with the fair tour. She looked very melancholy when she went away, but Madame Bernstein whisked her off with her crutch, and she was obliged to go. I don't care, Theo. I know she is a wicked woman. You think everybody good, you do, because you never do anything wrong yourself. My Theo is a good girl," says the mother, looking fondly at both her daughters. "Then why do we call her a miserable sinner?" "We are all so, my love," said mamma. "What, papa too?" "You know you don't think so," cries Miss Hester. And to allow this was almost more than Mrs. Lambert could afford. "What was that you told John to give Mr. Warrington's black man?" Mamma owned, with some shamefacedness, it was a bottle of her cordial water and a cake which she had bid Betty make. "I feel quite like a mother to him, my dears. I can't help owning it. And you know both our boys still like one of our cakes to take to school or college with them." Chapter 23 Chapter 24 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 24. From Oakhurst to Tunbridge. Having her lily handkerchief in token of adieu to the departing travellers, Mrs. Lambert and her girls watched them pacing leisurely on the first few hundred yards of their journey, and until such time as a tree-clumped corner of the road hid them from the ladies' view. Behind that clump of limes the good matron had, many a time, watched those she loved best disappear. Husband departing to battle and danger, sons to school. Each after the other had gone on his way beyond yonder green trees, returning as it pleased Heaven's will at his good time, and bringing pleasure and love back to the happy little family. Besides their own instinctive nature, which, to be sure, aids wonderfully in the matter, the leisure and contemplation attendant upon the home life serve to foster the tenderness and fidelity of our women. The men gone, There is all day to think about them, and tomorrow, when there certainly will be a letter, and so on. There is the vacant room to go look at, where the boy slept last night, and the impression of his carpet-bag is still on the bed. There is his whip hung up in the hall, and his fishing rod and basket, mute memorials of the brief bygone pleasures. At dinner there comes up that cherry tart, half of which our darling ate at 2 o'clock in spite of his melancholy, and with a choking little sister on each side of him. The evening prayer is said without the young scholar's voice to utter the due responses. Midnight and silence come, and the good mother lies wakeful, thinking how one of the dear accustomed brood is away from the nest. Morn breaks, home and holidays have passed away, and toil and labour have begun for him. So those rustling limes formed, as it were, a screen between the world and our ladies of the house of Oakhurst. Kind-hearted Mrs. Lambert always became silent and thoughtful, if by chance she and her girls walked up to the trees in the absence of the men of the family. She said she would like to carve their names up in the grey silver trunks, in the midst of true lovers' knots, as was then the kindly fashion; and Miss Theo, who had an exceeding elegant turn that way, made some verses regarding the trees, which her delighted parent transmitted to a periodical of those days. "Now we are out of sight of the ladies," says Colonel Lambert, giving a parting salute with his hat, as the pair of gentlemen trotted past the limes in question. "I know my wife always watches at her window until we are round this corner. I hope we shall have you seeing the trees in the house again, Mr. Warrington, and the boys being at home, mayhap there will be better sport for you." "I never want to be happier, sir, than I have been," replied Mr. Warrington; "and I hope you will let me say that I feel as I am leaving quite old friends behind me. The friend at whose house we shall sup to-night hath a son, who is an old friend of our family, too; and my wife, who is an inveterate marriage-monger, would have made a match between him and one of my girls, but that the Colonel hath chosen to fall in love with somebody else." "Ah!" sighed Mr. Warrington. "Other folks have done the same thing. There were brave fellows before Agamemnon. I beg your pardon, sir. Is the gentleman's name I did not quite gather it," meekly inquired the young traveller. "No, his name is James Wolfe," cried the Colonel, smiling. "He is a young fellow still, or what we call so, being scarce 30 years old. He is the youngest lieutenant colonel in the army, unless, to be sure, we except a few scores of our nobility, who take rank before us common folk." Of course," says the Colonel's young companion, with true colonial notions of aristocratic precedence. "And I have seen him commanding captains, and very brave captains, who were 30 years his seniors, and who had neither his merit nor his good fortune. But, lucky as he hath been, no one envies his superiority, for, indeed, most of us acknowledge that he is our superior. He is beloved by every man of our old regiment, and knows every one of them. He is a good scholar as well as a consummate soldier, and a master of many languages." "Ah, sir," said Harry Warrington, with a sigh of great humility, "I feel that I have neglected my own youth sadly, and am come to England but an ignoramus. Had my dear brother been alive, he would have represented our name in our colony, too, better than I can do. George was a scholar. George was a musician. George could talk with the most learned people in our country, and I make no doubt would have held his own here. Do you know, sir, I am glad to have come home, and to you especially, if but to learn how ignorant I am." "If you know that well, 'tis a great gain already," said the Colonel, with a smile. "At home, especially of late, and since we lost my brother, I used to think myself a mighty fine fellow, and have no doubt that the folks round about flattered me. I am wiser now. That is, I hope I am, although perhaps I am wrong, and only bragging again. But you see, sir, the gentry in our colony don't know very much, except about dogs and horses, and betting and games. I wish I knew more about books, and less about them. Nay, dogs and horses are very good books, too, in their way, and we may read a deal of truth out of them. Some men are not made to be scholars, and may be very worthy citizens and gentlemen in spite of their ignorance. What call have all of us to be especially learned or wise, or to take a first place in the world? His Royal Highness is commander, and Martin Lambert is colonel, and Jack Hunt, who rides behind yonder, was a private soldier, and is now a very honest, worthy groom. So as we all do our best in our station, it matters not much whether that be high or low. Nay, how do we know what is high and what is low? And whether Jack's currycomb, or my epaulets, or his Royal Highness's baton may not turn out to be pretty equal? When I began life, et militavi non sine, never mind what, I dreamed of success and honour. Now I think of duty, and yonder folks from whom we parted a few hours ago. Let us trot on, else we shall not reach Westerham before nightfall. At Westerham, the two friends were welcomed by their hosts, a stately matron, an old soldier, whose recollections and services were of 45 years back, and the son of this gentleman and lady, the Lieutenant Colonel of Kingsley's regiment, that was then stationed at Maidstone, whence the Colonel had come over on a brief visit to his parents. Harry looked with some curiosity at this officer, who, young as he was, had seen so much service and obtained a character so high. There was little of the beautiful in his face. He was very lean and very pale, his hair was red, his nose and cheekbones were high; but he had a fine courtesy towards his elders, and a cordial greeting towards his friends, and an animation in conversation, which caused those who heard him to forget, even to admire, his homely looks. Mr. Warrington was going to Tunbridge. There James would bear him company, the lady of the house said, and whispered something to Colonel Lambert at supper, which occasioned smiles and a knowing wink or two from that officer. He called for wine, and toasted Miss Lowther. "With all my heart!" cried the enthusiastic Colonel James, and drained his glass to the very last drop. Mamma whispered her friends how James and the lady were going to make a match, and how she came of the famous Lowther family of the north. "If she was the daughter of King Charlemagne," cries Lambert, "she is not too good for James Wolfe, or for his mother's son." "Mr. Lambert would not say so if he knew her," the young Colonel declared. "Oh, of course, she is the priceless pearl, and you are nothing," cries mamma. "No, I am of Colonel Lambert's opinion, and if she brought all Cumberland to you for a jointure, I should say it was my James' due. That is the way with them, Mr. Warrington. We tend our children through fevers and measles, and whooping cough, and smallpox. We send them to the army, and can't sleep at night for thinking. We break our hearts at parting with them, and have them at home only for a week or two in the year, or maybe 10 years. And after all our care, there comes a lass with a pair of bright eyes, and away goes our boy, and never cares a fig for us afterwards." "And pray, my dear, how did you come to marry James's papa?" said the elder Colonel Wolfe. "And why didn't you stay at home with your parents?" "Because James's papa was gouty, and wanted some one to take care of him, I suppose. Not because I liked him a bit," answers the lady; and so with much easy talk and kindness the evening passed away. On the morrow, and with many expressions of kindness and friendship for his late guest, Colonel Lambert gave over the young gentleman to Mr. Wolfe's charge, and turned his horse's head homewards, while the two gentlemen sped towards Tunbridge Wells. Wolfe was in a hurry to reach the place. Harry Warrington was, perhaps, not quite so eager. Nay, when Lambert rode towards his own home, Harry's thoughts followed him, with a great deal of longing desire, to the parlour at Oakhurst, where he had spent 3 days in happy calm. Mr. Wolfe agreed in all Harry's enthusiastic praises of Mr. Lambert, and of his wife, and of his daughters, and of all that excellent family. "To have such a good name, and to live such a life as Colonel Lambert's," said Wolfe, "seems to me now the height of human ambition." "And glory and honour?" asked Warrington. "Are those nothing? And would you give up the winning of them?" "They were my dreams once," answered the Colonel, who had now different ideas of happiness. "And now my desires are much more tranquil. I have followed arms ever since I was 14 years of age. I have seen almost every kind of duty connected with my calling. I know all the garrison towns in this country, and have had the honour to serve wherever there has been work to be done during the last 10 years. I have done pretty near the whole of a soldier's duty, except, indeed, the command of an army, which can hardly be hoped for by one of my years; and now, methinks, I would like quiet, books to read, a wife to love me, and some children to dandle on my knee. I have imagined some such Elysium for myself, Mr. Warrington. True love is better than glory, and a tranquil fireside, with the woman of your heart seated by it, the greatest good the gods can send to us." Harry imagined to himself the picture which his comrade called up. He said, "Yes," in answer to the other's remark, but no doubt did not give a very cheerful assent, for his companion observed upon the expression of his face. "You say 'yes,' as if a fireside and a sweetheart were not particularly to your taste." "Why, look you, Colonel, there are other things which a young fellow might like to enjoy. You have had 16 years of the world, and I am but a few months away from my mother's apron strings. When I have seen a campaign or 2, or 6, as you have, when I have distinguished myself like Mr. Wolfe, and made the world talk of me, I may then think of retiring from it." To these remarks Mr. Wolfe, whose heart was full of a very different matter, replied by breaking out in a further encomium of the joys of marriage, and a special rhapsody upon the beauties and merits of his mistress, a theme intensely interesting to himself, though not so, possibly, to his hearer, whose views regarding a married life, if he permitted himself to entertain any, were somewhat melancholy and despondent. A pleasant afternoon brought them to the end of their ride, nor did any accident or incident accompany it, save, perhaps, a mistake which Harry Warrington made at some few miles' distance from Tunbridge Wells, where 2 horsemen stopped them, whom Harry was for charging pistol in hand, supposing them to be highwaymen. Colonel Wolfe, laughing, bade Mr. Warrington reserve his fire, for these folks were only innkeepers' agents, and not robbers, except in their calling. Gumbo, whose horse ran away with him at this particular juncture, was brought back after a great deal of bawling on his master's part, and the 2 gentlemen rode into the little town, alighted at their inn, and then separated, each in quest of the ladies whom he had come to visit. Mr. Warrington found his aunt installed in handsome lodgings with a guard of London lacqueys in her anteroom, and to follow her chair when she went abroad. She received him with the utmost kindness. His cousin, my Lady Maria, was absent when he arrived. I don't know whether the young gentleman was unhappy at not seeing her, or whether he disguised his feelings, or whether Madame de Bernstein took any note regarding them. A beau in a rich-figured suit, the first specimen of the kind Harry had seen, and 2 dowagers with voluminous hoops and plenty of rouge, were on a visit to the Baroness when her nephew made his bow to her. She introduced the young man to these personages as her nephew, the young Croesus out of Virginia, of whom they had heard. She talked about the immensity of his estate, which was as large as Kent, and, as she had read, infinitely more fruitful. She mentioned how her half-sister, Madam Esmond, was called Princess Pocahontas in her own country. She never tired in her praises of mother and son, of their riches and their good qualities. The beau shook the young man by the hand, and was delighted to have the honour to make his acquaintance. The ladies praised him to his aunt so loudly that the modest youth was fain to blush at their compliments. They went away to inform the Tunbridge society of the news of his arrival. The little place was soon buzzing with accounts of the wealth, the good breeding, and the good looks of the Virginian. "You could not have come at a better moment, my dear," the Baroness said to her nephew, as her visitors departed, with many curtseys and congees. "Those 3 individuals have the most active tongues in the Wells. They will trumpet your good qualities in every company where they go. I have introduced you to 100 people already, and, heaven help me, I have told all sorts of fibs about the geography of Virginia in order to describe your estate. It is a prodigious large one, but I am afraid I have magnified it. I have filled it with all sorts of wonderful animals, gold mines, spices. I am not sure I have not said diamonds. As for your negroes, I have given your mother armies of them, and, in fact, represented her as a sovereign princess reigning over a magnificent dominion." "So she has a magnificent dominion. I cannot tell to a few £100,000 how much her yearly income is, but I have no doubt it is a very great one. And you must prepare, sir, to be treated here as the heir apparent of this royal lady. Do not let your head be turned. From this day forth you are going to be flattered as you have never been flattered in your life." "And to what end, ma'am?" asked the young gentleman. "I see no reason why I should be reputed so rich, or get so much flattery. In the first place, sir, you must not contradict your old aunt, who has no desire to be made a fool of before her company. And as for your reputation, you must know we found it here almost ready-made on our arrival. A London newspaper has somehow heard of you, and come out with a story of the immense wealth of a young gentleman from Virginia, lately landed, and a nephew of my Lord Castlewood. Immensely wealthy you are, and can't help yourself. All the world is eager to see you. You shall go to church to-morrow morning, and see how the whole congregation will turn away from its books and prayers to worship the golden calf in your person. You would not have me undeceive them, would you, and speak ill of my own flesh and blood?" "But how am I to be bettered by this reputation for money?" asked Harry. "You are making your entry into the world, and the gold key will open most of its doors to you. To be thought rich is as good as to be rich. You need not spend much money. People will say that you hoard it, and your reputation for avarice will do you good rather than harm. You'll see how the mothers will smile upon you, and the daughters will curtsy. Don't look surprised. When I was a young woman myself, I did as all the rest of the world did, and tried to better myself by more than one desperate attempt at a good marriage. Your poor grandmother, who was a saint upon earth to be sure, bating a little jealousy, used to scold me and called me worldly. Worldly, my dear! So is the world worldly, and we must serve it as it serves us, and give it nothing for nothing. Mr. Henry Esmond Warrington, I can't help loving the first two names, sir, old woman as I am, and that I tell you, on coming here or to London, would have been nobody. Our protection would have helped him but little. Our family has little credit, and, entre nous, not much reputation. I suppose you know that Castlewood was more than suspected in '45, and hath since ruined himself by play?" Harry had never heard about Lord Castlewood or his reputation. "He never had much to lose, but he has lost that and more. His wretched estate is eaten up with mortgages. He has been at all sorts of schemes to raise money. My dear, he has been so desperate at times that I did not think my diamonds were safe with him, and have travelled to and from Castlewood without them. Terrible, isn't it, to speak so of one's own nephew? But you are my nephew, too, and not spoiled by the world yet, and I wish to warn you of its wickedness. I heard of your play doings with Will and the chaplain, but they could do you no harm. Nay, I am told you had the better of them. Had you played with Castlewood, you would have had no such luck. And you would have played, had not an old aunt of yours warned my Lord Castlewood to keep his hands off you." "What, ma'am? Did you interfere to preserve me?" "I kept his clutches off from you. Be thankful that you are come out of that ogre's den with any flesh on your bones. My dear, it has been the rage and passion of all our family. My poor silly brother played. Both his wives played, especially the last one, who has little else to live upon now but her nightly assemblies in London and the money for the cards. I would not trust her at Castlewood alone with you. The passion is too strong for them, and they would fall upon you and fleece you, and then fall upon each other and fight for the plunder. But for his place about the court my poor nephew hath nothing, and that is Will's fortune too, sir, and Maria's and her sister's." "And are they, too, fond of the cards?" "No, to do poor Molly justice, gaming is not her passion. But when she is amongst them in London, little Fanny will bet her eyes out of her head. I know what the passion is, sir. Do not look so astonished. I have had it, as I had the measles when I was a child. I am not cured quite. For a poor old woman there is nothing left but that. You will see some high play at my card tables to-night. Hush, my dear! It was that I wanted, and without which I moped so at Castlewood. I could not win of my nieces or their mother. They would not pay if they lost. 'Tis best to warn you, my dear, in time, lest you should be shocked by the discovery. I can't live without the cards. There's the truth." A few days before, and while staying with his Castlewood relatives, Harry, who loved cards and cockfighting and betting and every conceivable sport himself, would have laughed very likely at this confession. Amongst that family into whose society he had fallen, many things were laughed at, over which some folks looked grave. Faith and honour were laughed at, pure lives were disbelieved, selfishness was proclaimed as common practice, sacred duties were sneeringly spoken of, and vice flippantly condoned. These were no Pharisees. They professed no hypocrisy of virtue. They flung no stones at discovered sinners. They smiled, shrugged their shoulders, and passed on. The members of this family did not pretend to be a whit better than their neighbours, whom they despised heartily. They lived quite familiarly with the folks about whom and whose wives they told such wicked, funny stories. They took their share of what pleasure or plunder came to hand, and lived from day to day till their last day came for them. Of course, there are no such people now, and human nature is very much changed in the last 100 years. At any rate, card-playing is greatly out of mode. About that there can be no doubt. And very likely there are not 6 ladies of fashion in London who know the difference between spadille and manille. How dreadfully dull you must have found those humdrum people at that village where we left you! But the savages were very kind to you, child," said Madame de Bernstein, patting the young man's cheek with her pretty old hand. "They were very kind, and it was not at all dull, ma'am. And I think they are some of the best people in the world," said Harry, with his face flushing up. His aunt's tone jarred upon him. He could not bear that any one should speak or think lightly of the new friends whom he had found. He did not want them in such company. The old lady, imperious and prompt to anger, was about to resent the cheque she had received, but a second thought made her pause. Those 2 girls, she thought, a sick bed, an interesting stranger. Of course, he has been falling in love with one of them. Madame Bernstein looked round with a mischievous glance at Lady Maria, who entered the room at this juncture. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 25. New Acquaintances. Cousin Maria made her appearance, attended by a couple of gardener's boys bearing baskets of flowers, with which it was proposed to decorate Madame de Bernstein's drawing-room against the arrival of her ladyship's company. 3 footmen in livery, gorgeously laced and worsted, set out twice as many card-tables. A major domo in black and a bag, with fine lace ruffles, and looking as if he ought to have a sword by his side, followed the lacqueys bearing fasces of wax candles, which he placed a pair on each card-table, and in the silver sconces on the wainscoted wall that was now gilt with the slanting rays of the sun, as was the prospect of the green common beyond, with its rocks and clumps of trees and houses twinkling in the sunshine. Groups of many-coloured figures in hoops and powder and brocade sauntered over the green, and dappled the plain with their shadows. On the other side from the Baroness's windows you saw the Pantiles, where a perpetual fair was held, and heard the clatter and buzzing of the company. A band of music was here performing for the benefit of the visitors to the Wells. Madame Bernstein's chief sitting-room might not suit a recluse or a student,
but for those who liked bustle, gaiety, a bright cross light, and a view of all that was going on in the cheery, busy place, no lodging could be pleasanter. And when the windows were lighted up, the passengers walking below were aware that her ladyship was at home and holding a card assembly, to which an introduction was easy enough. By the way, in speaking of the past, I think the night life of society 100 years since was rather a dark life. There was not one wax candle for 10 which we now see in a lady's drawing-room, let alone gas and the wondrous new illuminations of clubs. Horrible guttering tallow smoked and stunk in passages. The candle snuffer was a notorious officer in the theatre. See Hogarth's pictures, how dark they are, and how his feasts are, as it were, begrimed with tallow. In Marriage a la Mode, in Lord Viscount Squanderfield's grand saloons, where he and his wife are sitting yawning before the horror-stricken steward when their party is over, there are but 8 candles, 1 on each card-table, and half a dozen in a brass chandelier. If Jack Briefless convoked his friends to oysters and beer in his chambers, Pump Court, he would have twice as many. Let us comfort ourselves by thinking that Louis Quatorze in all his glory held his revels in the dark, and bless Mr. Price and other luciferous benefactors of mankind for banishing the abominable mutton of our youth. So Maria with her flowers, herself the fairest flower, popped her roses, sweet williams, and so forth, in vases here and there, and adorned the apartment to the best of her art. She lingered fondly over this bowl and that dragon jar, casting but sly, timid glances the while at young cousin Harry, whose own blush would have become any young woman, and you might have thought that she possibly intended to outstay her aunt. But that Baroness, seated in her armchair, her crooked tortoiseshell stick in her hand, pointed the servants imperiously to their duty, rated one and the other soundly, Tom for having a darn in his stocking, John for having greased his locks too profusely out of the candle-box, and so forth, keeping a stern dominion over them. Another remark concerning poor Jeames of 100 years ago. Jeames slept 2 in a bed, 4 in a room, and that room a cellar very likely, for he washed in a trough such as you would hardly see anywhere in London now, out of the barracks of Her Majesty's Foot Guards. If Maria hoped a present interview, her fond heart was disappointed. "Where are you going to dine, Harry?" asks Madame de Bernstein. "My niece Maria and I shall have a chicken in the little parlour. I think you should go to the best ordinary. There is one at the White Horse at 3. We shall hear his bell in a minute or 2. And you will understand, sir, that you ought not to spare expense, but behave like Princess Pocahontas's son. Your trunks have been taken over to the lodging I have engaged for you. It is not good for a lad to be always hanging about the aprons of 2 old women, is it, Maria?"
"No," says her ladyship, dropping her meek eyes, whilst the other ladies glared in triumph. "I think Andromeda had been a good deal exposed to the dragon in the course of the last 5 or 6 days, and if Perseus had cut the latter's cruel head off, he would have committed not unjustifiable monstricide. But he did not bear sword or shield. He only looked mechanically at the lacqueys in tawny and blue as they creaked about the room. And there are good mercers and tailors from London always here to wait on the company at the Wells. You had better see them, my dear, for your suit is not of the very latest fashion. A little lace—" "I can't go out of mourning, ma'am," said the young man, looking down at his sables. "Ho, sir!" cried the lady, rustling up from her chair and rising on her cane. "Wear black for your brother till you are as old as Methuselah, if you like. I am sure I don't want to prevent you. I only want you to dress, and to do like other people, and make a figure worthy of your name." "Madam," said Mr. Warrington with great state, "I have not done anything to disgrace it that I know." Why did the old woman stop and give a little start, as if she had been struck? Let bygones be bygones. She and the boy had a score of little passages of this kind, in which swords were crossed, and thrusts rapidly dealt or parried. She liked Harry none the worse for his courage in facing her. Sure a little finer linen than that shirt you wear will not be a disgrace to you, sir," she said, with rather a forced laugh. Harry bowed and blushed. It was one of the homely gifts of his Oakhurst friends. He felt pleased somehow to think he wore it, thought of the new friends so good, so pure, so simple, so kindly with immense tenderness, and felt, while invested in this garment, as if evil could not touch him. He said he would go to his lodging, and make a point of returning arrayed in the best linen he had. "Come back here, sir," said Madame Bernstein, "and if our company has not arrived, Maria and I will find some ruffles for you." And herewith, under a footman's guidance, the young fellow walked off to his new lodgings. Harry found not only handsome and spacious apartments provided for him, but a groom in attendance waiting to be engaged by his honour, and a second valet, as if he was inclined to hire one and wait upon Mr. Gumbo. Ere he had been many minutes in his rooms, emissaries from a London tailor and bootmaker waited him with the cards and compliments of their employers, Messrs. Regnier and Tull. The best articles in his modest wardrobe were laid out by Gumbo, and the finest linen with which his thrifty Virginian mother had provided him. Visions of the snow-surrounded home in his own country, of the crackling logs and the trim, quiet ladies working by the fire, rose up before him. For the first time, a little thought that the homely clothes were not quite smart enough, the homework linen not so fine as it might be, crossed the young man's mind. That he should be ashamed of anything belonging to him or to Castlewood. That was strange. The simple folks there were only too well satisfied with all things that were done, or said, or produced at Castlewood, and Madam Esmond, when she sent her son forth on his travels, thought no young nobleman need be better provided. The clothes might have fitted better and been of a later fashion, to be sure, but still the young fellow presented a comely figure enough when he issued from his apartments, his toilet over, and Gumbo calling a chair, marched beside it, until they reached the ordinary where the young gentleman was to dine. Here he expected to find the beau whose acquaintance he had made a few hours before at his aunt's lodging, and who had indicated to Harry that the White Horse was the most modish place for dining at the Wells, and he mentioned his friend's name to the host; but the landlord and waiters, leading him into the room with many smiles and bows, assured his honour that his honour did not need any other introduction than his own, helped him to hang up his coat and sword on a peg, asked him whether he would drink Burgundy, Pontac, or champagne to his dinner, and led him to a table. Though the most fashionable ordinary in the village, the White Horse did not happen to be crowded on this day. Monsieur Barbeau, the landlord, informed Harry that there was a great entertainment at Summerhill, which had taken away most of the company. Indeed, when Harry entered the room, there were but 4 other gentlemen in it. 2 of these guests were drinking wine, and had finished their dinner. The other 2 were young men in the midst of their meal, to whom the landlord, as he passed, must have whispered the name of the newcomer, for they looked at him with some appearance of interest, and made him a slight bow across the table as the smiling host bustled away for Harry's dinner. Mr. Warrington returned the salute of the 2 gentlemen, who bade him welcome to Tunbridge, and hoped he would like the place upon better acquaintance. Then they smiled and exchanged waggish looks with each other, of which Harry did not understand the meaning, nor why they cast knowing glances at the 2 other guests over their wine. One of these persons was in a somewhat tarnished velvet coat, with a huge queue and bag, and voluminous ruffles and embroidery. The other was a little beetle-browed, hook-nosed, high-shouldered gentleman, whom his opposite companion addressed as milor, or my lord, in a very high voice. My lord, who was sipping the wine before him, barely glanced at the newcomer, and then addressed himself to his own companion. "And so you know the nephew of the old woman, the Croesus, who comes to arrive?" "You're thrown out there, Jack," says one young gentleman to the other. "Never could manage the lingo," said Jack. The 2 elders had begun to speak in the French language. "But assuredly, my dear lord," says the gentleman with the long queue. "You have shown energy, my dear Baron. He has been here but 2 hours. My people told me of him only as I came to dinner." "I knew him before. I have met him often in London with the Baroness and my lord, his cousin," said the Baron. A smoking soup for Harry here came in, borne by his smiling host. "Behold, sir, behold a pottage of my fashion," says my landlord, laying down the dish and whispering to Harry the celebrated name of the nobleman opposite. Harry thanked Monsieur Barbeau in his own language, upon which the foreign gentleman, turning round, grinned most graciously at Harry, and said, "Vous possédez notre langue parfaitement, monsieur." Mr. Warrington had never heard the French language pronounced in that manner in Canada. He bowed in return to the foreign gentleman. "Tell me more about the Croesus, my good Baron," continued his lordship, speaking rather superciliously to his companion, and taking no notice of Harry, which perhaps somewhat nettled the young man. "What will you that I tell you, my dear lord? Croesus is a youth like other youths. He is tall like other youths. He is awkward like other youths. He has black hair, as they all have who come from the Indies. Lodgings have been taken for him at Mrs. Rose's toy shop." "I have lodgings there, too," thought Mr. Warrington. "Who is Croesus they are talking of? How good the soup is!" "He travels with a large retinue," the Baron continued. "4 servants, 2 post-chaises, and a pair of outriders. His chief attendant is a black man who saved his life from the savages in America, and who will not hear on any account of being made free. He persists in wearing mourning for his elder brother, from whom he inherits his principality." "Could anything console you for the death of yours, Chevalier?" cried out the elder gentleman. "Milord, his property might," said the Chevalier, "which you know is not small." "Your brother lives on his patrimony, which you have told me is immense. You, by your industry, my dear Chevalier—" "Milord!" cries the individual addressed as Chevalier. "By your industry or your esprit, how much more noble! Shall you be at the Baroness's to-night? She ought to be at a little of your parents', Chevalier." "Again I fail to comprehend your lordship," said the other gentleman, rather sulkily. "Why, she is a woman of great wit. She is of noble birth. She has undergone strange adventures. She has but little principle. There you happily have the advantage of her. But what care we men of the world? You intend to go and play with the young Creole, no doubt, and get as much money from him as you can. By the way, Baron, suppose he should be a guet-apens, that young Creole? Suppose our excellent friend has invented him up in London, and brings him down with his character for wealth to prey upon the innocent folks here?" "J'y ai souvent pensé, milord," says the little Baron, placing his finger to his nose very knowingly. "That Baroness is capable of anything." "A baron, a baroness. Que voulez-vous, my friend? I mean the late lamented husband. Do you know who he was?" "Intimately. A more notorious villain never dealt a card. At Venice, at Brussels, at Spa, at Vienna, the jails of every one of which places he knew. I knew the man, my lord." "I thought you would. I saw him at the Hague, where I first had the honour of meeting you, and a more disreputable rogue never entered my doors. A minister must open them to all sorts of people, Baron. Spies, sharpers, ruffians of every sort." "Parbleu, milord, how you treat them!" says my lord's companion. "A man of my rank, my friend, of the rank I held then, of course must see all sorts of people. Entre autres, your acquaintance. What his wife could want with such a name as his, I can't conceive. Apparently, it was better than the lady's own." "Effectively. So I have heard of my friend Paddy changing clothes with the Scarecrow. I don't know which name is the most distinguished, that of the English bishop or the German baron." "My lord," cried the other gentleman, rising and laying his hand on a large star on his coat, "you forget that I, too, am a baron and a chevalier of the Holy Roman Order of the Spur. Not in the least, my dear knight and baron. You will have no more wine? We shall meet at Madame de Bernstein's to-night." The knight and baron quitted the table, felt in his embroidered pockets as if for money to give the waiter, who brought him his great laced hat, and, waving that menial off with a hand surrounded by large ruffles and blazing rings, he stalked away from the room. It was only when the person addressed as my lord had begun to speak of the bishop's widow and the German baron's wife, that Harry Warrington was aware how his aunt and himself had been the subject of the two gentlemen's conversation. Ere the conviction had settled itself on his mind, one of the speakers had quitted the room, and the other, turning to a table at which two gentlemen sat, said, "What a little sharper it is! Everything I said about Bernstein relates mutato nomine to him. I knew the fellow to be a spy and a rogue. He has changed his religion I don't know how many times. I had him turned out of the Hague myself when I was an ambassador, and I know he was caned in Vienna." "I wonder my Lord Chesterfield associates with such a villain," called out Harry from his table. The other couple of diners looked at him. To his surprise, the nobleman so addressed went on talking. "There cannot be a more fief coquin than this Polenitz. Why, heaven be thanked, he has actually left me my snuff-box. You laugh? The fellow is capable of taking it." And my lord thought it was his own satire at which the young men were laughing. "You are quite right, sir," said one of the two diners, turning to Mr. Warrington. "Though, saving your presence, I don't know what business it is of yours. My lord will play with anybody who will set him. Don't be alarmed, as he is as deaf as a post, and did not hear a word that you said. And that's why my lord will play with any one who will put a pack of cards before him, and that is the reason why he consorts with this rogue. Faith, I know other noblemen who are not particular as to their company," says Mr. Jack. "Do you mean because I associate with you? I know my company, my good friend, and I defy most men to have the better of me." Not having paid the least attention to Mr. Warrington's angry interruption, my lord opposite was talking in his favourite French with Monsieur Barbeau, the landlord, and graciously complimenting him on his dinner. The host bowed again and again, was enchanted that his Excellency was satisfied, had not forgotten the art which he had learned when he was a young man in his Excellency's kingdom of Ireland. The salmi was to my lord's liking? He had just served a dish to the young American seigneur who sat opposite the gentleman from Virginia. "To whom?" My lord's pale face became red for a moment as he asked this question, and looked towards Harry Warrington opposite to him. "To the young gentleman from Virginia who has just arrived, and who perfectly possesses our beautiful language," says Mr. Barbeau, thinking to kill two birds, as it were, with this one stone of a compliment. "And to whom your lordship will be answerable for language reflecting upon my family, and uttered in the presence of these gentlemen," cried out Mr. Warrington at the top of his voice, determined that his opponent should hear. "You must go and call into his ear, and then he may perchance hear you," said one of the younger guests. "I will take care that his lordship shall understand my meaning one way or another," Mr. Warrington said, with much dignity, "and will not suffer calumnies regarding my relatives to be uttered by him or any other man." Whilst Harry was speaking, the little nobleman opposite to him did not hear him, but had time sufficient to arrange his own reply. He had risen, passing the handkerchief once or twice across his mouth, and laying his slim fingers on the table. "Sir," said he, "you will believe, on the word of a gentleman, that I had no idea before whom I was speaking, and it seems that my acquaintance, Monsieur de Polenitz, knew you no better than myself. Had I known you, believe me that I should have been the last man in the world to utter a syllable that should give you annoyance, and I tender you my regrets and apologies before my Lord March and Mr. Morris here present." To these words, Mr. Warrington could only make a bow and mumble out a few words of acknowledgment; which speech having made believe to hear, my lord made Harry another very profound bow, and saying he should have the honour of waiting upon Mr. Warrington at his lodgings, saluted the company and went away. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray.
Chapter XXVI, in which we are at a very great distance from Oakhurst. Within the precinct of the White Horse Tavern, and coming up to the windows of the eating room, was a bowling green with a table or two, where guests might sit and partake of punch or tea. The three gentlemen having come to an end of their dinner about the same time, Mr. Morris proposed that they should adjourn to the green, and there drink a cool bottle. Jack Morris would adjourn to the dust hole as a pretext for a fresh drink, said my lord. On which Jack said he supposed each gentleman had his own favourite way of going to the deuce. His weakness, he owned, was a bottle. My Lord Chesterfield's deuce is deuce ace, says my Lord March. His lordship can't keep away from the cards or dice. My Lord March has not one devil, but several devils. He loves gambling, he loves horse racing, he loves betting, he loves drinking, he loves eating, he loves money, he loves women. And you have fallen into bad company, Mr. Warrington, when you lighted upon his lordship. He will play you for every acre you have in Virginia. With the greatest pleasure in life, Mr. Warrington, interposes my lord. And for all your tobacco, and for all your spices, and for all your slaves, and for all your oxen and asses, and for everything that is yours. Shall we begin now? Jack, you are never without a dice box or a bottle screw. I will set Mr. Warrington for what he likes. Unfortunately, my lord, the tobacco and the slaves and the asses and the oxen are not mine, as yet. I am just of age, and my mother, scarce 20 years older, has quite as good chance of long life as I have. I will bet that you survive her. I will pay you a sum now against 4 times the sum to be paid at her death. I will set you a fair sum over this table against the reversion of your estate in Virginia at the old lady's departure. What do you call your place? Castlewood. A principality, I hear it is. I will bet that its value has been exaggerated 10 times at least amongst the quidnuncs here. How came you by the name of Castlewood? Are you related to my lord? Oh, stay, I know. My lady, your mother, descends from the real head of the house. He took the losing side in '15. I have had the story a dozen times from my old Duchess. She knew your grandfather. He was friend of Addison and Steele, and Pope and Milton, I dare say, and the bigwigs. It is a pity he did not stay at home, and transport the other branch of the family to the plantations. I have just been staying at Castlewood with my cousin there, remarked Mr. Warrington. Did you play with him? He's fond of pasteboard and bones. Never, but for sixpences and a pool of commerce with the ladies. So much the better for both of you. But you played with Will Esmond if he was at home. I will lay 10 to 1 you played with Will Esmond. Harry blushed, and owned that of an evening his cousin and he had had a few games of cards. And Tom Sampson, the chaplain, cried Jack Morris. Was he of the party? I wager that Tom made a third. And the Lord deliver you from Tom and Will Esmond together. Nay, the truth is, I won of both of them, said Mr. Warrington. And they paid you? Well, miracles will never cease. I did not say anything about miracles, remarked Mr. Harry, smiling over his wine. And you don't tell tales out of school. The volto sciolto, eh, Mr. Warrington? Says my lord. I beg your pardon? Said downright Harry. French is the only language besides my own of which I know a little. My Lord March has learned Italian at the opera, and a pretty penny the lessons have cost him, remarked Jack Morris. We must show him the opera, mustn't we, March? Must we, Morris? Said my lord, as if he only half liked the other's familiarity. Both of the two gentlemen were dressed alike, in small scratch wigs without powder, in blue frocks with plate buttons, in buckskins and riding boots, in little hats with a narrow cord of lace, and no outward mark of fashion. I don't care about the opera much, my lord, says Harry, warming with his wine, but I should like to go to Newmarket, and long to see a good English hunting field. We will show you Newmarket and the hunting field, sir. Can you ride pretty well?
"I think I can," Harry said, "and I can shoot pretty well, and jump some. What's your weight? I bet you we weigh even, or I weigh most. I bet Jack Morris beats you at birds or a mark at 25 paces. I bet you I jump farther than you on flat ground here on this green. I don't know Mr. Morris's shooting. I never saw either gentleman before, but I take your bets, my lord, at what you please," cries Harry, who by this time was more than warm with Burgundy. "Ponies on each!" cried my lord. "Done and done!" cried my lord and Harry together. The young man thought it was for the honour of his country not to be ashamed of any bet made to him. "We can try the last bet now, if your feet are pretty steady," said my lord, springing up, stretching his arms and limbs, and looking at the crisp, dry grass. He drew his boots off, then his coat and waistcoat, buckling his belt round his waist, and flinging his clothes down to the ground. Harry had more respect for his garments. It was his best suit. He took off the velvet coat and waistcoat, folded them up daintily, and, as the 2 or 3 tables round were slopped with drink, went to place the clothes on the table in the eating room, of which the windows were open. Here a new guest had entered, and this was no other than Mr. Wolfe, who was soberly eating a chicken and salad, with a modest pint of wine. Harry was in high spirits. He told the Colonel he had a bet with my Lord March. Would Colonel Wolfe stand him halves? The Colonel said he was too poor to bet. Would he come out and see fair play? That he would, with all his heart. Colonel Wolfe set down his glass, and stalked through the open window after his young friend. "Who is that tallow-faced put with the carroty hair?" says Jack Morris, on whom the Burgundy had had its due effect. Mr. Warrington explained that this was Lieutenant Colonel Wolfe of the 20th Regiment. "Your humble servant, gentlemen," says the Colonel, making the company a rigid military bow. "Never saw such a figure in my life!" cries Jack Morris. "Did you, March?" "I beg your pardon, I think you said March?" said the Colonel, looking very much surprised. "I am the Earl of March, sir, at Colonel Wolfe's service," said the nobleman, bowing. "My friend, Mr. Morris, is so intimate with me, that, after dinner, we are quite like brothers." "Why is not all Tunbridge Wells by to hear this?" thought Morris; and he was so delighted that he shouted out, "2 to 1 on my lord!" "Done!" calls out Mr. Warrington; and the enthusiastic Jack was obliged to cry "Done!" too. "Take him, Colonel!" Harry whispers to his friend. But the Colonel said he could not afford to lose, and therefore could not hope to win. "I see you have won one of our bets already, Mr. Warrington," my Lord March remarked. "I am taller than you by an inch or two, but you are broader round the shoulders." "Pooh, my dear Will, I bet you weigh twice as much as he does!" cries Jack Morris. "Done, Jack!" says my lord, laughing. "The bets are all ponies. Will you take 'em, Mr. Warrington?" "No, my dear fellow, one's enough," says Jack. "Very good, my dear fellow," says my lord. "And now we will settle the other wager." Having already arrayed himself in his best silk stockings, black satinette breeches, and neatest pumps, Harry did not care to take off his shoes, as his antagonist had done, whose heavy riding boots and spurs were, to be sure, little calculated for leaping. They had before them a fine even green turf of some 30 yards in length, enough for a run and enough for a jump. A gravel walk ran round this green, beyond which was a wall and gate sign. A field azure, bearing the Hanoverian white horse rampant between 2 skittles proper, and for motto the name of the landlord and of the animal depicted. My lord's friend laid a handkerchief on the ground as the mark whence the leapers were to take their jump, and Mr. Wolfe stood at the other end of the grass plat to note the spot where each came down. "My lord went first," writes Mr. Warrington, in a letter to Mrs. Mountain at Castlewood, Virginia, still extant. "He was for having me take the lead; but, remembering the story about the Battle of Fontenoy, which my dearest George used to tell, I says, 'Monseigneur le Comte, tirez le premier, s'il vous plaît.' So he took his run in his stocking feet, and for the honour of old Virginia I had the gratification of beating his lordship by more than 2 feet. viz., 2 feet 9 inches, me jumping 21 feet 3 inches by the drawers measured tape, and his lordship only 18.6. I had won from him about my weight before, which I knew the moment I set my eye upon him. So he and Mr. Jack paid me these 2 bets, and with my best duty to my mother, she will not be displeased with me, for I bet for the honour of the Old Dominion, and my opponent was a nobleman of the first quality, himself holding 2 earldoms and heir to a duke. Betting is all the rage here, and the bloods and young fellows of fashion are betting away from morning till night. I told them, and that was my mischief perhaps, that there was a gentleman at home who could beat me by a good foot, and when they asked who it was, and I said Colonel G. Washington, of Mount Vernon, as you know he can, and he's the only man in his county or mine that can do it, Mr. Wolfe asked me ever so many questions about Colonel G.W., and showed that he had heard of him, and talked over last year's unhappy campaign as if he knew every inch of the ground, and he knew the names of all our rivers, only he called the Potomac Potomac, at which we had a good laugh at him. My Lord of March and Ruglen was not in the least ill humour about losing, and he and his friend handed me notes out of their pocket-books, which filled mine that was getting very empty, for the vails to the servants at my cousin Castlewood's house, and buying a horse at Oakhurst, have very nearly put me on the necessity of making another draft upon my honoured mother or her London or Bristol agent. These feats of activity over, the 4 gentlemen now strolled out of the tavern garden into the public walk, where, by this time, a great deal of company was assembled, upon whom Mr. Jack, who was of a frank and free nature, with a loud voice, chose to make remarks that were not always agreeable. And here, if my Lord March made a joke, of which his lordship was not sparing, Jack roared, "Oh, ho, 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 ho! Oh, good gad! Oh, my dear ear! Oh, my dear lord, you'll be the death of me!" It seemed as if he wished everybody to know, writes Harry sagaciously to Mrs. Mountain, that his friend and companion was an earl. There was, indeed, a great variety of characters who passed. Monsieur Poellnitz, no finer dressed than he had been at dinner, grinned and saluted with his great laced hat and tarnished feathers. Then came by my Lord Chesterfield, in a pearl-coloured suit, with his blue ribbon and star, and saluted the young men in his turn. "I will back the old boy for taking his hat off against the whole kingdom, and France either," says my Lord March. "He has never changed the shape of that hat of his for 20 years. Look at it. There it goes again. Do you see that great big offered, pock-marked, snuff-coloured man, who hardly touches his clumsy beaver in reply? Damn his confounded impudence! Do you know who that is?" "No, curse him! Who is it, March?" asks Jack with an oath. "It's one Johnson, a dictionary maker, about whom my Lord Chesterfield wrote some most capital papers, when his dictionary was coming out, to patronize the fellow. I know they were capital. I've heard Harry Walpole say so, and he knows all about that kind of thing. Confound the impudent schoolmaster!" "Hang him! He ought to stand in the pillory!" roars Jack. "That fat man he's walking with is another of your writing fellows, a printer. His name is Richardson. He wrote Clarissa, you know." "Great heavens! My lord, is that the great Richardson? Is that the man who wrote Clarissa?" called out Colonel Wolfe and Mr. Warrington in a breath. Harry ran forward to look at the old gentleman toddling along the walk with a train of admiring ladies surrounding him. "Indeed, my very dear sir," one was saying, "you are too great and good to live in such a world. But sure you were sent to teach it virtue." "Ah, my Miss Mulso, who shall teach the teacher?" said the good fat old man, raising a kind round face skyward. "Even he has his faults and errors. Even his age and experience does not prevent him from Heaven bless my soul, Mr. Johnson, I ask your pardon if I have trodden on your corn." "You have done both, sir. You have trodden on the corn, and received the pardon," said Mr. Johnson, and went on mumbling some verses, swaying to and fro, his eyes turned toward the ground, his hands behind him, and occasionally endangering with his great stick the honest, meek eyes of his companion author.
"They do not see very well, my dear Mulso," he says to the young lady, "but such as they are, I would keep my lash from Mr. Johnson's cudgel. Your servant, sir." Here he made a low bow, and took off his hat to Mr. Warrington, who shrank back with many blushes after saluting the great author. The great author was accustomed to be adored. A gentler wind never puffed mortal vanity. Enraptured spinsters flung tea leaves round him, and incensed him with the coffee pot. Matrons kissed the slippers they had worked for him. There was a halo of virtue round his nightcap. All Europe had thrilled, panted, admired, trembled, wept over the pages of the immortal little kind, honest man with the round paunch. Harry came back quite glowing and proud at having a bow from him. "Ah," says he, "my lord, I am glad to have seen him." "Seen him? Why, damme, you may see him any day in his shop, I suppose," says Jack with a laugh. My brother declared that he, and Mr. Fielding, I think, was the name, were the greatest geniuses in England, and often used to say that when we came to Europe his first pilgrimage would be to Mr. Richardson, cried Harry, always impetuous, honest, and tender when he spoke of the dearest friend. "Your brother spoke like a man," cried Mr. Wolfe, too, his pale face likewise flushing up. "I would rather be a man of genius than a peer of the realm." "Every man to his taste, Colonel," says my lord, much amused. "Your enthusiasm I don't mean anything personal refreshes me. On my honour, it does." "So it does me, by Gad! Perfectly refreshes me," cries Jack. "So it does Jack. You see, it actually refreshes Jack. I say, Jack, which would you rather be? A fat old printer who has written a story about a confounded girl and a fellow that ruins her, or a peer of Parliament with 10,000 a year? March, my Lord March, do you take me for a fool?" says Jack, with a tearful voice. "Have I done anything to deserve this language from you? I would rather win honour than honours. I would rather have genius than wealth. I would rather make my name than inherit it, though my father's, thank God, is an honest one," said the young Colonel. "But pardon me, gentlemen," and here making them a hasty salutation, he ran across the parade towards a young and elderly lady and a gentleman, who were now advancing. "It is the beautiful Miss Lowther. I remember now," says my lord. "See, he takes her arm. The report is, he is engaged to her." "You don't mean to say such a fellow is engaged to any of the Lowthers of the North?" cries out Jack. "Curse me, what has the world come to, with your printers, and your half-pay ensigns, and your schoolmasters, and your infernal nonsense?" The dictionary maker, who had shown so little desire to bow to my Lord Chesterfield when that famous nobleman courteously saluted him, was here seen to take off his beaver and bow almost to the ground before a florid personage in a large round hat, with bands and a gown, who made his appearance in the walk. This was my Lord Bishop of Salisbury, wearing complacently the blue riband and badge of the Garter, of which noble order his lordship was prelate. Mr. Johnson stood, hat in hand, during the whole time of his conversation with Dr. Gilbert, who made many flattering and benedictory remarks to Mr. Richardson, declaring that he was the supporter of virtue, the preacher of sound morals, the mainstay of religion, of all which points the honest printer himself was perfectly convinced. Do not let any young lady trip to her grandpapa's bookcase in consequence of this eulogium, and rashly take down Clarissa from the shelf. She would not care to read the volumes over which her pretty ancestresses wept and thrilled 100 years ago, which were commended by divines from pulpits and belauded all Europe over. I wonder, are our women more virtuous than their grandmothers, or only more squeamish? If the former, then Miss Smith of New York is certainly more modest than Miss Smith of London, who still does not scruple to say that tables, pianos, and animals have legs. Oh, my faithful, good old Samuel Richardson! Hath the news yet reached thee in Hades that thy sublime novels are huddled away in corners, and that our daughters may no more read Clarissa than Tom Jones? Go up, Samuel, and be reconciled with thy brother scribe, whom in life thou didst hate so. I wonder whether a century hence the novels of to-day will be hidden behind locks and wires, and make pretty little maidens blush.
Who is yonder queer person in the high headdress of my mother's time, who stops and speaks to Mr. Richardson?" asked Harry, as a fantastically dressed lady came up and performed a curtsey and a compliment to the bowing printer. Jack Morris nervously struck Harry a blow in the side with the butt end of his whip. Lord March laughed. "Yonder queer person is my gracious kinswoman, Catherine, Duchess of Dover and Queensberry, at your service, Mr. Warrington. She was a beauty price. She is changed now, isn't she? What an old Gorgon it is! She is a great patroness of your bookmen, and when that old frump was young, they actually made verses about her." The Earl quitted his friends for a moment to make his bow to the old Duchess, Jack Morris explaining to Mr. Warrington how, at the Duke's death, my Lord of March and Ruglen would succeed to his cousin's dukedoms. "I suppose," says Harry simply, "his lordship is here in attendance upon the old lady?" Jack burst into a loud laugh. "Oh, yes, very much, exactly," says he. "Why, my dear fellow, you don't mean to say you haven't heard about the little opera dancer?" "I am but lately arrived in England, Mr. Morris," said Harry with a smile, "and in Virginia, I own, we have not heard much about the little opera dancer." Luckily for us, the secret about the little opera dancer never was revealed, for the young man's conversation was interrupted by a lady in a cardinal cape, and a hat by no means unlike those lovely headpieces which have returned into vogue 100 years after the date of our present history, who made a profound curtsey to the two gentlemen, and received their salutation in return. She stopped opposite to Harry. She held out her hand, rather to his wonderment. "Have you so soon forgotten me, Mr. Warrington?" she said. Off went Harry's hat in an instant. He started, blushed, stammered, and called out, "Good heavens!" as if there had been any celestial wonder in the circumstance. It was Lady Maria come out for a walk. He had not been thinking about her. She was, to say truth, for the moment so utterly out of the young gentleman's mind, that her sudden re-entry there, and appearance in the body, startled Mr. Warrington's faculties, and caused those guilty blushes to crowd into his cheeks. No, he was not even thinking of her. A week ago, a year, 100 years ago, it seemed, he would not have been surprised to meet her anywhere. Appearing from amidst darkling shrubberies, gliding over green garden terraces, loitering on stairs or corridors, hovering even in his dreams all day or all night, bodily or spiritually, he had been accustomed to meet her. A week ago his heart used to beat. A week ago, and at the very instant when he jumped out of his sleep, there was her idea smiling on him. And it was only last Tuesday that his love was stabbed and slain, and he not only had left off mourning for her, but had forgotten her. "You will come and walk with me a little?" she said. "Or would you like the music best? I dare say you will like the music best." "You know," said Harry, "I don't care about any music much, except" he was thinking of the evening hymn "except of your playing." He turned very red again as he spoke. He felt he was perjuring himself horribly. The poor lady was agitated herself by the flutter and agitation which she saw in her young companion. Gracious heaven! Could that tremor and excitement mean that she was mistaken, and that the lad was still faithful? "Give me your arm, and let us take a little walk," she said, waving round a curtsey to the other two gentlemen. "My aunt is asleep after her dinner." Harry could not but offer the arm, and press the hand that lay against his heart. Mary made another fine curtsey to Harry's bowing companions, and walked off with her prize. In her griefs, in her rages, in the pains and anguish of wrong and desertion, how a woman remembers to smile, curtsey, caress, dissemble! How resolutely they discharge the social proprieties! How they have a word, or a hand, or a kind little speech or reply for the passing acquaintance, who crosses unknowing the path of the tragedy, drops a light airy remark or two, happy self-satisfied rogue, and passes on. He passes on, and thinks that woman was rather pleased with what I said. That joke I made was rather neat. I do really think Lady Maria looks rather favourably at me, and she's a devilish fine woman. Begad, she is. Oh, you wiseacre!
Such was Jack Morris's observation and case as he walked away leaning on the arm of his noble friend, and thinking the whole society of Wells was looking at him. He had made some exquisite remarks about a particular run of cards at Lady Flushington's the night before, and Lady Maria had replied graciously and neatly, and so away went Jack perfectly happy. The absurd creature! I declare we know nothing of anybody, but that for my part I know better and better every day. You enter smiling to see your new acquaintance, Mrs. A., and her charming family. You make your bow in the elegant drawing room of Mr. and Mrs. B. I tell you that in your course through life you are forever putting your great clumsy foot upon the mute invisible wounds of bleeding tragedies. Mrs. B.'s closets, for what you know, are stuffed with skeletons. Look there under the sofa cushion. Is that merely Missy's doll, or is it the limb of a stifled Cupid peeping out? What do you suppose are those ashes smouldering in the grate? Very likely a suttee has been offered up there just before you came in. A faithful heart has been burned out upon a callous corpse, and you are looking on the Cineri doloso. You see B. and his wife receiving their company before dinner. Gracious powers! Do you know that the bouquet which she wears is a signal to Captain C., and that he will find a note under the little bronze Shakespeare on the mantelpiece in the study? And with all this you go up and say some uncommonly neat thing, as you fancy, to Mrs. B. about the weather, clever dog, or about Lady E.'s last party, fashionable buck, or about the dear children in the nursery, insinuating rogue. Heaven and earth, my good sir, how can you tell that B. is not going to pitch all the children out of the nursery window this very night, or that his lady has not made an arrangement for leaving them and running off with the captain? How do you know that the footmen are not disguised bailiffs, that yonder large-looking butler, really a skeleton, is not the pawnbroker's man, and that there are not skeleton rotis and entrees under every one of the covers? Look at their feet peeping from under the tablecloth. Mind how you stretch out your own lovely little slippers, madam, lest you knock over a rib or two. Remark the death's head moths fluttering among the flowers. See the pale winding sheets gleaming in the wax candles. I know it is an old story, and especially that this preacher has yelled Vanitas Vanitatum 500 times before. I can't help always falling upon it, and cry out with particular loudness and wailing, and become especially melancholy when I see a dead love tied to a live love. Ha! I look up from my desk across the street, and there come in Mr. and Mrs. D. from their walk in Kensington Gardens. How she hangs on him! How jolly and happy he looks as the children frisk round! My poor dear benighted Mrs. D., there is a Regent's Park as well as a Kensington Gardens in the world. Go in, fond wretch, smilingly lay before him what you know he likes for dinner. Show him the children's copies and the reports of their masters. Go with Missy to the piano, and play your artless duet together, and fancy you are happy. There go Harry and Maria taking their evening walk on the common, away from the village, which is waking up from its after-dinner siesta, and where the people are beginning to stir and the music to play. With the music, Maria knows Madame de Bernstein will waken. With the candles, she must be back to the tea-table and the cards. Never mind, here is a minute. It may be my love is dead, but here is a minute to kneel over the grave and pray by it. He certainly was not thinking about her. He was startled and did not even know her. He was laughing and talking with Jack Morris and my Lord March. He is 20 years younger than she. Never mind. To-day is the day in which we are all equal. This moment is ours. Come, let us walk a little way over the heath, Harry. She will go, though she feels a deadly assurance that he will tell her all is over between them, and that he loves the dark-haired girl at Oakhurst. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 27. Plenus, Opus, Aleae. Let me hear about those children, child, whom I saw running about at the house where they took you in, poor dear boy, after your dreadful fall," says Maria, as they paced the common. "Oh, that fall, Harry! I thought I should have died when I saw it. You needn't squeeze one's arm so. You know you don't care for me." "The people are the very best, kindest, dearest people I have ever met in the world," cries Mr. Warrington. "Mrs. Lambert was a friend of my mother when she was in Europe for her education. Colonel Lambert is a most accomplished gentleman, and has seen service everywhere. He was in Scotland with his Royal Highness, in Flanders, at Minorca. No natural parents could be kinder than they were to me. How can I show my gratitude to them? I want to make them a present. I must make them a present," says Harry, clapping his hand into his pocket, which was filled with the crisp spoils of Morris and March. "We can go to the toy shop, my dear, and buy a couple of dolls for the children," says Lady Maria. "You would offend the parents by offering anything like payment for their kindness." "Dolls for Hester and Theo? Why, do you think a woman is not woman till she is 40, Maria?" The arm under Harry's here gave a wince, perhaps, ever so slight a wince. "I can tell you, Miss Hester by no means considers herself a child, and Miss Theo is older than her sister. They know ever so many languages. They have read books, oh, piles and piles of books. They play on the harpsichord and sing together admirable, and Theo composes and sings songs of her own." "Indeed! I scarcely saw them. I thought they were children. They looked quite childish. I had no idea they had all these perfections, and were such wonders of the world." "That's just the way with you women. At home, if me or George praised a woman, Mrs. Esmond, and Mountain too, would be sure to find fault with her," cries Harry. "I am sure I would find fault with no one who is kind to you, Mr. Warrington," sighed Maria. "Though you were not angry with me for envying them, because they had to take care of you when you were wounded and ill, whilst I had to leave you. You good, dear Maria." "No, Harry, I am not dear and good. There, sir, you needn't be so pressing in your attentions. Look, there is your black man walking with a score of other wretches in livery. The horrid creatures are going to fuddle at the tea garden, and get tipsy like their masters. That dreadful Mr. Morris was perfectly tipsy when I came to you, and frightened you so. I had just won great bets from both of them. What shall I buy for you, my dear cousin?" And Harry narrated the triumphs which he had just achieved. He was in high spirits. He laughed. He bragged a little. "For the honour of Virginia, I was determined to show them what jumping was," he said. "With a little practice, I think I could leap 2 foot farther." Maria was pleased with the victories of her young champion. "But you must be aware about play, child," she said. "You know it hath been the ruin of our family. My brother Castlewood, Will, our poor father, our aunt, Lady Castlewood herself, they have all been victims to it. As for my Lord March, he is the most dreadful gambler and the most successful of all the nobility." "I don't intend to be afraid of him, nor of his friend Mr. Jack Morris either," says Harry, again fingering the delightful notes. "What do you play at Aunt Bernstein's? Cribbage, all fours, brag, whist, commerce, piquet, quadrille? I'm ready at any of them. What o'clock is that striking? Sure, 'tis 7. "And you want to begin now?" said the plaintive Maria. "You don't care about walking with your poor cousin. Not long ago you did." "Hey, youth is youth, cousin!" cried Mr. Harry, tossing up his head, "and a young fellow must have his fling." And he strutted by his partner's side, confident, happy, and eager for pleasure. Not long ago he did like to walk with her. Only yesterday he liked to be with Theo and Hester, and good Mrs. Lambert. But pleasure, life, gaiety, the desire to shine and to conquer, had also their temptations for the lad, who seized the cup like other lads, and did not care to calculate on the headache in store for the morning. Whilst he and his cousin were talking, the fiddles from the open orchestra on the parade made a great tuning and squeaking, preparatory to their usual evening concert. Maria knew her aunt was awake again, and that she must go back to her slavery. Harry never asked about that slavery, though he must have known it, had he taken the trouble to think. He never pitied his cousin. He was not thinking about her at all. Yet when his mishap befell him, she had been wounded far more cruelly than he was. He had scarce ever been out of her thoughts, which of course she had had to bury under smiling hypocrisies, as is the way with her sex. I know, my dear Mrs. Grundy, you think she was an old fool. Ah! Do you suppose fools' caps do not cover grey hair as well as jet or auburn? Bear gently with our elderly Fridans, oh, you Minerva of a woman! Or perhaps you are so good and wise that you don't read novels at all. This I know, that there are late crops of wild oats as well as early harvests of them; and, from observation of self and neighbour, I have an idea that the Avena Fatua grows up to the very last days of the year. Like worldly parents anxious to get rid of a troublesome child and go out to their evening party, Madame Bernstein and her attendants had put the sun to bed, whilst it was as yet light, and had drawn the curtains over it, and were busy about their cards and their candles, and their tea and negus, and other refreshments. One chair after another landed ladies at the Baroness's door, more or less painted, patched, brocaded. To these came gentlemen in gala raiment. Mr. Powellnitz's star was the largest, and his coat the most embroidered of all present. My Lord of March and Ruglen, when he made his appearance, was quite changed from the individual with whom Harry had made acquaintance at the White Horse. His tight brown scratch was exchanged for a neatly curled feather top, with a bag and grey powder, his jockey dress and leather breeches replaced by a rich and elegant French suit. Mr. Jack Morris had just such another wig, and a suit of stuff as closely as possible resembling his lordship's. Mr. Wolfe came in attendance upon his beautiful mistress, Miss Lowther, and her aunt who loved cards, as all the world did. When my Lady Maria Esmond made her appearance, 'tis certain that her looks belied Madame Bernstein's account of her. Her shape was very fine, and her dress showed a great deal of it. Her complexion was by nature exceeding fair, and a dark frilled ribbon, clasped by a jewel round her neck, enhanced its snowy whiteness. Her cheeks were not redder than those of other ladies present, and the roses were pretty openly purchased by everybody at the perfumery shops. An artful patch or two, it was supposed, added to the lustre of her charms. Her hoop was not larger than the iron contrivances which ladies of the present day hang round their persons, and we may pronounce that the costume, if absurd in some points, was pleasing altogether. Suppose our ladies took to wearing of bangles and nose rings, I dare say we should laugh at the ornaments and not dislike them, and lovers would make no difficulty about lifting up the ring to be able to approach the rosy lips underneath. As for the Baroness de Bernstein, when that lady took the pains of making a grand toilette, she appeared as an object, handsome still, and magnificent, but melancholy, and even somewhat terrifying to behold. You read the past in some old faces, while some others lapse into mere meekness and content. The fires go quite out of some eyes, as the crow's feet pucker round them. They flash no longer with scorn, or with anger, or love. They gaze, and no one is melted by their sapphire glances. They look, and no one is dazzled. My fair young reader, if you are not so perfect a beauty as the peerless Lindamira, Queen of the Ball, if, at the end of it, as you retire to bed, you meekly own that you have had but 2 or 3 partners, whilst Lindamira has had a crowd round her all night, console yourself with thinking that, at 50, you will look as kind and pleasant as you appear now at 18. You will not have to lay down your coach and six of beauty, and see another step into it, and walk yourself through the rest of life. You will have to forgo no long accustomed homage. You will not witness and own the depreciation of your smiles. You will not see fashion forsake your quarter, and remain all dust, gloom, cobwebs within your once splendid saloons, and placards in your sad windows, gaunt, lonely, and to let. You may not have known any grandeur, but you won't feel any desertion. You will not have enjoyed millions, but you will have escaped bankruptcy. Our hostess, says my Lord Chesterfield to his friend in a confidential whisper, of which the utterer did not in the least know the loudness, puts me in mind of Covent Garden in my youth, Then it was the court end of the town, and inhabited by the highest fashion. Now a nobleman's house is a gaming house, or you may go in with a friend and call for a bottle. "Hey, a bottle and a tavern are good things in their way," says my Lord March, with a shrug of his shoulders. "I was not born before the Georges came in, though I intend to live to 100. I never knew the Bernstein but as an old woman, and if she ever had beauty, hang me if I know how she spent it." "No, hang me! How did she spend it?" laughs out Jack Morris. "Here's a table. Shall we sit down and have a game? Don't let the Frenchman come in. He won't pay. Mr. Warrington, will you take a card?" Mr. Warrington and my Lord Chesterfield found themselves partners against Mr. Morris and the Earl of March. "You have come too late, Baron," says the elder nobleman to the other nobleman who was advancing. "We have made our game. What, have you forgotten Mr. Warrington of Virginia, the young gentleman whom you met in London?" The young gentleman whom I met at Arthur's Chocolate House had black hair, a little cocked nose, and was by no means so fortunate in his personal appearance as Mr. Warrington, said the Baron, with much presence of mind. "Warrington, Dorrington, Harrington, we of the Continent cannot retain your insular names. I certify that this gentleman is not the individual of whom I spoke at dinner." And, glancing kindly upon him, the old beau sidled away to a farther end of the room, where Mr. Wolfe and Miss Lowther were engaged in deep conversation in the embrasure of a window. Here the Baron thought fit to engage the Lieutenant Colonel upon the Prussian manual exercise, which had lately been introduced into King George II's army, a subject with which Mr. Wolfe was thoroughly familiar, and which no doubt would have interested him at any other moment but that. Nevertheless, the old gentleman uttered his criticisms and opinions, and thought he perfectly charmed the two persons to whom he communicated them. At the commencement of the evening, the Baroness received her guests personally, and as they arrived engaged them in talk and introductory courtesies. But as the rooms and tables filled, and the parties were made up, Madame de Bernstein became more and more restless, and finally retreated with three friends to her own corner, where a table specially reserved for her was occupied by her major domo. And here the old lady sat down resolutely, never changing her place or quitting her game till cock-crow. The charge of receiving the company devolved now upon my Lady Maria, who did not care for cards, but dutifully did the honours of the house to her aunt's guests, and often rustled by the table where her young cousin was engaged with his three friends. "Come and cut the cards for us," said my Lord March to her ladyship, as she passed on one of her wistful visits. "Cut the cards and bring us luck, Lady Maria. We have had none to-night, and Mr. Warrington is winning everything." "I hope you are not playing high, Harry," said the lady timidly. "Oh, no, only sixpences," cried my lord, dealing. "Only sixpences," echoed Mr. Morris, who was Lord March's partner. But Mr. Morris must have been very keenly alive to the value of sixpence, if the loss of a few such coins could make his round face look so dismal. My Lord Chesterfield sat opposite Mr. Warrington, sorting his cards. No one could say by inspecting that calm physiognomy whether good or ill fortune was attending his lordship. Some word, not altogether indicative of delight, slipped out of Mr. Morris's lips, on which his partner cried out, "Hang it, Morris, play your cards and hold your tongue." Considering they were only paying for sixpences, his lordship, too, was strangely affected. Maria, still fondly lingering by Harry's chair, with her hand at the back of it, could see his cards, and that a whole covey of trumps was ranged in one corner. She had not taken away his luck. She was pleased to think she had cut that pack which had dealt him all those pretty trumps. As Lord March was dealing, he had said in a quiet voice to Mr. Warrington, "The bet as before, Mr. Warrington, or shall we double it?" "Anything you like, my lord," said Mr. Warrington, very quietly. "We will say, then, shillings." "Yes, shillings," says Mr. Warrington, and the game proceeded. The end of the day's and some succeeding days' sport may be gathered from the following letter, which was never delivered to the person to whom it was addressed, but found its way to America in the papers of Mr. Henry Waring. Tunbridge Wells, August 10th, 1756. Dear George, as White's 2 bottles of Burgundy and a pack of cards constitute all the joys of your life, I take for granted that you are in London at this moment, preferring smoke and faro to fresh air and fresh haystacks. This will be delivered to you by a young gentleman with whom I have lately made acquaintance, and whom you will be charmed to know. He will play with you at any game for any stake, up to any hour of the night, and drink any reasonable number of bottles during the play. Mr. Warrington is no other than the fortunate youth about whom so many stories have been told in the Public Advertiser and other prints. He has an estate in Virginia as big as Yorkshire, with the encumbrance of a mother, the reigning sovereign. But as the country is unwholesome, and fevers plentiful, let us hope that Mrs. Esmond will die soon, and leave this virtuous lad in undisturbed possession. She is aunt of that Polisson of Castlewood, who never pays his play debts, unless he is more honourable in his dealings with you than he has been with me. Mr. W. is de bonne race. We must have him of our society, if it be only that I may win my money back from him. He has had the devil's luck here, and has been winning everything, whilst his old card-playing bedlam of an aunt has been losing. A few nights ago, when I first had the ill luck to make his acquaintance, he beat me in jumping, having practised the art amongst the savages, and running away from bears in his native woods. He won bets off me and Jack Morris about my weight, and at night, when we sat down to play at old Bernstein's, he won from us all round. If you can settle our last Epsom account, please hand over to Mr. Warrington £350, which I still owe him, after pretty well emptying my pocket-book. Chesterfield has dropped 600 to him too, but his lordship does not wish to have it known, having sworn to give up play and live cleanly. Jack Morris, who has not been hit as hard as either of us, and can afford it quite as well, for the fat chuff has no houses nor train to keep up, and all his misbegotten father's money in hand, roars like a bull of Bashan about his losses. We had a second night's play, en petit comite, and Barbeau served us a fair dinner in a private room. Mr. Warrington holds his tongue like a gentleman, and none of us have talked about our losses. But the whole place does for us. Yesterday the Caterina looked as sulky as thunder because I would not give her a diamond necklace, and says I refuse her because I have lost 5,000 to the Virginian. My old Duchess of Q has the very same story, besides knowing to a fraction what Chesterfield and Jack have lost. Warrington treated the company to breakfast and music at the Rooms, and you should have seen how the women tore him to pieces. That fiend of a Caterina ogled him out of my vis-a-vis, and under my very nose, yesterday as we were driving to Penhurst, and I have no doubt has sent him a billet doux ere this. He shot Jack Morris all to pieces at a mark. We shall try him with partridges when the season comes. He is a fortunate fellow, certainly. He has youth, which is not debauched by evil courses in Virginia, as ours is in England. He has good health, good looks, and good luck. In a word, Mr. Warrington has won our money in a very gentlemanlike manner, and as I like him, and wish to win some of it back again, I put him under your worship's saintly guardianship. Adieu. I am going to the north, and shall be back for Doncaster. Yours ever, dear George, M. et R. To George Augustus Selwyn, Esquire, at White's Chocolate House, St. James Street. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 28. The Way of the World. Our young Virginian found himself, after 2 or 3 days at Tunbridge Wells, by far the most important personage in that merry little watering place. No nobleman in the place inspired so much curiosity. My Lord Bishop of Salisbury himself was scarce treated with more respect. People turned round to look after Harry as he passed, and country folks stared at him as they came into market. At the Rooms, matrons encouraged him to come round to them, and found means to leave him alone with their daughters, most of whom smiled upon him.
Everybody knew to an acre and a shilling the extent of his Virginia property, and the amount of his income. At every tea table in the Wells, his winnings at play were told and calculated. Wonderful is the knowledge which our neighbours have of our affairs. So great was the interest and curiosity which Harry inspired, that people even smiled upon his servant, and took Gumbo aside, and treated him with ale and cold meat in order to get news of the young Virginian. Mr. Gumbo fattened under the diet, became a leading member of the Society of Valets in the place, and lied more enormously than ever. No party was complete unless Mr. Warrington attended it. The lad was not a little amused and astonished by this prosperity, and bore his new honours pretty well. He had been bred at home to think too well of himself, and his present good fortune no doubt tended to confirm his self-satisfaction. But he was not too much elated. He did not brag about his victories, or give himself any particular airs. In engaging in play with the gentlemen who challenged him, he had acted up to his queer code of honour. He felt as if he was bound to meet them when they summoned him, and that if they invited him to a horse race, or a drinking bout, or a match at cards, for the sake of old Virginia, he must not draw back. Mr. Harry found his new acquaintances ready to try him at all these sports and contests. He had a strong head, a skilful hand, a firm seat, and unflinching nerve. The representative of old Virginia came off very well in his friendly rivalry with the mother country. Madame de Bernstein, who got her fill of cards every night, and no doubt repaired the ill fortune of which we heard in the last chapter, was delighted with her nephew's victories and reputation. He had shot with Jack Morris and beat him. He had ridden a match with Mr. Scamper and won it. He played tennis with Captain Batts, and, though the boy had never tried the game before, in a few days he held his own uncommonly well. He had engaged in play with those celebrated gamesters, my Lords of Chesterfield and March, and they both bore testimony to his coolness, gallantry, and good breeding. At his books Harry was not brilliant, certainly, but he could write as well as a great number of men of fashion, and the naivete of his ignorance amused the old lady. She had read books in her time, and could talk very well about them with bookish people. She had a relish for humour, and delighted in Moliere and Mr. Fielding, but she loved the world far better than the library, and was never so interested in any novel but that she would leave it for a game of cards. She superintended with fond pleasure the improvements of Harry's toilette, rummaged out fine laces for his ruffles and shirt, and found a pretty diamond brooch for his frill. He attended the post of prime favourite of all her nephews and kinsfolk. I fear Lady Maria was only too well pleased at the lad's successes, and did not grudge him his superiority over her brothers. But those gentlemen must have quaked with fear and envy when they heard of Mr. Warrington's prodigious successes, and the advance which he had made in their wealthy aunt's favour. After a fortnight at Tunbridge, Mr. Harry had become quite a personage. He knew all the good company in the place. Was it his fault if he became acquainted with the bad likewise? Was he very wrong in taking the world as he found it, and drinking from that sweet sparkling pleasure cup which was filled for him to the brim? The old aunt enjoyed his triumphs, and for her part only bade him pursue his enjoyments. She was not a rigorous old moralist, nor perhaps a very wholesome preceptress for youth. If the Caterina wrote him billets doux, I fear Aunt Bernstein would have bade him accept the invitations. But the lad had brought with him from his colonial home a stock of modesty, which he still wore along with the modest homespun linen. Libertinism was rare in those thinly peopled regions from which he came. The vices of great cities were scarce known or practised in the rough towns of the American continent. Harry Warrington blushed like a girl at the daring talk of his new European associates. Even Aunt Bernstein's conversation and jokes astounded the young Virginian, so that the worldly old woman would call him Joseph or simpleton. But, however innocent he was, the world gave him credit for being as bad as other folks. How was he to know that he was not to associate with that saucy Caterina?
He had seen my Lord March driving her about in his lordship's phaeton. Harry thought there was no harm in giving her his arm, and parading openly with her in the public walks. She took a fancy to a trinket at the toy shop, and, as his pockets were full of money, he was delighted to make her a present of the locket, which she coveted. The next day it was a piece of lace. Again Harry gratified her. The next day it was something else. There was no end to Madame Caterina's fancies. But here the young gentleman stopped, turning off her requests with a joke and a laugh. He was shrewd enough, and not reckless or prodigal, though generous. He had no idea of purchasing diamond drops for the petulant little lady's pretty ears. But who was to give him credit for his modesty? Old Bernstein insisted upon believing that her nephew was playing Don Juan's part, and supplanting my Lord March. She insisted the more when poor Maria was by, loving to stab the tender heart of that spinster, and enjoying her niece's piteous silence and discomfiture. "Why, my dear," says the Baroness, "boys will be boys, and I don't want Harry to be the first milksop in his family." The bread which Maria ate at her aunt's expense choked her sometimes. Oh me, how hard and indigestible some women know how to make it! Mr. Wolfe was forever coming over from Westerham to pay court to the lady of his love, and knowing that the Colonel was entirely engaged in that pursuit, Mr. Warrington scarcely expected to see much of him, however much he liked that officer's conversation and society. It was different from the talk of the ribald people around about Harry. Mr. Wolfe never spoke of cards, or horses' pedigrees, or bragged of his performances in the hunting field, or boasted of the favours of women, or retailed any of the innumerable scandals of the time. It was not a good time. That old world was more dissolute than ours. There was an old king with mistresses openly in his train, to whom the great folks of the land did honour. There was a nobility, many of whom were mad and reckless in the pursuit of pleasure. There was a looseness of words and acts which we must note, as faithful historians, without going into particulars, and needlessly shocking honest readers. Our young gentleman had lighted upon some of the wildest of these wild people, and had found an old relative who lived in the very midst of the rout. Harry then did not remark how Colonel Wolfe avoided him, or, when they casually met at first, noticed the Colonel's cold and altered demeanour. He did not know the stories that were told of him. Who does know the stories that are told of him? Who makes them? Who are the fathers of those wondrous lies? Poor Harry did not know the reputation he was getting, and that, whilst he was riding his horse, and playing his game and taking his frolic, he was passing amongst many respectable persons for being the most abandoned and profligate and godless of young men. Alas and alas! To think that the lad whom we liked so, and who was so gentle and quiet when with us, so simple and so easily pleased, should be a hardened profligate, a spendthrift, a confirmed gamester, a frequenter of abandoned women. These stories came to honest Colonel Lambert at Oakhurst. First one bad story, then another, then crowds of them, till the good man's kind heart was quite filled with grief and care, so that his family saw that something annoyed him. At first he would not speak on the matter at all, and put aside the wife's fond queries. Mrs. Lambert thought a great misfortune had happened, that her husband had been ruined, that he had been ordered on a dangerous service, that one of the boys was ill, disgraced, dead. Who can resist an anxious woman, or escape the cross-examination of the conjugal pillow? Lambert was obliged to tell a part of what he knew about Harry Warrington. The wife was as much grieved and amazed as her husband had been. From papa's and mamma's bedroom, the grief, after being stifled for a while under the bed-pillows there, came downstairs. Theo and Hester took the complaint after their parents, and had it very bad. Oh, kind little wounded hearts! At first Hester turned red, flew into a great passion, clenched her little fists, and vowed she would not believe a word of the wicked stories. But she ended by believing them. Scandal almost always does master people. especially good and innocent people. Oh, the serpent they had nursed by their fire! Oh, their wretched, wretched boy! To think of his walking about with that horrible painted Frenchwoman, and giving her diamond necklaces, and parading his shame before all the society at the Wells! The three ladies having cried over the story, and the father being deeply moved by it, took the parson into their confidence. In vain he preached at church next Sunday his favourite sermon about scandal, and inveighed against our propensity to think evil. We repent, we promise to do so no more. But when the next bad story comes about our neighbour, we believe it. So did those kind, wretched Oakhurst folks believe what they heard about poor Harry Warrington. Harry Warrington, meanwhile, was a great deal too well pleased with himself to know how ill his friends were thinking of him, and was pursuing a very idle and pleasant, if unprofitable, life, without having the least notion of the hubbub he was creating, and the dreadful repute in which he was held by many good men. Coming out from a match at tennis with Mr. Batts, and pleased with his play and all the world, Harry overtook Colonel Wolfe, who had been on one of his visits to the lady of his heart. Harry held out his hand, which the Colonel took, but the latter's salutation was so cold that the young man could not help remarking it, and especially noting how Mr. Wolfe, in return for a fine bow from Mr. Batts's hat, scarcely touched his own with his forefinger. The tennis captain walked away looking somewhat disconcerted, Harry remaining behind to talk with his friend of Westerham. Mr. Wolfe walked by him for a while, very erect, silent, and cold. "I have not seen you these many days," says Harry. "You have had other companions," remarks Mr. Wolfe, curtly. "But I had rather be with you than any of them," cries the young man. "Indeed, I might be better company for you than some of them," says the other. "Is it Captain Batts, you mean?" asked Harry. "He is no favourite of mine, I own. He bore a rascally reputation when he was in the army, and I doubt has not mended it since he was turned out. You certainly might find a better friend than Captain Batts." "Pardon the freedom which I take in saying so," says Mr. Wolfe, grimly. "Friend? He is no friend. He only teaches me to play tennis. He is hand in glove with my lord, and all the people of fashion here who play." "I am not a man of fashion," says Mr. Wolfe. "My dear Colonel, what is the matter? Have I angered you in any way? You speak almost as if I had, and I am not conscious of having done anything to forfeit your regard," said Mr. Warrington. "I will be free with you, Mr. Warrington," said the Colonel, gravely, "and tell you with frankness that I don't like some of your friends." "Why, sure they are men of the first rank and fashion in England," cries Harry, not choosing to be offended with his companion's bluntness. "Exactly. They are men of too high rank and too great fashion for a hard-working poor soldier like me. And if you continue to live with such, believe me, you will find numbers of us humdrum people can't afford to keep such company. I am here, Mr. Warrington, paying my addresses to an honourable lady. I met you yesterday openly walking with a French ballet dancer, and you took off your hat. I must frankly tell you that I had rather you would not take off your hat when you go out in such company." "Sir," said Mr. Warrington, growing very red, "do you mean that I am to forgo the honour of Colonel Wolfe's acquaintance altogether?" "I certainly shall request you to do so when you are in company with that person," said Colonel Wolfe, angrily. "But use the word not to be written at present, though Shakespeare puts it in the mouth of Othello." "Great heavens, what a shame it is to speak so of any woman!" cries Mr. Warrington. "How dare any man say that that poor creature is not honest?" "You ought to know best, sir," says the other, looking at Harry with some surprise, "or the world belies you very much." "What ought I to know best? I see a poor little French dancer, who is come hither with her mother, and is ordered by the doctors to drink the waters." I know that a person of my rank in life does not ordinarily keep company with people of hers, but really, Colonel Wolfe, are you so squeamish? Have I not heard you say that you did not value birth, and that all honest people ought to be equal? Why should I not give this little unprotected woman my arm? There are scarce half a dozen people here who can speak a word of her language. I can talk a little French, and she is welcome to it. And if Colonel Wolfe does not choose to touch his hat to me when I am walking with her, by George, he may leave it alone," cried Harry, flushing up. "You don't mean to say," says Mr. Wolfe, eyeing him, "that you don't know the woman's character?" "Of course, sir, she is a dancer, and, I suppose, no better or worse than her neighbours. But I mean to say that had she been a duchess or your grandmother, I wouldn't have respected her more." "You don't mean to say that you did not win her at dice from Lord March?" "At what?" "At dice from Lord March. Everybody knows the story. Not a person at the Wells is ignorant of it. I heard it but now in the company of that good old Mr. Richardson, and the ladies were saying that you would be a character for a colonial Lovelace." "What on earth else have they said about me?" asked Harry Warrington. And such stories as he knew, the Colonel told. The most alarming accounts of his own wickedness and profligacy were laid before him. He was a corrupter of virtue, an habitual drunkard and gamester, a notorious blasphemer and freethinker, a fitting companion for my Lord March, finally, and the company into whose society he had fallen. "I tell you these things," said Mr. Wolfe, "because it is fair that you should know what is said of you, and because I do hardly believe, from your manner of meeting the last charge brought against you, that you were innocent of most of the other counts. I feel, Mr. Warrington, that I, for one, have been doing you a wrong, and sincerely ask you to pardon me." Of course, Harry was eager to accept his friend's apology, and they shook hands with sincere cordiality this time. In respect of most of the charges brought against him, Harry rebutted them easily enough. And as for the play, he owned to it. He thought that a gentleman should not refuse a fair challenge from other gentlemen, if his means allowed him, and he never would play beyond his means. After winning considerably at first, he could afford to play large stakes, for he was playing with other people's money. Play, he thought, was fair. It certainly was pleasant. Why, did not all England, except the Methodists, play? Had he not seen the best company at the Wells over the cards, his aunt amongst them? Mr. Wolfe made no immediate comment upon Harry's opinion as to the persons who formed the best company at the Wells, but he frankly talked with the young man, whose own frankness had won him, and warned him that the life he was leading might be the pleasantest, but surely was not the most profitable of lives. "It can't be, sir," said the Colonel, "that a man is to pass his days at horse racing and tennis, and his nights carousing or at cards. Sure, every man was made to do some work; and a gentleman, if he has none, must make some. Do you know the laws of your country, Mr. Warrington? Being a great proprietor, you will doubtless one day be a magistrate at home. Have you travelled over the country, and made yourself acquainted with its trades and manufactures? These are fit things for a gentleman to study, and may occupy him as well as a cockfight or a cricket match. Do you know anything of our profession? That, at least, you will allow, is a noble one, and, believe me, there is plenty in it to learn, and suited, I should think, to you. I speak of it rather than of books and the learned professions, because, as far as I can judge, your genius does not lie that way. But honour is the aim of life," cried Mr. Wolfe, "and every man can serve his country one way or the other. Be sure, sir, that idle bread is the most dangerous of all that is eaten; that cards and pleasure may be taken by way of pastime after work, but not instead of work, and all day. And do you know, Mr. Warrington, instead of being the Fortunate Youth, as all the world calls you, I think you are rather Warrington the Unlucky, for you are followed by daily idleness, daily flattery, daily temptation, and the Lord, I say, send you a good deliverance out of your good fortune." But Harry did not like to tell his aunt that afternoon why it was he looked so grave.
He thought he would not drink, but there were some jolly fellows at the ordinary who passed the bottle round, and he meant not to play in the evening, but a fourth was wanted at his aunt's table, and how could he resist? He was the old lady's partner several times during the night, and he had somebody's own luck to be sure. And once more he saw the dawn, and feasted on chickens and champagne at sunrise. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 29, in which Harry continues to enjoy Otium sine Dignitate. Whilst there were card players enough to meet her at her lodgings and the assembly rooms, Madame de Bernstein remained pretty contentedly at the Wells, scolding her niece, and playing her rubber. At Harry's age, almost all places are pleasant where you can have lively company, fresh air, and your share of sport and diversion. Even all pleasure is pleasant at 20. We go out to meet it with alacrity, speculate upon its coming, and, when its visit is announced, count the days until it and we shall come together. How very gently and coolly we regard it towards the close of life's long season! Madam, don't you recollect your first ball, and does not your memory stray towards that happy past sometimes, as you sit ornamenting the wall whilst your daughters are dancing? I, for my part, can remember when I thought it was delightful to walk 3 miles and back in the country, to dine with old Captain Jones. Fancy liking to walk 3 miles now, to dine with Jones and drink his half-pay port! No doubt it was bought from the little country town wine merchant, and cost but a small sum, but 'twas offered with a kindly welcome, and youth gave it a flavour which no age of wine or man can impart to it nowadays. Viximus nuper. I am not disposed to look so severely upon young Harry's conduct and idleness as his friend the stern Colonel of the 20th Regiment. Oh, blessed idleness! Divine lazy nymph! Reach me a novel as I lie in my dressing gown at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Compound a sherry cobbler for me, and bring me a cigar. Dear slatternly, smiling enchantress! They may assail thee with bad names, swear thy character away, and call thee the mother of evil, but, for all that, thou art the best company in the world. My Lord of March went away to the north, and my Lord Chesterfield, finding the Tunbridge waters did no good to his deafness, returned to his solitude at Blackheath. But other gentlemen remained to sport and take their pleasure, and Mr. Warrington had quite enough of companions at his ordinary at the White Horse. He soon learned to order a French dinner as well as the best man of fashion out of St. James, could talk to Monsieur Barbeau in Monsieur B.'s native language much more fluently than most other folks, discovered a very elegant and decided taste in wines, and could distinguish between Clos Vougeot and Roman with remarkable skill. He was the young King of the Wells, of which the general frequenters were easy-going men of the world, who were by no means shocked at that reputation for gallantry and extravagance which Harry had got, and which had so frightened Mr. Wolfe. Though our Virginian lived amongst the revellers, and swam and sported in the same waters with the loose fish, the boy had a natural shrewdness and honesty which kept him clear of the snares and baits which are commonly set for the unwary. He made very few foolish bets with the jolly idle fellows round about him, and the oldest hands found it difficult to take him in. He engaged in games outdoors and in, because he had a natural skill and aptitude for them, and was good to hold almost any match with any fair competitor. He was scrupulous to play only with those gentlemen whom he knew, and always to settle his own debts on the spot. He would have made but a very poor figure at a college examination, though he possessed prudence and fidelity, keen, shrewd perception, great generosity, and dauntless personal courage. And he was not without occasions for showing of what stuff he was made. For instance, when that unhappy little Caterina, who had brought him into so much trouble, carried her importunities beyond the mark at which Harry thought his generosity should stop,
he withdrew from the advances of the Opera House siren with perfect coolness and skill, leaving her to exercise her blandishments upon some more easy victim. In vain the mermaid's hysterical mother waited upon Harry, and vowed that a cruel bailiff had seized all her daughter's goods for debt, and that her venerable father was at present languishing in a London jail. Harry declared that between himself and the bailiff there could be no dealings, and that because he had had the good fortune to become known to Mademoiselle Caterina, and to gratify her caprices by presenting her with various trinkets and knick-knacks for which she had a fancy, he was not bound to pay the past debts of her family, and must decline being bail for her papa in London, or settling her outstanding accounts at Tunbridge. The Caterina's mother first called him a monster and an ingrate, and then asked him, with a veteran smirk, why he did not take pay for the services he had rendered to the young person. At first, Mr. Warrington could not understand what the nature of the payment might be; but when that matter was explained by the old woman, the honest lad rose up in horror to think that a woman should traffic in her child's dishonour, told her that he came from a country where the very savages would recoil from such a bargain, and, having bowed the old lady ceremoniously to a door, ordered Gumbo to mark her well, and never admit her to his lodgings again. No doubt she retired breathing vengeance against the Iroquois. No Turk or Persian, she declared, would treat a lady so, and she and her daughter retreated to London as soon as their anxious landlord would let them. Then Harry had his perils of gaming, as well as his perils of gallantry. A man who plays at bowls, as the phrase is, must expect to meet with rubbers. After dinner at the ordinary, having declined to play piquet any further with Captain Batts, and being roughly asked his reason for refusing, Harry fairly told the captain that he only played with gentlemen who paid, like himself, but expressed himself so ready to satisfy Mr. Batts, as soon as their outstanding little account was settled, that the captain declared himself satisfied d'avance, and straightway left the Wells without paying Harry or any other creditor. Also, he had an occasion to show his spirit by beating a chairman who was rude to old Miss Whiffler one evening as she was going to the assembly. And finding that the calumny regarding himself and that unlucky opera dancer was repeated by Mr. Hector Buckler, one of the fiercest frequenters of the Wells, Mr. Warrington stepped up to Mr. Buckler in the pump room, where the latter was regaling a number of water drinkers with the very calumny, and publicly informed Mr. Buckler that the story was a falsehood, and that he should hold any person accountable to himself who henceforth uttered it. So that although our friend, being at Rome, certainly did as Rome did, yet he showed himself to be a valorous and worthy Roman, and hurlant avec les loups was acknowledged by Mr. Wolfe himself to be as brave as the best of the wolves. If that officer had told Colonel Lambert the stories which had given the latter so much pain, we may be sure that when Mr. Wolfe found his young friend was innocent, he took the first opportunity to withdraw the odious charges against him, and there was joy among the Lamberts in consequence of the lad's acquittal. Something doubtless of that pleasure, which is felt by higher natures than ours, at the recovery of sinners. Never had the little family been so happy, no, not even when they got the news of brother Tom winning his scholarship, as when Colonel Wolfe rode over with the account of the conversation which he had with Harry Warrington. "Hadst thou brought me a regiment, James, I think I should not have been better pleased," said Mr. Lambert. Mrs. Lambert called to her daughters, who were in the garden, and kissed them both when they came in, and cried out the good news to them. Hetty jumped for joy, and Theo performed some uncommonly brilliant operations upon the harpsichord that night. And when Dr. Boyle came in for his backgammon, he could not at first account for the illumination in all their faces, until the three ladies, in a happy chorus, told him how right he had been in his sermon, and how dreadfully they had wronged that poor dear, good young Mr. Warrington. "What shall we do, my dear?" says the Colonel to his wife. "The hay is in, the corn won't be cut for a fortnight, the horses have nothing to do. Suppose we—" and here he leans over the table and whispers in her ear. "My dearest Martin, the very thing!" cries Mrs. Lambert, taking her husband's hand and pressing it. "What's the very thing, mother?" cries young Charley, who is home for his Bartlemytide holidays. "The very thing is to go to supper. Come, doctor, we will have a bottle of wine to-night, and drink repentance to all who think evil. Amen, says the doctor, with all my heart. And with this the worthy family went to their supper. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 30 contains a letter to Virginia. Having repaired one day to his accustomed dinner at the White Horse Ordinary, Mr. Warrington was pleased to see amongst the faces round the table the jolly good-looking countenance of Parson Sampson, who was regaling the company when Harry entered, with stories and bon mots which kept them in roars of laughter. Though he had not been in London for some months, the parson had the latest London news, or what passed for such with the folks at the ordinary. What was doing in the King's house at Kensington, and what in the Duke's in Pall Mall. How Mr. Byng was behaving in prison, and who came to him. What were the odds at Newmarket, and who was the last reigning toast in Covent Garden. The jolly chaplain could give the company news upon all these points. News that might not be very accurate, indeed, but was as good as it were for the country gentleman who heard it. For suppose that my Lord Viscount Squanderfield was ruining himself for Mrs. Polly, and Sampson called her Mrs. Lucy; that it was Lady Jane who was in love with the actor, and not Lady Mary; that it was Harry Hilton, of the Horse Grenadiers, who had the quarrel with Chevalier Soliloquy at Marybone Garden, and not Tommy Ruffler, of the Foot Guards. The names and dates did not matter much. Provided the stories were lively and wicked, their correctness was of no great importance. And Mr. Sampson laughed and chattered away amongst his country gentlemen, charmed them with his spirits and talk, and drank his share of one bottle after another, for which his delighted auditory persisted in calling. 100 years ago, the Abbey parson, the clergyman who frequented the theatre, the tavern, the racecourse, the world of fashion, was no uncommon character in English society. His voice might be heard the loudest in the hunting field. He could sing the jolliest song at the Rose or the Bedford Head, after the play was over at Covent Garden, and could call a main as well as any at the gaming table. It may have been modesty, or it may have been claret, which caused his Reverence's rosy face to redden deeper, but when he saw Mr. Warrington enter, he whispered Maxima debitur to the laughing country squire who sat next to him in his drab coat and gold-faced red waistcoat, and rose up from his chair, and ran, nay, stumbled forward, in his haste to greet the Virginian. "My dear sir, my dear sir! My conqueror of spades and clubs and hearts, too! I am delighted to see your honour looking so fresh and well!" cries the chaplain. Harry returned the clergyman's greeting with great pleasure. He was glad to see Mr. Sampson. He could also justly compliment his Reverence upon his cheerful looks and rosy gills. The squire in the drab coat knew Mr. Warrington. He made a place beside himself. He called out to the parson to return to his seat on the other side, and to continue his story about Lord Ogle and the grocer's wife in where he did not say, for his sentence was interrupted by a shout and an oath addressed to the parson for treading on his gouty toe. The chaplain asked pardon, hurriedly turned round to Mr. Warrington, and informed him, and the rest of the company indeed, that my Lord Castlewood sent his affectionate remembrances to his cousin, and had given special orders to him, Mr. Sampson, to come to Tunbridge Wells and look after the young gentleman's morals; that my Lady Viscountess and my Lady Fanny were gone to Harrowgate for the waters; that Mr. Will had won his money at Newmarket, and was going on a visit to my Lord Duke; that Molly the housemaid was crying her eyes out about Gumbo, Mr. Warrington's valet; in fine, all the news of Castlewood and its neighbourhood. Mr. Warrington was beloved by all the country round, Mr. Sampson told the company, managing to introduce the names of some persons of the very highest rank into his discourse. All Hampshire had heard of his successes at Tunbridge, successes of every kind, says Mr. Sampson, looking particularly arch. My lord hoped,
their ladies hoped, Harry would not be spoilt for his quiet Hampshire home. The guests dropped off one by one, leaving the young Virginian to his bottle of wine and the chaplain. "Though I have had plenty," says the jolly chaplain, "that is no reason why I should not have plenty more." And he drank toast after toast, and bumper after bumper, to the amusement of Harry, who always enjoyed his society. By the time when Sampson had had his plenty more, Harry, too, was become specially generous, warm-hearted, and friendly. A lodging! Why should Mr. Sampson go to the expense of an inn, when there was a room at Harry's quarters? The chaplain's trunk was ordered thither. Gumbo was bidden to make Mr. Sampson comfortable, most comfortable. Nothing would satisfy Mr. Warrington but that Sampson should go down to his stables and see his horses. He had several horses now, and when at the stable Sampson recognised his own horse, which Harry had won from him, and the fond beast whinnied with pleasure, and rubbed his nose against his old master's coat. Harry rapped out a brisk, energetic expression or two, and vowed by Jupiter that Sampson should have his old horse back again. He would give him to Sampson, that he would. A gift which the chaplain accepted by seizing Harry's hand and blessing him, by flinging his arms round the horse's neck and weeping for joy there, weeping tears of Bordeaux and gratitude. Arm in arm the friends walked to Madame Bernstein's from the stable, of which they brought the odours into her ladyship's apartment. Their flushed cheeks and brightened eyes showed what their amusement had been. Many gentlemen's cheeks were in the habit of flushing in those days, and from the same cause. Madame Bernstein received her nephew's chaplain kindly enough. The old lady relished Sampson's broad jokes and rattling talk from time to time, as she liked a highly spiced dish or a new entree composed by her cook upon its 2 or 3 first appearances. The only amusement of which she did not grow tired, she owned, was cards. "The cards don't cheat," she used to say. "A bad hand tells you the truth to your face, and there is nothing so flattering in the world as a good suite of trumps." And when she was in a good humour, and sitting down to her favourite pastime, she would laughingly bid her nephew's chaplain say grace before the meal. Honest Sampson did not at first care to take a hand at Tunbridge Wells. Her ladyship's play was too high for him, he would own, slapping his pocket with a comical, piteous look, and its contents had already been handed over to the fortunate youth at Castlewood. Like most persons of her age, and indeed her sex, Madame Bernstein was not prodigal of money. I suppose it must have been from Harry Warrington, whose heart was overflowing with generosity, as his purse with guineas, that the chaplain procured a small stock of ready coin, with which he was presently enabled to appear at the card table. Our young gentleman welcomed Mr. Sampson to his coin, as to all the rest of the good things which he had gathered about him. 'Twas surprising how quickly the young Virginian adapted himself to the habits of life of the folks amongst whom he lived. His suits were still black, but of the finest cut and quality. With a star and ribbon, and his stocking down, and his hair over his shoulder, he would make a pretty Hamlet, said the gay old Duchess Queensberry. And I make no doubt he has been the death of a dozen Ophelias already, here and amongst the Indians, she added, thinking not at all the worse of Harry for his supposed successes among the fair. Harry's lace and linen were as fine as his aunt could desire. He purchased fine shaving plate of the toy shop women, and a couple of magnificent brocade bedgowns, in which his worship lolled at ease, and sipped his chocolate of a morning. He had swords and walking canes, and French watches with painted backs and diamond settings, and snuff-boxes enamelled by artists of the same cunning nation. He had a levy of grooms, jockeys, tradesmen, daily waiting in his anteroom, and admitted one by one to him and Parson Sampson over his chocolate, by Gumbo, the groom of the chambers. We have no account of the number of men whom Mr. Gumbo now had under him. Certain it is that no single negro could have taken care of all the fine things which Mr. Warrington now possessed, let alone the horses and the postchaise which his honour had bought. Also, Harry instructed himself in the arts which became a gentleman in those days. A French fencing master and a dancing master of the same nation resided at Tunbridge during that season when Harry made his appearance. These men of science the young Virginian sedulously frequented, and acquired considerable skill and grace in the peaceful and warlike accomplishments which they taught. Ere many weeks were over, he could handle the foils against his master or any frequenter of the fencing school; and, with a sigh, Lady Maria, who danced very elegantly herself, owned that there was no gentleman at court who could walk a minuet more gracefully than Mr. Warrington. As for riding, though Mr. Warrington took a few lessons on the great horse from a riding master who came to Tunbridge, he declared that their own Virginian manner was well enough for him, and that he saw no one amongst the fine folks and the jockeys who could ride better than his friend Colonel George Washington of Mount Vernon. The obsequious Sampson found himself in better quarters than he had enjoyed for ever so long a time. He knew a great deal of the world, and told a great deal more, and Harry was delighted with his stories, real or fancied. The man of 20 looks up to the man of 30, admires the latter's old jokes, stale puns, and tarnished anecdotes that are slopped with the wine of 100 dinner tables. Sampson's town and college pleasantries were all new and charming to the young Virginian. 100 years ago (no doubt there are no such people left in the world now) there used to be grown men in London who loved to consort with fashionable youths entering life, to tickle their young fancies with merry stories, to act as Covent Garden mentors and masters of ceremonies at the round house, to accompany lads to the gaming table, and perhaps have an understanding with the punters, to drink lemonade to Master Hopeful's Burgundy, and to stagger into the streets with perfectly cool heads when my young lord reeled out to beat the watch. Of this, no doubt extinct race, Mr. Sampson was a specimen, and a great comfort it is to think, to those who choose to believe the statement, that in Queen Victoria's reign there are no flatterers left, such as existed in the reign of her royal great-grandfather, no parasites pandering to the follies of young men; in fact, that all the toads have been eaten off the face of the island, except one or two that are found in stones, where they have lain perdu these 100 years, and the toad-eaters have perished for lack of nourishment. With some sauces, as I read, the above-mentioned animals are said to be exceedingly fragrant, wholesome, and savoury eating. Indeed, no man could look more rosy and healthy, or flourish more cheerfully, than friend Sampson upon the diet. He became our young friend's confidential leader, and from the following letter, which is preserved in the Warrington correspondence, it will be seen that Mr. Harry had not only dancing and fencing masters, but likewise a tutor, chaplain, and secretary. To Mrs. Esmond Warrington of Castlewood, at her house at Richmond, Virginia. Mrs. Bligh's Lodgings, Pantiles, Tunbridge Wells, August 25th, 1756. Honoured Madam, your honoured letter of 20 June, per Mr. Trail of Bristol, has been forwarded to me duly, and I have to thank your goodness and kindness for the good advice which you are pleased to give me, as also for the remembrances of dear home, which I shall love never the worse for having been to the home of our ancestors in England. I writ you a letter by the last monthly packet, informing my honoured mother of the little accident I had on the road hither, and of the kind friends who I found and whom took me in. Since then, I have been profiting of the fine weather and the good company here, and have made many friends among our nobility, whose acquaintance I am sure you will not be sorry that I should make. Among their lordships I may mention the famous Earl of Chesterfield, late Ambassador to Holland, and Viceroy of the Kingdom of Ireland; the Earl of March and Ruglen, who will be Duke of Queensberry at the death of his Grace; and her Grace the Duchess, a celebrated beauty of the Queen's time, when she remembers my grandpapa at court. These and many more persons of the first fashion attend my aunt's assemblies, which are the most crowded at this crowded place. Also, on my way hither, I stayed at Westerham, at the house of an officer, Lieutenant General Wolfe, who served with my grandfather and General Webb in the famous wars of the Duke of Marlborough. Mr. Wolfe has a son, Lieutenant Colonel James Wolfe, engaged to be married to a beautiful lady, now in this place, Miss Lowther of the North; and though but 30 years old, he is looked up to as much as any officer in the whole army, and has served with honour under his Royal Highness the Duke, wherever our arms have been employed. I thank my honoured mother for announcing to me that a quarter's allowance of £52 10s. Will be paid me by Mr. Trail. I am in no present want of cash, and by practising a rigid economy, which will be necessary, as I do not disguise, for the maintenance of horses, gumbo, and the equipage and apparel requisite for a young gentleman of good family, hope to be able to maintain my credit without unduly trespassing upon yours. The linen and clothes which I brought with me will, with due care, last for some years, as you say. 'Tis not quite so fine as worn here by persons of fashion, and I may have to purchase a few very fine shirts for great days, but those I have are excellent for daily wear. I am thankful that I have been quite without occasion to use your excellent family pills. Gumbo hath taken them, with great benefit, who grows fat and saucy upon English beef, ale, and air. He sends his humble duty to his mistress, and prays Mrs. Mountain to remember him to all his fellow servants, especially Dinah and Lily, for whom he has bought posy rings at Tunbridge Fair. Besides partaking of all the pleasures of the place, I hope my honoured mother will believe that I have not been unmindful of my education. I have had masters in fencing and dancing, and my Lord Castlewood's chaplain, the Reverend Mr. Sampson, having come hither to drink the waters, has been so good as to take a vacant room at my lodging. Mr. S. breakfasts with me, and we read together of a morning, he saying that I am not quite such a dunce as I used to appear at home. We have read in Mr. Rapin's history, Dr. Barrow's sermons, and, for amusement, Shakespeare, Mr. Pope's Homer, and, in French, the translation of an Arabian work of tales. Very diverting. Several men of learning have been staying here, besides the persons of fashion, and amongst the former was Mr. Richardson, the author of the famous books which you and Mountain and my dearest brother used to love so. He was pleased when I told him that his works were in your closet in Virginia, and begged me to convey his respectful compliments to my lady mother. Mr. R. is a short, fat man, with little of the fire of genius visible in his eye or person. My aunt and my cousin, the Lady Maria, desire their affectionate compliments to you, and with best regards for Mountain, to whom I enclose a note, I am, honoured madam, your dutiful son, H. Esmond Warrington. Note in Madam Esmond's handwriting. From my son. Received October 15th at Richmond. Sent 16 jars preserved peaches, 224 pounds best tobacco, 24 finest hams per Royal William of Liverpool, 8 jars peaches, 12 hams for my nephew, the Right Honourable the Earl of Castlewood, 4 jars, 6 hams for the Baroness Bernstein, ditto for Mrs. Lambert of Oakhurst, Surrey, and a half hundredweight of tobacco. Packet of infallible family pills for Gumbo. My papa's large silver gilt shoe buckles for H, and red silver-laced saddle cloth. 2, enclosed in number 1. For Mrs. Mountain. What do you mean, you silly old Mountain, by sending an order for your poor old dividends due at Christmas? I'd have you to know I don't want your £7 10, and have tore your order up into 1,000 bits. I've plenty of money, but I'm obliged to you all same. A kiss to Fanny from your loving Harry. Note in Madam Esmond's handwriting. This note, which I desired M. to show to me, proves that she hath a good heart, and that she wished to show her gratitude to the family by giving up her half-yearly dividend, on £500 3 per ct, to my boy. Hence I reprimanded her very slightly for daring to send money to Mr. E. Warrington, unknown to his mother. Note to Mountain not so well spelt as letter to me. Mem. to write to Reverend Mr. Sampson, desire to know what theology books he reads with H. Recommend Law, Baxter, Drelincourt. Request H. to say his catechism to Mr. S., which he has never quite been able to master. By next ship, peaches 3, tobacco half a hundredweight, hams for Mr. S. The mother of the Virginians and her sons have long since passed away. So how are we to account for the fact that of a couple of letters sent under one enclosure and by one packet, one should be well spelt and the other not entirely orthographical? Had Harry found some wonderful instructor, such as exists in the present lucky times, and who would improve his writing in 6 lessons? My view of the case, after deliberately examining the 2 notes, is this. Number 1, in which there appears a trifling grammatical slip. The kind friends who I found and whom took me in, must have been rewritten from a rough copy which had probably undergone the supervision of a tutor or friend. The more artless composition, number 2, was not referred to the scholar who prepared number 1 for the maternal eye, and to whose corrections of who and whom Mr. Warrington did not pay very close attention. Who knows how he may have been disturbed? A pretty milliner may have attracted Harry's attention out of window. A dancing bear with pipe and tabor may have passed along the common. A jockey come under his windows to show off a horse there. There are some days when any of us may be ungrammatical and spell ill. Finally, suppose Harry did not care to spell so elegantly for Mrs. Mountain as for his lady mother, what affair is that of the present biographer, century, reader? And as for your objection that Mr. Warrington, in the above communication to his mother, showed some little hypocrisy and reticence in his dealings with that venerable person, I dare say, young folks, you in your time have written more than one prim letter to your papas and mammas, in which not quite all the transactions of your lives were narrated, or, if narrated, were exhibited in the most favourable light for yourselves. I dare say, old folks, you in your time were not altogether more candid. There must be a certain distance between me and my son Jacky. There must be a respectful, an amiable, a virtuous hypocrisy between us. I do not in the least wish that he should treat me as his equal, that he should contradict me, take my armchair, read the newspaper first at breakfast, ask unlimited friends to dine when I have a party of my own, and so forth. No, where there is not equality, there must be hypocrisy. Continue to be blind to my faults, to hush still as mice when I fall asleep after dinner, to laugh at my old jokes, to admire my sayings, to be astonished at the impudence of those unbelieving reviewers, to be dear filial humbugs, O my children. In my castle I am king. Let all my royal household back before me. 'Tis not their natural way of walking, I know, but a decorous, becoming, and modest behaviour highly agreeable to me. Away from me, they may do, nay, they do what they like. They may jump, skip, dance, trot, tumble over heads and heels, and kick about freely when they are out of the presence of my Majesty. Do not then, my dear young friends, be surprised at your mother and aunt when they cry out, "Oh, it was highly immoral and improper of Mr. Warrington to be writing home humdrum demure letters to his dear mamma, when he was playing all sorts of merry pranks," but drop a curtsey, and say, "Yes, dear grandmamma," or aunt, as may be, "it was very wrong of him, and I suppose you never had your fun when you were young?" Of course she didn't, and the sun never shone, and the blossoms never budded, and the blood never danced, and the fiddles never sang in her springtime. Eh, Babet, mon lait de poulet et mon bonnet de nuit. Ho, Betty, my gruel and my slippers! And go, ye frisky, merry little souls, and dance and have your merry little supper of cakes and ale. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 31. The Bear and the Leader. Our candid readers know the real state of the case regarding Harry Warrington and that luckless Cattarina. But a number of the old ladies at Tunbridge Wells supposed the Virginian to be as dissipated as any young English nobleman of the highest quality, and Madame de Bernstein was especially incredulous about her nephew's innocence. It was the old lady's firm belief that Harry was leading not only a merry life, but a wicked one, and her wish was father to the thought that the lad might be no better than his neighbours. An old Roman herself, she liked her nephew to do as Rome did. All the scandal regarding Mr. Warrington's Lovelace adventures she eagerly and complacently accepted. We have seen how, on one or two occasions, he gave tea and music to the company at the Wells, and he was so gallant and amiable to the ladies, to ladies of a much better figure and character than the unfortunate Cattarina, that Madame Bernstein ceased to be disquieted regarding the silly love affair which had had a commencement at Castlewood, and relaxed in her vigilance over Lady Maria. Some folks, many old folks, are too selfish to interest themselves long about the affairs of their neighbours. The Baroness had her trumps to think of, her dinners, her twinges of rheumatism, and her suspicions regarding Maria and Harry, lately so lively, now dozed, and kept a careless, unobservant watch. She may have thought that the danger was over, or she may have ceased to care whether it existed or not; or that artful Maria, by her conduct, may have quite cajoled, soothed, and misguided the old dragon, to whose charge she was given over. At Maria's age, nay, earlier indeed, maidens have learned to be very sly, and at Madame Bernstein's time of life dragons are not so fierce and alert. They cannot turn so readily, some of their old teeth have dropped out, and their eyes require more sleep than they needed in days when they were more active, venomous, and dangerous. I, for my part, know a few female dragons, par de le monde, and as I watch them and remember what they were, admire the softening influence of years upon these whilom destroyers of man and womankind. Their scales are so soft that any knight with a moderate power of thrust can strike them. Their claws, once strong enough to tear out 1,000 eyes, only fall with a feeble pat that scarce raises the skin. Their tongues, from their toothless old gums, dart a venom which is rather disagreeable than deadly. See them trailing their languid tails, and crawling home to their caverns at roosting time. How weak are their powers of doing injury! Their maleficence how feeble! How changed are they since the brisk days when their eyes shot wicked fire, their tongues spat poison, their breath blasted reputation, and they gobbled up a daily victim at least. If the good folks at Oakhurst could not resist the testimony which was brought to them regarding Harry's ill doings, why should Madame Bernstein, who in the course of her long days had had more experience of evil than all the Oakhurst family put together, be less credulous than they? Of course, every single old woman of her ladyship's society believed every story that was told about Mr. Harry Warrington's dissipated habits, and was ready to believe as much more ill of him as you please. When the little dancer went back to London, as she did, it was because that heartless Harry deserted her. He deserted her for somebody else, whose name was confidently given. Whose name? Whose half-dozen names the society at Tunbridge Wells would whisper about, where there congregated people of all ranks and degrees, women of fashion, women of reputation, of demi-reputation, of virtue, of no virtue, all mingling in the same rooms, dancing to the same fiddles, drinking out of the same glasses at the Wells, and alike in search of health or society or pleasure. A century ago, and our ancestors, the most free or the most strait-laced met together at a score of such merry places as that where our present scene lies, and danced, and frisked, and gamed, and drank at Epsom, Bath, Tunbridge, Harrogate, as they do at Hamburg and Baden now. Harry's bad reputation, then, comforted his old aunt exceedingly,
and eased her mind in respect to the boy's passion for Lady Maria. So easy was she in her mind, that when the chaplain said he came to escort her ladyship home, Madame Bernstein did not even care to part from her niece. She preferred rather to keep her under her eye, to talk to her about her wicked young cousin's wild extravagances, to whisper to her that boys would be boys, to confide to Maria her intention of getting a proper wife for Harry, someone of a suitable age, someone with a suitable fortune, all which pleasantries poor Maria had to bear with as much fortitude as she could muster. There lived during the last century a certain French Duke and Marquis, who distinguished himself in Europe and America likewise, and has obliged posterity by leaving behind him a choice volume of memoirs, which the gentle reader is specially warned not to consult. Having performed the part of Don Juan in his own country, in ours, and in other parts of Europe, he has kindly noted down the names of many court beauties who fell victims to his powers of fascination, and very pleasant reading no doubt it must be for the grandsons and descendants of the fashionable persons amongst whom our brilliant nobleman moved, to find the names of their ancestresses adorning M. de Luc's sprightly pages, and their frailties recorded by the candid writer who caused them. In the course of the peregrinations of this nobleman, he visited North America, and, as had been his custom in Europe, proceeded straightway to fall in love. And curious it is to contrast the elegant refinements of European society, where, according to Monseigneur, he had but to lay siege to a woman in order to vanquish her, with the simple lives and habits of the colonial folks, amongst whom this European enslaver of hearts did not, it appears, make a single conquest. Had he done so, he would as certainly have narrated his victories in Pennsylvania and New England as he described his successes in this and his own country. Travellers in America have cried out quite loudly enough against the rudeness and barbarism of transatlantic manners. Let the present writer give the humble testimony of his experience, that the conversation of American gentlemen is generally modest, and, to the best of his belief, the lives of the women pure. We have said that Mr. Harry Warrington brought his colonial modesty along with him to the old country, and, though he could not help hearing the free talk of the persons amongst whom he lived, and who were men of pleasure and the world, he sat pretty silent himself in the midst of their rattle, never indulged in double entendre in his conversation with women, had no victories over the sex to boast of, and was shy and awkward when he heard such narrated by others. This youthful modesty Mr. Sampson had remarked during his intercourse with the lad at Castlewood, where Mr. Warrington had more than once shown himself quite uneasy whilst cousin Will was telling some of his choice stories, and my lord had curtly rebuked his brother, bidding him keep his jokes for the ushers' table at Kensington, and not give needless offence to their kinsman. Hence the exclamation of Reverentia Puris, which the chaplain had addressed to his neighbour at the ordinary on Harry's first appearance there. Mr. Sampson, if he had not strength sufficient to do right himself, at least had grace enough not to offend innocent young gentlemen by his cynicism. The chaplain was touched by Harry's gift of the horse, and felt a genuine friendliness towards the lad. "You see, sir," says he, "I am of the world, and must do as the rest of the world does. I have led a rough life, Mr. Warrington, and can't afford to be more particular than my neighbours. Video meliora, deteriora sequor, as we said at college. I have got a little sister, who is at boarding school not very far from here, and as I keep a decent tongue in my head when I am talking with my little Patty, and expect others to do as much, sure I may try to do as much by you." The chaplain was loud in his praises of Harry to his aunt, the old Baroness. She liked to hear him praised. She was as fond of him as she could be of anything, was pleased in his company, with his good looks, his manly courageous bearing, his blushes, which came so readily, his bright eyes, his deep youthful voice. His shrewdness and simplicity constantly amused her. She would have wearied of him long before, had he been clever, or learned, or witty, or other than he was. "We must find a good wife for him, Chaplain," she said to Mr. Sampson. "I have one or two in my eye who I think will suit him. We must set him up here. He never will bear going back to his savages again, or to live with his little Methodist of a mother." Now, about this point, Mr. Sampson, too, was personally anxious, and had also a wife in his eye for Harry. I suppose he must have had some conversations with his lord at Castlewood, whom we have heard expressing some intention of complimenting his chaplain with a good living or other provision, in event of his being able to carry out his lordship's wishes regarding a marriage for Lady Maria. If his good offices could help that anxious lady to a husband, Sampson was ready to employ them, and he now waited to see in what most effectual manner he could bring his influence to bear. Sampson's society was most agreeable, and he and his young friend were intimate in the course of a few hours. The parson rejoiced in high spirits, good appetite, good humour, pretended to no sort of squeamishness, and indulged in no sanctified hypocritical conversation. Nevertheless, he took care not to shock his young friend by any needless outbreaks of levity or immorality of talk, initiating his pupil, perhaps from policy, perhaps from compunction, only into the minor mysteries, as it were, and not telling him the secrets with which the unlucky adept himself was only too familiar. With Harry, Sampson was only a brisk, lively, jolly companion, ready for any drinking bout or any sport, a cockfight, a shooting match, a game at cards, or a gallop across the common. But his conversation was decent, and he tried much more to amuse the young man than to lead him astray. The chaplain was quite successful. He had immense animal spirits as well as natural wit, and aptitude as well as experience in that business of toad eater, which had been his calling and livelihood from his very earliest years. Ever since he first entered college as a servitor, and cast about to see by whose means he could make his fortune in life. That was but satire just now, when we said there were no toad-eaters left in the world. There are many men of Sampson's profession now, doubtless. Nay, little boys at our public schools are sent thither at the earliest age, instructed by their parents, and put out apprentices to toad-eating. But the flattery is not so manifest as it used to be 100 years since. Young men and old have hangers-on, and led captains, but they assume an appearance in equality, borrow money, or swallow their toads in private, and walk abroad arm in arm with the great man, and call him by his name without his title. In those good old times, when Harry Warrington first came to Europe, a gentleman's toad-eater pretended to no airs of equality at all, openly paid court to his patron, called him by that name to other folks, went on his errands for him, any sort of errands which the patron might devise, called him sir in speaking to him, stood up in his presence until bidden to sit down, and flattered him ex officio. Mr. Sampson did not take the least shame in speaking of Harry as his young patron, as a young Virginian nobleman recommended to him by his other noble patron, the Earl of Castlewood. He was proud of appearing at Harry's side, and, as his humble retainer, in public talked about him to the company, gave orders to Harry's tradesmen, from whom, let us hope, he received a percentage in return for his recommendations, performed all the functions of aide de camp, others, if our young gentleman demanded them from the obsequious divine, who had gaily discharged the duties of ami du prince to ever so many young men of fashion since his own entrance into the world. It must be confessed that since his arrival in Europe, Mr. Warrington had not been uniformly lucky in the friendships which he had made. "What a reputation, sir, they have made for you in this place!" cries Mr. Sampson, coming back from the coffee house to his patron. "Monsieur de Richelieu has nothing to you." "How do you mean, Monsieur de Richelieu? Never was at Minorca in my life," says downright Harry, who had not heard of those victories at home which made the French Duke famous. Mr. Sampson explained. The pretty widow Patcham, who had just arrived, was certainly desperate about Mr. Warrington. Her way of going on at the rooms the night before proved that. As for Mrs. Hooper, that was a known case, and the alderman had fetched his wife back to London for no other reason. It was the talk of the whole Wells. "Who says so?" cries out Harry, indignantly. "I should like to meet the man who dares say so, and confound the villain!" "I should not like to show him to you," says Mr. Sampson, laughing. "It might be the worse for him." "It's a shame to speak with such levity about the character of ladies, or of gentlemen either," continues Mr. Warrington, pacing up and down the room in a fume.
"So I told them," said the chaplain,
wagging his head, and looking very much moved and very grave, though, if the truth were known, it had never come into his mind at all to be angry at hearing charges of this nature against Harry. "It's a shame, I say, to talk away the reputation of any man or woman, as people do here. Do you know, in our country a fellow's ears would not be safe, and a little before I left home 3 brothers shot down a man for having spoken ill of their sister." "Serve the villain right!" cries Sampson. "Already they have had that calumny about me set a-going here, Sampson, about me and the poor little French dancing girl." "I have heard," says Mr. Sampson, shaking powder out of his wig. "Wicked, wasn't it? Abominable! They said the very same thing about my Lord March. Isn't it shameful?" "Indeed it is," says Mr. Sampson, preserving a face of wonderful gravity. "I don't know what I should do if these stories were to come to my mother's ears. It would break her heart, I do believe it would. Why, only a few days before you came, a military friend of mine, Mr. Wolfe, told me how the most horrible lies were circulated about me. Good heavens! What do they think a gentleman of my name and country can be capable of? I, a seducer of women? They might as well say I was a horse stealer or a housebreaker. I vow, if I hear any man say so, I'll have his ears." "I have read, sir, that the Grand Seignior of Turkey has bushels of ears sometimes sent in to him," says Mr. Sampson, laughing. "If you took all those that had heard scandal against you or others, what baskets full you would fill!" "And so I would, Sampson, as soon as look at 'em. Any fellow who said a word against a lady or a gentleman of honour," cries the Virginian. "If you'll go down to the Well, you'll find a harvest of 'em. I just came from there. It was the high tide of scandal. Detraction was at its height. And you may see the nymphas decentes, and the ores satyrorum acutas," cries the chaplain, with a shrug of his shoulders. "That may be as you say, Sampson," Mr. Warrington replies; "but if ever I hear any man speak against my character, I'll punish him. Mark that!" "I shall be very sorry for his sake, that I should, for you'll mark him in a way he won't like, sir, and I know you're a man of your word." "You may be sure of that, Sampson. And now, shall we go to dinner, and afterwards to my Lady Trumpington's tea?" "You know, sir, I can't resist a card or a bottle," says Mr. Sampson. "Let us have the last first, and then the first shall come last." And with this the 2 gentlemen went off to their accustomed place of refection. That was an age in which wine bibbing was more common than in our politer time, and, especially since the arrival of General Braddock's army in his native country, our young Virginian had acquired rather a liking for the filling of bumpers and the calling of toasts, having heard that it was a point of honour among the officers never to decline a toast or a challenge. So Harry and his chaplain drank their claret in peace and plenty, naming, as the simple custom was, some favourite lady with each glass. The chaplain had reasons of his own for desiring to know how far the affair between Harry and my Lady Maria had gone, whether it was advancing or whether it was ended, and he and his young friend were just warm enough with the claret to be able to talk with that great eloquence, that candour, that admirable friendliness which good wine, taken in rather injudicious quantity, inspires. O kindly harvests of the Aquitanian grape! O sunny banks of Garonne! O friendly caves of Gladstane and Marl, where the dusky flasks lie recondite! May we not say a word of thanks for all the pleasure we owe you? Are the temperance men to be allowed to shout in the public places? Are the vegetarians to bellow, "Cabbage for ever"? And may we modest Enophilists not sing the praises of our favourite plant? After the drinking of good Bordeaux wine, there is a point I do not say a pint at which men arrive, when all the generous faculties of the soul are awakened and in full vigour; when the wit brightens and breaks out in sudden flashes; when the intellects are keenest; when the pent-up words and confined thoughts get a night rule, and rush abroad and disport themselves; when the kindliest affection come out and shake hands with mankind, and the timid truth jumps up naked out of his well, and proclaims himself to all the world. How, by the kind influence of the wine cup, we succour the poor and humble! How bravely we rush to the rescue of the oppressed! I say, in the face of all the pumps which ever spouted, that there is a moment in a bout of good wine, at which, if a man could but remain, wit, wisdom, courage, generosity, eloquence, happiness were his. But the moment passes, and that other glass somehow spoils the state of beatitude. There is a headache in the morning. We are not going into Parliament for our native town. We are not going to shoot those French officers who have been speaking disrespectfully of our country. And poor Jeremy Diddler calls about 11 o'clock for another half sovereign, and we are unwell in bed and can't see him, and send him empty away. Well, then, as they sat over their generous cups, the company having departed, and the bottle of claret being brought in by Monsieur Barbeau, the chaplain found himself in an eloquent state, with a strong desire for inculcating sublime moral precepts, while Harry was moved by an extreme longing to explain his whole private history, and to impart all his present feelings to his new friend. Mark that fact. Why must a man say everything that comes uppermost in his noble mind, because, forsooth, he has swallowed a half pint more wine than he ordinarily drinks? Suppose I had committed a murder. Of course, I allow the sherry and champagne at dinner. Should I allow that homicide somewhere about the third bottle, in a small party of men, of claret at dessert? Of course, and hence the fidelity to water gruel announced a few pages back. I am glad to hear what your conduct has really been with regard to the Cattarina, Mr. Warrington. I am glad from my soul, says the impetuous chaplain. The wine is with you. You have shown that you can bear down calumny and resist temptation. Ah, my dear sir, men are not all so fortunate. What famous good wine this is! And he sucks up a glass with, "A toast from you, my dear sir, if you please." "I give you Miss Fanny Mountain, of Virginia," says Mr. Warrington, filling a bumper, as his thoughts fly straightway, ever so many thousand miles, to home. "One of your American conquests, I suppose?" says the chaplain. "Nay, she is but 10 years old, and I have never made any conquests at all in Virginia, Mr. Sampson," says the young gentleman. "You are like a true gentleman, and don't kiss and tell, sir." "I neither kiss nor tell. It isn't the custom of our country, Sampson, to ruin girls, or frequent the society of low women. We Virginian gentlemen honour women. We don't wish to bring them to shame," cries the young toper, looking very proud and handsome. "The young lady whose name I mentioned hath lived in our family since her infancy, and I would shoot the man who did her a wrong. By heaven, I would!" "Your sentiments do you honour. Let me shake hands with you." "I will shake hands with you, Mr. Warrington," cried the enthusiastic Sampson. "And let me tell you 'tis the grasp of honest friendship offered you, and not merely the poor retainer paying court to the wealthy patron. No, with such liquor as this, all men are equal. Faith, all men are rich, whilst it lasts. And Tom Sampson is as wealthy with his bottle as your honour with all the acres of your principality." "Let us have another bottle of riches," says Harry, with a laugh. "Encore du cachet jaune, mon bon Monsieur Barbeau," and exit Monsieur Barbeau to the caves below. "Another bottle of riches! Capital! Capital! How beautifully you speak French, Mr. Harry!" "I do speak it well," says Harry. "At least, when I speak, Monsieur Barbeau understands me well enough. You do everything well, I think. You succeed in whatever you try. That is why they have fancied here you have won the hearts of so many women, sir. There you go again about the women. I tell you I don't like these stories about women. Confound me, Sampson, why is a gentleman's character to be blackened so? Well, at any rate, there is one, unless my eyes deceive me very much indeed, sir, cries the chaplain. Whom do you mean? asked Harry, flushing very red. Nay, I name no names. It isn't for a poor chaplain to meddle with his betters' doings, or to know their thoughts, said Mr. Sampson. Thoughts? What thoughts, Sampson? I fancied I saw on the part of a certain lovely and respected lady at Castlewood a preference exhibited. I fancied on the side of a certain distinguished young gentleman a strong liking manifested itself. But I may have been wrong, and ask pardon. Oh, Sampson, Sampson, broke out the young man, I tell you I am miserable. I tell you I have been longing for someone to confide in or ask advice of. You do know, then, that there has been something going on, something between me and... Help Mr. Sampson, Monsieur Barbeau. And someone else. I have watched it this month past, says the chaplain. Confound me, sir! Do you mean you have been a spy on me? Says the other hotly. A spy? You made little disguise of the matter, Mr. Warrington, and her ladyship wasn't a much better hand at deceiving. You were always together, in the shrubberies, in the walks, in the village, in the galleries of the house. You always found a pretext for being together, and plenty of eyes besides mine watched you. Gracious powers! What did you see, Sampson? Cries the lad. Nay, sir, 'tis forbidden to kiss and tell. I say so again, says the chaplain. The young man turned very red. Oh, Sampson, he cried, can I confide in you? Dearest sir, dear generous youth, you know I would shed my heart's blood for you, exclaimed the chaplain, squeezing his patron's hand, and turning a brilliant pair of eyes ceilingwards. Ah, Sampson, I tell you I am miserable. With all this play and wine whilst I have been here, I tell you I have been trying to drive away care. I own to you that when we were at Castlewood there were things passed between a certain lady and me. The parson gave a slight whistle over his glass of Bordeaux. And they've made me wretched, those things have. I mean, you see that if a gentleman has given his word, why, it's his word, and he must stand by it, you know. I mean, that I thought I loved her, and so I do very much, and she's a most dear, kind, darling, affectionate creature, and very handsome, too, quite beautiful. But then, you know, our ages, Sampson, think of our ages. Sampson, she's as old as my mother. Who would never forgive you. I don't intend to let anyone meddle in my affairs, not Madam Esmond or anyone else, cries Harry. But you see, Sampson, she is old, and... Oh, hang it! Why did Aunt Bernstein tell me? Tell you what? Something I can't divulge to anybody. Something that tortures me. Not about the chaplain paused. He was going to say about her ladyship's little affair with the French dancing-master, about other little anecdotes affecting her character. But he had not drunk wine enough to be quite candid, or too much, and was past the real moment of virtue. Yes, yes, every one of 'em false, every one of 'em, shrieks out Harry. Great powers! What do you mean? asks his friend. These, sir, these, says Harry, beating a tattoo on his own white teeth. I didn't know it when I asked her. I swear I didn't know it. Oh, it's horrible! It's horrible! And it has caused me nights of agony, Sampson. My dear old grandfather had a set. A Frenchman at Charleston made them for him, and we used to look at him grinning in a tumbler, and when they were out, his jaws used to fall in. I never thought she had 'em. Had what, sir? asked the chaplain. Confound it, sir! Don't you see I mean teeth? cries Harry, rapping the table. Nay, only two. And how the devil do you know, sir? asked the young man fiercely. I I had it from her maid. She had 2 teeth knocked out by a stone, which cut her lip a little, and they have been replaced." "Oh, Sampson, do you mean to say they ain't all sham ones?" cries the boy. "But 2, sir. At least, so Peggy told me, and she would just as soon have blabbed about the whole 2 and 30. The rest are as sound as yours, which are beautiful." "And her hair, Sampson, is that all right, too?" asked the young gentleman. "'Tis lovely. I have seen that. I can take my oath to that. Her ladyship can sit upon it, and her figure is very fine, and her skin is as white as snow, and her heart is the kindest that ever was. And I know, that is, I feel sure, it is very tender about you, Mr. Warrington." "Oh, Sampson! Heaven, heaven bless you! What a weight you've taken off my mind with those... Never mind them. Oh, Sam, how happy, that is, how miserable I am! She's as old as Madam Esmond. By George, she is! She's as old as my mother. You wouldn't have a fellow marry a woman as old as his mother? It's too bad! By George, it is! It's too bad!" And here, I am sorry to say, Harry Esmond Warrington, Esquire, of Castlewood, in Virginia, began to cry. The delectable point, you see, must have been passed several glasses ago. "You don't want to marry her, then?" asked the chaplain. "What's that to you, sir? I've promised her, and an Esmond, a Virginia Esmond, mind that, Mr. What's your name? Sampson, has but his word." The sentiment was noble, but delivered by Harry with rather doubtful articulation. "Mind you, I said a Virginia Esmond," continued poor Harry, lifting up his finger. "I don't mean the younger branch here. I don't mean Will, who robbed me about his horse, and whose bones I'll break. I give you Lady Maria. Heaven bless her, and heaven bless you, Sampson, and you deserve to be a bishop, old boy." "There are letters between you, I suppose?" says Sampson. "Letters! Damme, she's always writing me letters. Never lets me into a window but she sticks one in my cuff. Letters! That is a good idea. Look here. Here's letters." And he threw down a pocket book containing a heap of papers of the poor lady's composition. "Those are letters, indeed. What a post bag!" says the chaplain. "But any man who touches them dies. Dies on the spot!" shrieks Harry, starting from his seat, and reeling towards his sword, which he draws, and then stamps with his foot, and says, "Ha, ha!" and then lunges at Monsieur Barbeau, who skips away from the lunge behind the chaplain, who looks rather alarmed. I know we could have had a much more exciting picture than either of those we present of Harry this month, and the lad, with his hair dishevelled, raging about the room flambe jauvin, and pinking the affrighted innkeeper and chaplain, would have afforded a good subject for the pencil. But oh, to think of him stumbling over a stool, and prostrated by an enemy who has stole away his brains! Come, Gumbo, and help your master to bed. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 32, in which a family coach is ordered. Our pleasing duty now is to divulge the secret which Mr. Lambert whispered in his wife's ear at the close of the antepenultimate chapter, and the publication of which caused such great pleasure to the whole of the Oakhurst family. As the hay was in, the corn not ready for cutting, and by consequence the farm horses disengaged, why, asked Colonel Lambert, should they not be put into the coach, and should we not all pay a visit to Tunbridge Wells, taking friend Wolfe at Westerham on our way? Mamma embraced this proposal, and I dare say the honest gentleman who made it. All the children jumped for joy. The girls went off straightway to get together their best calamancoes, paduasoys, fulbalas, furbelows, capes, cardinals, sacks, negligees, solitaires, caps, ribbons, mantuas, clocked stockings, and high-heeled shoes, and I know not what articles of toilet. Mamma's best robes were taken from the presses, whence they only issued on rare solemn occasions, retiring immediately afterwards to lavender and seclusion. The brave Colonel produced his laced hat and waistcoat and silver-hilted hanger. Charley rejoiced in a racy holiday suit of his father's, in which the Colonel had been married, and which Mrs. Lambert cut up, not without a pang. Ball and Dumpling had their tails and manes tied with ribbon, and Chump, the old white cart-horse, went as unicorn leader, to help the carriage horses up the first hilly 5 miles of the road from Oakhurst to Westerham. The carriage was an ancient vehicle, and was believed to have served in the procession which had brought George I. from Greenwich to London, on his first arrival to assume the sovereignty of these realms. It had belonged to Mr. Lambert's father, and the family had been in the habit of regarding it, ever since they could remember anything, as one of the most splendid coaches in the 3 kingdoms. Brian, coachman, and, must it also be owned, ploughman, of the Oakhurst family, had a place on the box, with Mr. Charley by his side. The precious clothes were packed in imperials on the roof. The Colonel's pistols were put in the pockets of the carriage, and the blunderbuss hung behind the box, in reach of Brian, who was an old soldier. No highwayman, however, molested the convoy. Not even an innkeeper levied contributions on Colonel Lambert, who, with a slender purse and a large family, was not to be plundered by those or any other depredators on the King's highway. And a reasonable, cheap, modest lodging had been engaged for them by young Colonel Wolfe at the house where he was in the habit of putting up, and whither he himself accompanied them on horseback. It happened that these lodgings were opposite Madame Bernstein's, and as the Oakhurst family reached their quarters on a Saturday evening, they could see chair after chair discharging powdered bow and patched and brocaded beauties at the Baroness's door, who was holding one of her many card parties. The sun was not yet down, for our ancestors began their dissipations at early hours, and were at meat, drink, or cards any time after 3 o'clock in the afternoon until any time in the night or morning. And the young country ladies and their mother from the window could see the various personages as they passed into the Bernstein route. Colonel Wolfe told the ladies who most of the characters were. 'Twas almost as delightful as going to the party themselves, Hetty and Theo thought, for they not only could see the guests arriving, but look into the Baroness's open casements, and watch many of them there. Of a few of the personages we have before had a glimpse. When the Duchess of Queensberry passed, and Mr. Wolfe explained who she was, Martin Lambert was ready with a score of lines about Kitty, beautiful and young, from his favourite Mat Prior. "Think that old lady was once like you girls!" cries the Colonel. "Like us, papa? Well, certainly we never set up for being beauties," says Miss Hetty, tossing up her little head. "Yes, like you, you little baggage! Like you at this moment, who want to go to that drum yonder." Inflamed with rage at sad restraint, which wise mamma ordained, and sorely vexed to play the saint, whilst wit and beauty reigned. "We were never invited, papa, and I am sure if there's no beauty more worth seeing than that, the wit can't be much worth the hearing," again says the satirist of the family. "Oh, but he's a rare poet, Mat Prior," continues the Colonel, "though, mind you, girls, you'll skip over the poems I have marked with a cross. A rare poet, and to think you should see one of his heroines. Fondness prevailed, mamma gave way. She always will, Mrs. Lambert. Fondness prevailed, mamma gave way. Kitty, at heart's desire, obtained the chariot for a day, and set the world on fire." "I am sure it must have been very inflammable," says mamma. "So it was, my dear, 20 years ago, much more inflammable than it is now," remarks the Colonel. "Nonsense, Mr. Lambert," is mamma's answer. "Look, look!" cries Hetty, running forward and pointing to the little square and the covered gallery, where was the door leading to Madame Bernstein's apartments, and round which stood a crowd of street urchins, idlers, and yokels, watching the company. "It's Harry Warrington!" exclaims Theo, waving a handkerchief to the young Virginian. But Warrington did not see Miss Lambert. The Virginian was walking arm in arm with a portly clergyman in a crisp, rustling silk gown, and the two went into Madame de Bernstein's door. "I heard him preach a most admirable sermon here last Sunday," says Mr. Wolfe. "A little theatrical, but most striking and eloquent." "You seem to be here most Sundays, James," says Mrs. Lambert. "And Monday, and soon till Saturday," adds the Colonel. "See, Harry has beautified himself already, hath his hair in buckle, and I have no doubt is going to the drum too." "I had rather sit quietly generally of a Saturday evening," says sober Mr. Wolfe. "At any rate, away from card-playing and scandal. But I own, dear Mrs. Lambert, I am under orders. Shall I go across the way and send Mr. Warrington to you?" "No, let him have his sport. We shall see him to-morrow. He won't care to be disturbed amidst his fine folks by us country people," said meek Mrs. Lambert. "I am glad he is with a clergyman who preaches so well," says Theo softly, and her eyes seemed to say, "You see, good people, he is not so bad as you thought him, and as I, for my part, never believed him to be. The clergyman has a very kind, handsome face." "Here comes a greater clergyman," cries Mr. Wolfe. "It is my Lord of Salisbury, with his blue ribbon, and a chaplain behind him." "And whom, a mercy's name, have we here?" breaks in Mrs. Lambert, as a sedan chair, covered with gilding, topped with no less than 5 earls' coronets, carried by bearers in richly laced clothes, and preceded by 3 footmen in the same splendid livery, now came up to Madame de Bernstein's door. The bishop, who had been about to enter, stopped, and ran back with the most respectful bows and curtseys to the sedan chair, giving his hand to the lady who stepped thence. "Who on earth is this?" asks Mrs. Lambert. "Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ja, mein Herr, nicht verstand," says the waggish Colonel. "Pooh, Martin! Well, if you can't understand High Dutch, my love, how can I help it? Your education was neglected at school. Can you understand heraldry? I know you can." "I make," cries Charley, reciting the shield, "3 Merions on a field, or with an earl's coronet." "A countess's coronet, my son. The Countess of Yarmouth, my son." "And pray, who is she?" "It hath ever been the custom of our sovereigns to advance persons of distinction to honour," continues the Colonel, gravely, "and this eminent lady hath been so promoted by our gracious monarch to the rank of Countess of this kingdom." "But why, papa?" asked the daughters together. "Never mind, girls," said mamma. But that incorrigible Colonel would go on. "Why, my children, is one of the last and the most awkward letters of the whole alphabet. When I tell you stories, you are always saying, 'Why?' Why should my Lord Bishop be cringing to that lady? Look at him, rubbing his fat hands together, and smiling into her face. It is not a handsome face any longer. It is all painted red and white, like scaramouches in the pantomime. See, there comes another blue ribbon. As I live, my Lord Pamborough, the descendant of the Hotspurs, the proudest man in England. He stops, he bows, he smiles. He is hat in hand, too. See, she taps him with her fan. Get away, you crowd of little blackguard boys, and don't tread on the robe of the lady whom the king delights to honour." "But why does the king honour her?" asked the girls once more. "There goes that odious last letter but one. Did you ever hear of her Grace the Duchess of Kendal? No? Of the Duchess of Portsmouth? Non plus? Of the Duchess of La Valliore? Or fair Rosamond, then? Hush, papa! There is no need to bring blushes on the cheeks of my dear ones, Martin Lambert," said the mother, putting her finger to her husband's lips. "'Tis not I. It is their sacred majesties who are the cause of the shame," cries the son of the old republican. "Think of the bishops of the Church and the proudest nobility of the world cringing and bowing before that painted High Dutch Jezebel. Oh, it's a shame! A shame!" "Confusion!" Here broke out Colonel Wolfe, and, making a dash at his hat, ran from the room. He had seen the young lady whom he admired and her guardian walking across the Pantiles on foot to the Baroness's party, and they came up whilst the Countess of Yarmouth Walmoden was engaged in conversation with the two lords spiritual and temporal, and these two made the lowest reverences and bows to the Countess, and waited until she had passed in at the door on the bishop's arm. Theo turned away from the window with a sad, almost awe-stricken face. Hetty still remained there, looking from it with indignation in her eyes, and a little red spot on each cheek. "A penny for little Hetty's thoughts," says mamma, coming to the window to lead the child away. "I am thinking what I should do if I saw papa bowing to that woman," says Hetty. Tea and a hissing kettle here made their appearance, and the family sat down to partake of their evening meal, leaving, however, Miss Hetty, from her place, command of the window, which she begged her brother not to close. That young gentleman had been down amongst the crowd to inspect the armorial bearings of the countesses and other sedans, no doubt, and also to invest sixpence in a cheesecake, by mamma's order and his own desire, and he returned presently with this delicacy wrapped up in a paper. "Look, mother," he comes back and says, "do you see that big man in brown beating all the pillars with a stick? That is the learned Mr. Johnson. He comes to the Friars sometimes to see our master. He was sitting with some friends just now at the tea-table before Mrs. Brown's tart shop. They have tea there, 2d. a cup. I heard Mr. Johnson say he had had 17 cups. That makes 2 and 10d. What a sight of money for tea!" "What would you have, Charley?" asks Theo. "I think I would have cheesecakes," says Charley, sighing, as his teeth close on a large slice. "And the gentleman whom Mr. Johnson was with," continues Charley, with his mouth quite full, "was Mr. Richardson, who wrote—" "Clarissa!" cry all the women in a breath, and run to the window to see their favourite writer. By this time the sun was sunk, the stars were twinkling overhead, and the footman came and lighted the candles in the Baroness's room opposite our spies. Theo and her mother were standing together, looking from their place of observation. There was a small illumination at Mrs. Brown's tart and tea shop, by which our friends could see one lady getting Mr. Richardson's hat and stick, and another tying a shawl round his neck, after which he walked home. "Oh, dear me, he does not look like Grandison!" cries Theo. "I rather think I wish we had not seen him, my dear," says mamma, who had been described as a most sentimental woman and eager novel reader, and here again they were interrupted by Miss Hetty, who cried, "Never mind the little fat man, but look yonder, mamma!" And they looked yonder, and they saw, in the first place, Mr. Warrington undergoing the honour of a presentation to the Countess of Yarmouth, who was still followed by the obsequious peer and prelate with blue ribbons. And now the Countess graciously sat down to a card table, the Bishop and the Earl and a fourth person being her partners. And now Mr. Warrington came into the embrasure of the window with a lady whom they recognized as the lady whom they had seen for a few minutes at Oakhurst. "How much finer he is!" remarks mamma. "How he is improved in his looks! What has he done to himself?" asks Theo. "Look at his grand lace frills and rules! My dear, he has not got on our shirts any more!" cries the matron. "What are you talking about, girls?" asks papa, reclining on his sofa, where perhaps he was dozing after the fashion of honest house fathers. The girls said how Harry Warrington was in the window talking with his cousin, Lady Maria Esmond. "Come away!" cries papa. "You have no right to be spying the young fellow. Down with the curtains, I say!"
and down the curtains went, so that the girls saw no more of Madame Bernstein's guests or doings for that night. I pray you not be angry at my remarking, if only by way of contrast between these two opposite houses, that, while Madame Bernstein and her guests, bishop, dignitaries, noblemen, and what not, were gambling or talking scandal, or devouring champagne and chickens, which I hold to be venial sin, or doing honour to her ladyship, the king's favourite, the Countess of Yarmouth Walmoden, our country friends in their lodgings knelt round their table, whither Mr. Bryan the coachman came as silently as his creaking shoes would let him, whilst Mr. Lambert, standing up, read in a low voice a prayer that heaven would lighten their darkness and defend them from the perils of that night, and a supplication that it would grant the request of those 2 or 3 gathered together. Our young folks were up betimes on Sunday morning, and arrayed themselves in those smart new dresses which were to fascinate the Tunbridge folks, and with the escort of brother Charley paced the little town, and the quaint Pantiles, and the pretty common, long ere the company was at breakfast, or the bells had rung to church. It was Hester who found out where Harry Warrington's lodging must be, by remarking Mr. Gumbo in an undress, with his lovely hair in curl papers, drawing a pair of red curtains aside, and opening a window sash, whence he thrust his head and inhaled the sweet morning breeze. Mr. Gumbo did not happen to see the young people from Oakhurst, though they beheld him clearly enough. He leaned gracefully from the window. He waved a large feather brush, with which he condescended to dust the furniture of the apartment within. He affably engaged in conversation with a cherry-cheeked milkmaid, who was lingering under the casement, and kissed his lily hand to her. Gumbo's hand sparkled with rings, and his person was decorated with a profusion of jewellery, gifts, no doubt, of the fair who appreciated the young African. Once or twice more before breakfast time, the girls passed near that window. It remained open, but the room behind it was blank. No face of Harry Warrington appeared there. Neither spoke to the other of the subject of which both were brooding. Hetty was a little provoked with Charley, who was clamorous about breakfast, and told him he was always thinking of eating. In reply to her sarcastic inquiry, he artlessly owned he should like another cheesecake; and good-natured Theo, laughing, said she had a sixpence, and if the cake shop were open of a Sunday morning, Charley should have one. The cake shop was open, and Theo took out her little purse, netted by her dearest friend at school, and containing her pocket piece, her grandmother's guinea, her slender little store of shillings, nay, some copper money at one end, and she treated Charley to the meal which he loved. A great deal of fine company was at church. There was that funny old Duchess, and old Madame Bernstein, with Lady Maria at her side, and Mr. Wolfe, of course, by the side of Miss Lowther, and singing with her out of the same psalm book, and Mr. Richardson with a bevy of ladies. One of them is Miss Fielding, Papa tells them after church, Harry Fielding's sister. Oh, girls, what good company he was! And his books are worth a dozen of your milksop Pamelas and Clarissas, Mrs. Lambert. But what woman ever loved true humour? And there was Mr. Johnson sitting amongst the charity children. Did you see how he turned round to the altar at the Belief, and upset 2 or 3 of the scared little urchins in leather breeches? And what a famous sermon Harry's parson gave, didn't he? A sermon about scandal. How he touched up some of the old harridans who were seated round. Why wasn't Mr. Warrington at church? It was a shame he wasn't at church. I really did not remark whether he was there or not, says Miss Hetty, tossing her head up. But Theo, who was all truth, said, yes, I thought of him, and was sorry he was not there. And so did you think of him, Hetty. I did no such thing, miss, persists Hetty. Then why did you whisper to me that it was Harry's clergyman who preached? To think of Mr. Warrington's clergyman is not to think of Mr. Warrington. It was a most excellent sermon, certainly, and the children sang most dreadfully out of tune.
and there is Lady Maria at the window opposite, smelling at the roses. And that is Mr. Wolfe's step. I know his great military tramp. Right, left, right, left. How do you do, Colonel Wolfe?" "Why do you look so glum, James?" asked Colonel Lambert, good-naturedly. "Has the charmer been scolding thee, or is thy conscience pricked by the sermon? Mr. Sampson, isn't the parson's name? A famous preacher, on my word." "A pretty preacher and a pretty practitioner," says Mr. Wolfe, with a shrug of his shoulders. "Why, I thought the discourse did not last 10 minutes, and Madam did not sleep one single wink during the sermon. Didst thou, Molly?" "Did you see when the fellow came into church?" asks the indignant Colonel Wolfe. "He came in at the open door of the common, just in time, and as the psalm was over." "Well, he had been reading the service probably to some sick person. There are many here," remarks Mrs. Lambert. "Reading the service! Oh, my good Mrs. Lambert! Do you know where I found him? I went to look for your young scapegrace of a Virginian." "His own name is a very pretty name, I'm sure," cries out Hetty. "It isn't scapegrace. It is Henry Esmond Warrington, Esquire. Miss Hester, I found the parson in his cassock, and Henry Esmond Warrington, Esquire, in his bedgown, at 11:15 o'clock in the morning, when all the Sunday bells were ringing, and they were playing over a game of piquet they had had the night before. Well, numbers of good people play at cards of a Sunday. The King plays at cards of a Sunday." "Hush, my dear! I know he does," says Hetty. "With that painted person we saw yesterday, that Countess what d'ye call her. I think, my dear Miss Hester, a clergyman had best take to God's books instead of the devil's books on that day, and so I took the liberty of telling your parson." Hetty looked as if she thought it was a liberty which Mr. Wolfe had taken. "And I told our young friend that I thought he had better have been on his way to church than there in his bedgown." "You wouldn't have Harry go to church in a dressing-gown and nightcap, Colonel Wolfe? That would be a pretty sight indeed," again says Hetty, fiercely. "I would have my little girl's tongue not wag quite so fast," remarks Papa, patting the girl's flushed little cheek. "Not speak when a friend is attacked, and nobody says a word in his favour? No, nobody." Here the two lips of the little mouth closed on each other. The whole little frame shook. The child flung a parting look of defiance at Mr. Wolfe, and went out of the room just in time to close the door and burst out crying on the stair. Mr. Wolfe looked very much discomfited. "I am sure, Aunt Lambert, I did not intend to hurt Hester's feelings." "No, James," she said very kindly. The young officer used to call her Aunt Lambert in quite early days, and she gave him her hand. Mr. Lambert whistled his favourite tune of Over the Hills and Far Away, with a drum accompaniment performed by his fingers on the window. "I say you mustn't whistle on Sunday, Papa!" cries the artless young gown boy from Greyfriars, and then suggested that it was 3 hours from breakfast, and he should like to finish Theo's cheesecake. "Oh, you greedy child!" cries Theo. But here, hearing a little exclamatory noise outside, she ran out of the room, closing the door behind her, and we will not pursue her. The noise was that sob which broke from Hester's panting, overloaded heart, and though we cannot see, I am sure the little maid flung herself on her sister's neck, and wept upon Theo's kind bosom. Hetty did not walk out in the afternoon when the family took the air on the common, but had a headache and lay on her bed, where her mother watched her. Charley had discovered a comrade from Greyfriars. Mr. Wolfe, of course, paired off with Miss Lowther, and Theo and her father, taking their sober walk in the Sabbath sunshine, found Madame Bernstein basking on a bench under a tree, her niece and nephew in attendance. Harry ran up to greet his dear friends. He was radiant with pleasure at beholding them. The elder ladies were most gracious to the Colonel and his wife, who had so kindly welcomed their Harry. How noble and handsome he looked, Theo thought. She called him by his Christian name, as if he were really her brother. "Why did we not see you sooner to-day, Harry?" she asked. "I never thought you were here, Theo. But you might have seen us if you wished." "Where?" asked Harry. "There, sir," she said, pointing to the church, and she held her hand up as if in reproof, but a sweet kindness beamed in her honest face. Ah, friendly young reader, wandering on the world and struggling with temptation, may you also have one or two pure hearts to love and pray for you. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 33 contains a soliloquy by Hester. Martin Lambert's first feeling, upon learning the little secret which his younger daughter's emotion had revealed, was to be angry with the lad who had robbed his child heart away from him and her family. "A plague upon all scapegraces, English or Indian!" cried the Colonel to his wife. "I wish this one had broke his nose against any doorpost but ours." "Perhaps we are to cure him of being a scapegrace, my dear," says Mrs. Lambert, mildly interposing. "And the fall at our door hath something providential in it. You laughed at me, Mr. Lambert, when I said so before; but if Heaven did not send the young gentleman to us, who did? And it may be for the blessing and happiness of us all that he came, too." "It's hard, Molly," groaned the Colonel. "We cherish and fondle and rear 'em. We tend them through sickness and health. We toil and we scheme. We hoard away money in the stocking, and patch our own old coats. If they've a headache, we can't sleep for thinking of their ailment. If they have a wish or fancy, we work day and night to compass it. And 'tis darling daddy, and dearest pappy, and whose father is like ours? And so forth. On Tuesday morning, I am king of my house and family. On Tuesday evening, Prince Whippersnapper makes his appearance, and my reign is over. A whole life is forgotten and forsworn for a pair of blue eyes, a pair of lean shanks, and a head of yellow hair. 'Tis written that we women should leave all to follow our husband. I think our courtship was not very long, dear Martin," said the matron, laying her hand on her husband's arm. "'Tis human nature, and what can you expect of the jade?" sighed the Colonel. "And I think I did my duty to my husband, though I own I left my papa for him," added Mrs. Lambert, softly. "Excellent wench! Perdition catch my soul! But I do love thee, Molly," says the good Colonel. "But then, mind you, your father never did me; and if ever I am to have sons-in-law—" "Ever, indeed! Of course my girls are to have husbands, Mr. Lambert!" cries mamma. "Well, when they come, I'll hate them, madam, as your father did me, and quite right, too, for taking his treasure away from him." "Don't be irreligious and unnatural, Martin Lambert. I say you are unnatural, sir," continues the matron. "Nay, my dear, I have an old tooth in my left jaw here, and 'tis natural that the tooth should come out. But when the tooth drawer pulls it, 'tis natural that I should feel pain. Do you suppose, madam, that I don't love Hetty better than any tooth in my head?" asked Mr. Lambert. "But no woman was ever averse to the idea of her daughter getting a husband, however fathers revolt against the invasion of the son-in-law. As for mothers and grandmothers, those good folks are married over again in the marriage of their young ones, and their souls attire themselves in the laces and muslins of 20, 40 years ago. The postilions' white ribbons bloom again, and they flutter into the post chaise, and drive away. What woman, however old, has not the bridal favours and raiment stowed away, and packed in lavender, in the inmost cupboards of her heart? It will be a sad thing, parting with her," continued Mrs. Lambert, with a sigh. "You have settled that point already, Molly," laughs the Colonel, Had I not best go out and order raisins and currants for the wedding cake? And then I shall have to leave the house in their charge when I go to her, you know, in Virginia. How many miles is it to Virginia, Martin? I should think it must be thousands of miles. 173,391 3/4, my dear, by the near way, answers Lambert gravely, that through Prester John's country. By the other route, through Persia... Oh, give me the one where there is the least of the sea, and your horrid ships, which I can't bear, cries the Colonel's spouse. I hope Rachel Esmond and I shall be better friends. She had a very high spirit when we were girls at school. Had we not best go about the baby linen, Mrs. Martin Lambert? Here interposed her wondering husband. Now, Mrs. Lambert, I dare say, thought there was no matter for wonderment at all, and had remarked some very pretty lace caps and bibs in Mrs. Bobbin's toy shop; and on that Sunday afternoon, when the discovery was made, and while little Hetty was lying upon her pillow with feverish cheeks, closed eyes, and a piteous face, her mother looked at the child with the most perfect ease of mind, and seemed to be rather pleased than otherwise at Hetty's woe. The girl was not only unhappy, but enraged with herself for having published her secret. Perhaps she had not known it until the sudden emotion acquainted her with her own state of mind; and now the little maid chose to be as much ashamed as if she had done a wrong and been discovered in it. She was indignant with her own weakness, and broke into transports of wrath against herself. She vowed she never would forgive herself for submitting to such a humiliation. So the young pard, wounded by the hunter's dart, chafes with rage in the forest, is angry with the surprise of the rankling steel in her side, and snarls and bites at her sister cubs and the leopardess, her spotted mother. Little Hetty tore and gnawed and growled, so that I should not like to have been her fraternal cub, or her spotted dam or sire. What business has any young woman, she cried out, to indulge in any such nonsense? Mamma, I ought to be whipped and sent to bed. I know perfectly well that Mr. Warrington does not care a fig about me. I dare say he likes French actresses and the commonest little milliner girl in the toy shop better than me. And so he ought, and so they are better than me. Why, what a fool I am to burst out crying like a ninny about nothing, and because Mr. Wolfe said Harry played cards of a Sunday! I know he is not clever like papa. I believe he is stupid. I am certain he is stupid. But he is not as stupid as I am. Of course I can't marry him. How am I to go to America and leave you and Theo? Of course he likes somebody else, at America, or at Tunbridge, or at Jericho, or somewhere. He is a prince in his own country, and can't think of marrying a poor half-pay officer's daughter with twopence to her fortune. Used not you to tell me how, when I was a baby, I cried and wanted the moon? I am a baby now, a most absurd, silly little baby. Don't talk to me, Mrs. Lambert, I am. Only there is this to be said. He don't know anything about it, and I would rather cut my tongue out than tell him. Dire were the threats with which Hetty menaced Theo, in case her sister should betray her. As for the infantile Charley, his mind being altogether set on cheesecakes, he had not remarked or been moved by Miss Hester's emotion. And the parents and the kind sister, of course, all promised not to reveal the little maid's secret. "I begin to think it had been best for us to stay at home," sighed Mrs. Lambert to her husband. "Nay, my dear," replied the other. "Human nature will be human nature. Surely Hetty's mother told me herself that she had the beginning of a liking for a certain young curate before she fell over head and ears in love with a certain young officer of Kingsley's. And as for me, my heart was wounded in a dozen places ere Miss Molly Benson took entire possession of it. Our sons and daughters must follow in the way of their parents before them, I suppose. Why, but yesterday you were scolding me for grumbling at Miss Het's precocious fancies. To do the child justice, she disguises her feelings entirely, and I defy Mr. Warrington to know from her behaviour how she is disposed towards him." "A daughter of mine and yours, Martin," cries the mother, with great dignity, is not going to fling herself at a gentleman's head. Neither herself nor the teacup, my dear, answers the Colonel. Little Miss Het treats Mr. Warrington like a vixen. He never comes to us, but she boxes his ears in one fashion or the other. I protest she is barely civil to him, but knowing what is going on in the young hypocrite's mind, I am not going to be angry at her rudeness. She hath no need to be rude at all, Martin, and our girl is good enough for any gentleman in England or America. Why, if their ages suit, shouldn't they marry after all, sir? Why, if he wants her, shouldn't he ask her, my dear? I am sorry we came. I am for putting the horses into the carriage and turning their heads towards home again. But mamma fondly said, Depend on it, my dear, that these matters are wisely ordained for us. Depend upon it, Martin, it was not for nothing that Harry Warrington was brought to our gate in that way, and that he and our children are thus brought together again. If that marriage has been decreed in heaven, a marriage it will be. At what age, Molly, I wonder, do women begin and leave off matchmaking? If our little chit falls in love and falls out again, she will not be the first of her sex, Mrs. Lambert. I wish we were on our way home again, and if I had my will, would trot off this very night. He has promised to drink his tea here to-night. You would not take away our child's pleasure, Martin? Asked the mother softly. In his fashion, the father was not less good-natured. You know, my dear, says Lambert, that if either of them had a fancy to our ears, we would cut them off and serve them in a fricassee. Mary Lambert laughed at the idea of her pretty little delicate ears being so served. When her husband was most tender-hearted, his habit was to be most grotesque. When he pulled the pretty little delicate ear, behind which the matron's fine hair was combed back, wherein twinkled a shining line or two of silver, I dare say he did not hurt her much. I dare say she was thinking of the soft, well-remembered times of her own modest youth and sweet courtship. Hallowed remembrances of sacred times! If the sight of youthful love is pleasant to behold, how much more charming the aspect of the affection that has survived years, sorrows, faded beauty perhaps, and life's doubts, differences, trouble. In regard of her promise to disguise her feelings for Mr. Warrington in that gentleman's presence, Miss Hester was better, or worse if you will, than her word. Harry not only came to take tea with his friends, but invited them for the next day to an entertainment at the Rooms, to be given in their special honour. "A dance? And given for us?" cries Theo. "Oh, Harry, how delightful! I wish we could begin this very minute." "Why, for a savage Virginian, I declare, Harry Warrington, thou art the most civilized young man possible," says the Colonel. "My dear, shall we dance a minuet together?" "We have done such a thing before, Martin Lambert," says the soldier's fond wife. Her husband hums a minuet tune, whips a plate from the tea-table, and makes a preparatory bow and flourish with it as if it were a hat, whilst Madam performs her best curtsey. Only Hetty of the party persists in looking glum and displeased. "Why, child, have you not a word of thanks to throw to Mr. Warrington?" asks Theo of her sister. "I never did care for dancing much," says Hetty. "What is the use of standing up opposite a stupid man and dancing down a room with him?" "Merci du compliment," says Mr. Warrington. "I don't say that you are stupid. That is, I only meant country dances," says Hetty, biting her lips, as she caught her sister's eye. She remembered she had said Harry was stupid, and Theo's droll humorous glance was her only reminder. But with this Miss Hetty chose to be as angry as if it had been quite a cruel rebuke. "I hate dancing. There, I own it," she said, with a toss of her head. "Nay, you used to like it well enough, child," interposes her mother. "That was when she was a child. Don't you know she is grown up to be an old woman?" remarks Hetty's father. "Or perhaps Miss Hester has got the gout." "Fiddle!" says Hester, snappishly, drubbing her little feet. "What's a dance without a fiddle?" says imperturbed papa. Darkness has come over Harry Warrington's face. I come to try my best and give them pleasure and a dance, he thinks, and the little thing tells me she hates dancing. We don't practise kindness or acknowledge hospitality so in our country. No, nor speak to our parents so neither. I am afraid, in this particular, usages have changed in the United States during the last 100 years, and that the young folks there are considerably headified. Not content with this, Miss Hester must proceed to make such fun of all the company at the Wells, and especially of Harry's own immediate pursuits and companions, that the honest lad was still further pained at her behaviour, and, when he saw Mrs. Lambert alone, asked how or in what he had again offended, that Hester was so angry with him. The kind matron felt more than ever well disposed towards the boy after her daughter's conduct to him. She would have liked to tell the secret which Hester hid so fiercely. Theo, too, remonstrated with her sister in private, but Hester would not listen to the subject, and was as angry in her bedroom when the girls were alone as she had been in the parlour before her mother's company. "Suppose he hates me?" says she. "I expect he will. I hate myself, I do, and scorn myself for being such an idiot. How ought he to do otherwise than hate me? Didn't I abuse him, call him goose, all sorts of names? And no, he is not clever all the time. I know I have better wits than he has. It is only because he is tall and has blue eyes and a pretty nose that I like him. What an absurd fool a girl must be to like a man merely because he has a blue nose and hooked eyes. So I am a fool, and I won't have you say a word to the contrary, Theo." Now Theo thought that her little sister, far from being a fool, was a wonder of wonders, and that if any girl was worthy of any prince in Christendom, Hetty was that spinster. "You are silly sometimes, Hetty," says Theo. "That is, when you speak unkindly to people who mean you well, as you did to Mr. Warrington at tea to-night. When he proposed to us his party at the Assembly Rooms, and nothing could be more gallant of him, why did you say you didn't care for music or dancing, or tea? You know you love them all." "I said it merely to vex myself, Theo, and annoy myself and whip myself as I deserve, child. And besides, how can you expect such an idiot as I am to say anything but idiotic things? Do you know, it quite pleased me to see him angry. I thought, now I have hurt his feelings. Now he will say, Hetty Lambert is an odious little set-up, sour-tempered vixen. And that will teach him, and you, and mamma, and papa, at any rate, that I am not going to set my cap at Mr. Harry. No. Our papa is 10 times as good as he is. I will stay by our papa, and if he asked me to go to Virginia with him to-morrow, I wouldn't, Theo. My sister is worth all the Virginians that ever were made since the world began." And here, I suppose, follow osculations between the sisters, and mother's knock comes to the door, who has overheard their talk through the wainscot, and calls out, "Children, 'tis time to go to sleep." Theo's eyes close speedily, and she is at rest. But, poor little Hetty! Think of the hours tolling one after another, and the child's eyes wide open as she lies tossing and wakeful with the anguish of the new wound. "It is a judgment upon me," she says, "for having thought and spoke scornfully of him. Only why should there be a judgment upon me? I was only in fun. I knew I liked him very much all the time. But I thought Theo liked him too, and I would give up anything for my darling Theo. If she had, no tortures should ever have drawn a word from me. I would have got a rope ladder to help her to run away with Harry, that I would, or fetch the clergyman to marry them. And then I would have retired alone, and alone, and alone, and taken care of papa and mamma, and of the poor in the village, and have read sermons, though I hate 'em, and would have died without telling a word, not a word. And I shall die soon, I know I shall." But when the dawn rises, the little maid is asleep, nestling by her sister, the stain of a tear or two upon her flushed downy cheek. Most of us play with edged swords at some period of our lives, and cut ourselves accordingly. At first the cut hurts and stings, and down drops the knife, and we cry out like wounded little babies as we are. Some very, very few and unlucky folks at the game cut their heads sheer off, or stab themselves mortally and perish outright, and there is an end of them. But, heaven help us, many people have fingered those ardentes sagittas which love sharpens on his whetstone, and are stabbed, scarred, pricked, perforated, tattooed all over with the wounds, who recovered, and lived to be quite lively. Wir auch have tasted das irdische Glück. We also have gelebt and und so weiter. Warble your death song, sweet Thecla. Perish off the face of the earth, poor pulmonary victim, if so minded. Had you survived to a later period of life, my dear, you would have thought of a sentimental disappointment without any reference to the undertaker. Let us trust there is no present need of a sexton for Miss Hetty. But meanwhile, the very instant she wakes, there tearing at her little heart will that care be, which has given her a few hours' respite, melted, no doubt, by her youth and her tears. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 34, in which Mr. Warrington treats the company with tea and a ball. Generous with his very easily gotten money, hospitable and cordial to all, our young Virginian, in his capacity of man of fashion, could not do less than treat his country friends to an entertainment at the Assembly Room, whither, according to the custom of the day, he invited almost all the remaining company at the Wells. Card tables were set in one apartment for all those who could not spend an evening without the pastime then common to all European society. A supper with champagne in some profusion and bowls of negus were prepared in another chamber. The large assembly room was set apart for the dance, of which enjoyment Harry Warrington's guests partook in our ancestors' homely fashion. I cannot fancy that the amusement was especially lively. First, minuets were called, 2 or 3 of which were performed by as many couple. The spinsters of the highest rank in the assembly went out for the minuet, and my Lady Maria Esmond, being an earl's daughter, and the person of the highest rank present, with the exception of Lady Augusta Crutchley, who was lame, Mr. Warrington danced the first minuet with his cousin, acquitting himself to the satisfaction of the whole room, and performing much more elegantly than Mr. Wolfe, who stood up with Miss Lowther. Having completed the dance with Lady Maria, Mr. Warrington begged Miss Theo to do him the honour of walking the next minuet, and accordingly Miss Theo, blushing and looking very happy, went through her exercise to the great delight of her parents and the rage of Miss Humpleby, Sir John Humpleby's daughter of Liphook, who expected at least to have stood up next after my Lady Maria. Then after the minuets came country dances, the music being performed by a harp, fiddle, and flageolet, perched in a little balcony and thrumming through the evening rather feeble and melancholy tunes. Take up an old book of music and play a few of those tunes now, and one wonders how people at any time could have found the airs otherwise than melancholy. And yet they loved and frisked and laughed and courted to that sad accompaniment. There is scarce one of the airs that has not an amari aliquid, a tang of sadness. Perhaps it is because they are old and defunct, and their plaintive echoes call out to us from the limbo of the past, whither they have been consigned for this century. Perhaps they were gay when they were alive, and our descendants, when they hear, well, never mind names, when they hear the works of certain maestri, now popular, will say, Bon Dieu, is that the music which amused our forefathers? Mr. Warrington had the honour of a Duchess's company at his tea-drinking. Colonel Lambert's and Mr. Prior's heroine, the Duchess of Queensberry; and although the Duchess carefully turned her back upon a Countess who was present,
laughed loudly, glanced at the latter over her shoulder, and pointed at her with her fan, yet almost all the company pushed and bowed and cringed and smiled and backed before this Countess, scarcely taking any notice of her Grace of Queensberry, and her jokes, and her fan, and her airs. Now, this Countess was no other than the Countess of Yarmouth Walmoden, the lady whom His Majesty George II of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, King Defender of the Faith, delighted to honour. She had met Harry Warrington in the walks that morning, and had been mighty gracious to the young Virginian. She told him they would have a game of cards that night, and purblind old Colonel Blenkinsop, who fancied the invitation had been addressed to him, had made the profoundest of bows. "Pooh, pooh!" said the Countess of England and Hanover. "I didn't mean you. I mean the young Virginian." And everybody congratulated the youth on his good fortune. At night, all the world, in order to show their loyalty doubtless, thronged round my Lady Yarmouth. My Lord Bamborough was eager to make her party at quadrille. My Lady Blanche Pendragon, that model of virtue, Sir Lancelot Quintain, that pattern of knighthood and valour, Mr. Dean of Ealing, that exemplary divine and preacher, numerous gentlemen, noblemen, generals, colonels, matrons, and spinsters of the highest rank were on the watch for a smile from her, or eager to jump up and join her card table. Lady Maria waited upon her with meek respect, and Madame de Bernstein treated the Hanoverian lady with profound gravity and courtesy. Harry's bow had been no lower than hospitality required, but such as it was, Miss Hester chose to be indignant with it. She scarce spoke a word to her partner during their dance together, and when he took her to the supper room for refreshment, she was little more communicative. To enter that room, they had to pass by Madame Walmoden's card table, who good-naturedly called out to her host as he was passing, and asked him if his "pretty little Bardner liked tansing." "I thank your ladyship, I don't like tansing, and I don't like cards," says Miss Hester, tossing up her head, and dropping a curtsey like a cheese. She strutted away from the Countess's table. Mr. Warrington was very much offended. Sarcasm from the young to the old pained him. Flippant behaviour towards himself hurt him. Courteous in his simple way to all persons whom he met, he expected a like politeness from them. Hetty perfectly well knew what offence she was giving, could mark the displeasure reddening on her partner's honest face with a sidelong glance of her eye. Nevertheless, she tried to wear her most ingenious smile, and, as she came up to the sideboard where the refreshments were set, artlessly said, "What a horrid, vulgar old woman that is! Don't you think so?" "What woman?" asked the young man. "That German woman, my Lady Yarmouth, to whom all the men are bowing and cringing." "Her ladyship has been very kind to me," says Harry, grimly. "Won't you have some of this custard?" "And you have been bowing to her, too! You look as if your negus was not nice," harmlessly continues Miss Hetty. "It is not very good negus," says Harry, with a gulp. "And the custard is bad, too. I declare 'tis made with bad eggs," cries Miss Lambert. "I wish, Hester, that the entertainment and the company had been better to your liking," says poor Harry. "'Tis very unfortunate, but I dare say you could not help it," cries the young woman, tossing her little curly head. Mr. Warrington groaned in spirit, perhaps in body, and clenched his fists and his teeth. The little torturer artlessly continued, "You seem disturbed. Shall we go to my mamma?" "Yes, let us go to your mamma," cries Mr. Warrington, with glaring eyes, and "Curse you! Why are you always standing in the way?" to an unlucky waiter. "La! Is that the way you speak in Virginia?" asks Miss Pertness. "We are rough there sometimes, madam, and can't help being disturbed," he says slowly, and with a quiver in his whole frame, looking down upon her with fire flashing out of his eyes. Hetty saw nothing distinctly afterwards, and until she came to her mother. Never had she seen Harry look so handsome or so noble. "You look pale, child," cries mamma, anxious. like all pavidae matres. "'Tis the cold. No, I mean the heat. Thank you, Mr. Warrington." And she makes him a faint curtsey, as Harry bows a tremendous bow, and walks elsewhere amongst his guests. He hardly knows what is happening at first, so angry is he. He is aroused by another altercation between his aunt and the Duchess of Queensberry. When the royal favourite passed the Duchess, her Grace gave her ladyship an awful stare, out of eyes that were not so bright now as they had been in the young days when they set the world on fire, turned round with an affected laugh to her neighbour, and shot at the jolly Hanoverian lady a ceaseless fire of giggles and sneers. The Countess pursued her game at cards, not knowing, or not choosing perhaps to know, how her enemy was gibing at her. There had been a feud of many years' date between their Graces of Queensberry and the family on the throne. "How you all bowed down to the idol! Don't tell me you are as bad as the rest, my good Madame Bernstein," the Duchess says. "Ah, what a true Christian country this is! And how your dear first husband, the Bishop, would have liked to see such a sight!" "Forgive me if I fail quite to understand your Grace." "We are both of us growing old, my good Bernstein, or perhaps we don't understand when we don't choose to understand. That is the way with us women, my good young Iroquois." "Your Grace remarked that it was a Christian country," says Madame de Bernstein, "and I failed to perceive the point of the remark." "Indeed, my good creature, there is very little point in it. I meant we were such good Christians because we were so forgiving. Don't you remember reading when you were young, or your husband the Bishop reading when he was in the pulpit, how when a woman amongst the Jews was caught doing wrong, the Pharisees were for stoning her out of hand? Far from stoning such a woman now, look how fond we are of her. Any man in this room would go round it on his knees if yonder woman bade him. Yes, Madam Walmoden, you may look up from your cards with your great painted face, and frown with your great painted eyebrows at me. You know I am talking about you, and intend to go on talking about you, too. I say any man here would go round the room on his knees if you bade him." "I think, madam, I know 2 or 3 who wouldn't," says Mr. Warrington with some spirit. "Quick, let me hug them to my heart of hearts!" cries the old Duchess. "Which are they? Bring 'em to me, my dear Iroquois. Let us have a game of 4, of honest men and women. That is to say, if we can find a couple more partners, Mr. Warrington." "Here we are 3," says the Baroness Bernstein, with a forced laugh. "Let us play a dummy." "Pray, madam, where is the 3rd?" asks the old Duchess, looking round. "Madam," cries out the other elderly lady, "I leave your Grace to boast of your honesty, which I have no doubt is spotless; but I will thank you not to doubt mine before my own relatives and children." See how she fires up at a word! "I am sure, my dear creature, you are quite as honest as most of the company," says the Duchess. Which may not be good enough for her Grace the Duchess of Queensberry and Dover, who, to be sure, might have stayed away in such a case. But it is the best my nephew could get, madam, and his best he has given you. You look astonished, Harry, my dear, and well you may. He is not used to our ways, madam." "Madam, he has found an aunt who can teach him our ways, and a great deal more," cries the Duchess, rapping her fan. "She will teach him to try and make all his guests welcome, old or young, rich or poor. That is the Virginian way, isn't it, Harry? She will tell him when Catherine Hyde is angry with his old aunt that they were friends as girls, and ought not to quarrel now they are old women. And she will not be wrong, will she, Duchess?" And herewith the one dowager made a superb curtsey to the other, and the battle just impending between them passed away. "Egad, it was like Byng and Galissoniere!" cried Chaplain Sampson, as Harry talked over the night's transactions with his tutor next morning. "No power on earth, I thought, could have prevented those 2 from going into action." 74s at least, both of 'em," laughs Harry. But the Baroness declined the battle, and sailed out of fire with inimitable skill. Why should she be afraid? I have heard you say my aunt is as witty as any woman alive, and need fear the tongue of no dowager in England. Hem! Perhaps she had good reasons for being peaceable. Sampson knew very well what they were, and that poor Bernstein's reputation was so hopelessly flawed and cracked, that any sarcasms levelled at Madame Walmoden were equally applicable to her. "Sir," cried Harry in great amazement, "you don't mean to say there is anything against the character of my aunt, the Baroness de Bernstein?" The chaplain looked at the young Virginian with such an air of utter wonderment, that the latter saw there must be some history against his aunt, and some charge which Sampson did not choose to reveal. "Good heavens!" Harry groaned out. "Are there two, then, in the family who are—" "Which two?" asked the chaplain. But here Harry stopped, blushing very red. He remembered, and we shall presently have to state, whence he had got his information regarding the other family culprit, and bit his lip and was silent. "Bygones are always unpleasant things, Mr. Warrington," said the chaplain, "and we had best hold our peace regarding them. No man or woman can live long in this wicked world of ours without some scandal attaching to them, and I feel our excellent Baroness has been no more fortunate than her neighbours. We cannot escape calumny, my dear young friend. You have sad proof enough of that in your brief stay amongst us. But we can have clear consciences, and that is the main point." And herewith the chaplain threw his handsome eyes upward, and tried to look as if his conscience was as white as the ceiling. "Has there been anything very wrong, then, about my Aunt Bernstein?" continued Harry, remembering how at home his mother had never spoken of the Baroness. "O sancta simplicitas!" the chaplain muttered to himself. "Stories, my dear sir, much older than your time or mine. Stories such as were told about everybody, de me, de te. You know with what degree of truth in your own case. Confound the villain! I should like to hear any scoundrel say a word against the dear old lady," cries the young gentleman. "Why, this world, parson, is full of lies and scandals." "And you were just beginning to find it out, my dear sir?" cries the clergyman, with his most beatified air. "Whose character has not been attacked? My lord's, yours, mine, everyone's. We must bear as well as we can, and pardon to the utmost of our power." "You may. It's your cloth, you know. But, by George, I won't!" cries Mr. Warrington, and again goes down the fist with a thump on the table. "Let any fellow say a word in my hearing against the dear old creature, and I'll pull his nose as sure as my name is Harry Esmond. How do you do, Colonel Lambert? You find us late again, sir. Me and his reverence kept it up pretty late with some of the young fellows after the ladies went away. I hope the dear ladies are well, sir?" And here Harry rose, greeting his friend the Colonel very kindly, who had come to pay him a morning visit, and had entered the room, followed by Mr. Gumbo, the latter preferred, walking very leisurely about all the affairs of life, just as Harry, suiting the action to the word, was tweaking the nose of calumny. "The ladies are purely." "Whose nose were you pulling when I came in, Mr. Warrington?" says the Colonel, laughing. "Isn't it a shame, sir? The parson here was telling me that there are villains here who attack the character of my aunt, the Baroness of Bernstein." "You don't mean to say so!" cries Mr. Lambert. "I tell Mr. Harry that everybody is calumniated," says the chaplain, with a clerical intonation, but at the same time he looks at Colonel Lambert and winks, as much to say, "He knows nothing. Keep him in the dark." The Colonel took the hint. "Yes," says he, "the jaws of slander are for ever wagging. Witness that story about the dancing girl that we all believed against you, Harry Warrington." "What? All, sir?" "No, not all. One didn't. Hetty didn't. You should have heard her standing up for you, Harry, the other day, when somebody, a little bird, brought us another story about you, about a game of cards on Sunday morning, when you and a friend of yours might have been better employed." And here there was a look of mingled humour and reproof at the clergyman. "Faith, I own it, sir," says the chaplain. "It was mea culpa, mea maxima, no, mea minima culpa. Only the rehearsal of an old game at piquet, which we had been talking over." "And did Miss Hester stand up for me?" asked Harry. "Miss Hester did. "But why that wondering look?" asks the Colonel. "She scolded me last night like anything," says downright Harry. "I never heard a young girl go on so. She made fun of everybody, hit about at young and old, so that I couldn't help telling her, sir, that in our country, leastways in Virginia, they say the Yankees are very pert, young people don't speak to their elders so. And do you know, sir, we had a sort of a quarrel, and I'm very glad you've told me she spoke kindly of me," says Harry, shaking his friend's hand, a ready boyish emotion glowing in his cheeks and in his eyes. "You won't come to much hurt if you find no worse enemy than Hester, Mr. Warrington," said the girl's father gravely, looking not without a deep thrill of interest at the flushed face and moist eyes of his young friend. "Is he fond of her?" thought the Colonel. "And how fond? 'Tis evident he knows nothing, and Miss Het has been performing some of her tricks. He is a fine honest lad, and God bless him!" And Colonel Lambert looked towards Harry with that manly friendly kindness which our lucky young Virginian was not unaccustomed to inspire, for he was comely to look at, prone to blush, to kindle, nay, to melt at a kind story. His laughter was cheery to hear, his eyes shone confidently, his voice spoke truth. "And the young lady of the minuet? She distinguished herself to perfection. The whole room admired," asked the courtly chaplain. "I trust Miss Theodosia is perfectly well, and ready to dance at this minute with your reverence," says her father. "Or stay, chaplain, perhaps you only dance on Sunday." The Colonel then turned to Harry again. "You paid your court very neatly to the great lady, Mr. Flatterer. My Lady Yarmouth has been trumpeting your praises at the pump room. She says she has got a leetle boy in Hanover that is very like you, and you are a charming young mans." "If her ladyship were a queen, people could scarcely be more respectful to her," says the chaplain. "Let us call her a vice queen, parson," says the Colonel, with a twinkle of his eye. "Her Majesty pocketed 40 of my guineas at quadrille," cries Mr. Warrington, with a laugh. "She will play you on the same terms another day. The Countess is fond of play, and she wins from most people," said the Colonel, drily. "Why don't you bet her ladyship 5,000 on a bishopric, parson? I have heard of a clergyman who made such a bet, and who lost it, and who paid it, and who got the bishopric." "And who will lend me the 5,000? Will you, sir?" asked the chaplain. "No, sir. I won't give her 5,000 to be made Commander-in-Chief, or Pope of Rome," says the Colonel, stoutly. "I shall fling no stones at the woman, but I shall bow no knee to her, as I see a pack of rascals do. No offence, I don't mean you, and I don't mean Harry Warrington, who is quite right to be civil to her, and to lose his money with good humour. Harry, I am come to bid thee farewell, my boy. We have had our pleasuring. My money is run out, and we must jog back to Oakhurst. Will you ever come and see the old place again?" "Now, sir, now! I'll ride back with you!" cries Harry, eagerly. "Why, no, not now," says the Colonel, in a hurried manner. "We haven't got room that is, we're expecting some friends." "The Lord forgive me for the lie!" he mutters. "But you will come to us when Tom's at home. Yes, when Tom's at home. That will be famous fun, and I'd have you to know, sir, that my wife and I love you sincerely, sir. And so do the girls, however much they scold you. And if you were ever in a scrape, and such things have happened, Mr. Chaplain, you will please to count upon me. Mind that, sir." And the Colonel was for taking leave of Harry then and there on the spot, but the young man followed him down the stairs, and insisted upon saying good-bye to his dear ladies. Instead, however, of proceeding immediately to Mr. Lambert's lodging, the two gentlemen took the direction of the common, where, looking from Harry's windows, Mr. Sampson saw the pair in earnest conversation. First, Lambert smiled and looked roguish. Then, presently, at a farther stage of the talk, he flung up both his hands and performed other gestures indicating surprise and agitation. "The boy is telling him," thought the chaplain. When Mr. Warrington came back in an hour, he found his reverence deep in the composition of a sermon. Harry's face was grave and melancholy. He flung down his hat, buried himself in a great chair, and then came from his lips something like an execration.
The young ladies are going, and our heart is affected?" said the chaplain, looking up from his manuscript. "Heart!" sneered Harry. "Which of the young ladies is the conqueror, sir? I thought the youngest eyes followed you about at your ball." "Confound the little termagant!" broke out Harry. "What does she mean by being so pert to me? She treats me as if I was a fool." "And no man is, sir, with a woman," said the scribe of the sermon. "Ain't they, chaplain?" And Harry growled out more naughty words expressive of inward disquiet. "By the way, have you heard anything of your lost property?" asked the chaplain, presently looking up from his pages. Harry said "No," with another word which I would not print for the world. "I begin to suspect, sir, that there was more money than you like to own in that book. I wish I could find some." "There were notes in it," said Harry, very gloomily, and papers that I am very sorry to lose. What the deuce has come of it? I had it when we dined together." "I saw you put it in your pocket," cried the chaplain. "I saw you take it out and pay at the toy shop a bill for a gold thimble and workbox for one of your young ladies. Of course you have asked there, sir?" "Of course I have," says Mr. Warrington, plunged in melancholy. "Gumbo put you to bed, at least, if I remember right. I was so cut myself that I scarce remember anything. Can you trust those black fellows, sir?" "I can trust him with my head." "With my head?" groaned out Mr. Warrington, bitterly. "I can't trust myself with it. Oh, that a man should put an enemy into his mouth to steal away his brains! You may well call it an enemy, chaplain. Hang it, I have a great mind to take a vow never to drink another drop. A fellow says anything when he is in drink." The chaplain laughed. "You, sir," he said, "are close enough." And the truth was, that for the last few days no amount of wine would unseal Mr. Warrington's lips, when the artless Sampson by chance touched on the subject of his patron's loss. "And so the little country nymphs are gone, or going, sir?" asked the chaplain. "They were nice fresh little things, but I think the mother was the finest woman of the three. I declare a woman at 35 or so is at her prime. What do you say, sir?" Mr. Warrington looked for a moment askance at the clergyman. "Confound all women, I say," muttered the young misogynist. For which sentiment every well-conditioned person will surely rebuke him. CHAPTER XXXV. Chapter 35 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 35. Entanglements. Our good Colonel had no doubt taken counsel with his good wife, and they had determined to remove their little Hetty as speedily as possible out of the reach of the charmer. In complaints such as that under which the little maiden was supposed to be suffering, the remedy of absence and distance often acts effectually with men, but I believe women are not so easily cured by the Aleae treatment. Some of them will go away ever so far, and for ever so long, and the obstinate disease hangs by them, spite of distance or climate. You may whip, abuse, torture, insult them, and still the little deluded creatures will persist in their fidelity. Nay, if I may speak after profound and extensive study and observation, there are few better ways of securing the faithfulness and admiration of the beautiful partners of our existence than a little judicious ill-treatment, a brisk dose of occasional violence as an alternative, and, for general and wholesome diet, a cooling but pretty constant neglect. At sparing intervals, administer small quantities of love and kindness, but not every day, or too often, as this medicine, much taken, loses its effect. Those dear creatures who are the most indifferent to their husbands are those who are cloyed by too much surfeiting of the sugar plums and lollipops of love. I have known a young being, with every wish gratified, yawn in her adoring husband's face, and prefer the conversations and petits soins of the merest booby-eaten idiot, whilst, on the other hand, I have seen Chloe, at whom Strephon has flung his bootjack in the morning, or whom he has cursed before the servants at dinner, come creeping and fondling to his knee at tea-time, when he is comfortable after his little nap and his good wine, and pat his head and play him his favourite tunes. And when old John the butler, or old Mary the maid, comes in with the bed candles, look round proudly, as much to say, "Now, John, look how good my dearest Henry is! Make your game, gentlemen, then!" There is the coaxing, fondling, adoring line, when you are henpecked, and Louisa is indifferent and bored out of her existence. There is the manly, selfish, effectual system, where she answers to the whistle, and comes in at down charge, and knows her master, and frisks and fawns about him, and nuzzles at his knees, and licks the hand that's raised. That's raised to do her good, as, I quote from memory, Mr. Pope finely observes. What used the late lamented O'Connell to say, over whom a grateful country has raised such a magnificent testimonial? "Hereditary bondsmen," he used to remark, "know ye not who would be free themselves must strike the blow?" Of course you must, in political as in domestic circles. So up with your cudgels, my enslaved, injured boys! Women will be pleased with these remarks, because they have such a taste for humour and understand irony, and I should not be surprised if young Grub Street, who corresponds with threepenny papers, and describes the persons and conversation of gentlemen whom he meets at his clubs, will say, "I told you so! He advocates the thrashing of women! He has no nobility of soul! He has no heart! Nor have I, my eminent young Grub Street, any more than you have ears. Dear ladies, I assure you, I am only joking in the above remarks. I do not advocate the thrashing of your sex at all; and, as you can't understand the commonest bit of fun, beg leave flatly to tell you that I consider your sex 100 times more loving and faithful than ours." So what is the use of Hetty's parents taking her home, if the little maid intends to be just as fond of Harry absent as of Harry present? Why not let her see him before Ball and Dobbin are put to, and say, "Good-bye, Harry. I was very wilful and fractious last night, and you were very kind; but good-bye, Harry." She will show no special emotion. She is so ashamed of her secret that she will not betray it. Harry is too much preoccupied to discover it for himself. He does not know what grief is lying behind Hetty's glances, or hidden under the artifice of her innocent young smiles. He has, perhaps, a care of his own. He will part from her calmly, and fancy she is happy to get back to her music and her poultry and her flower garden. He did not even ride part of the way homewards by the side of his friend's carriage. He had some other party arranged for that afternoon, and when he returned thence, the good Lamberts were gone from Tunbridge Wells. There were their windows open, and the card in one of them signifying that the apartments were once more to let. A little passing sorrow at the blank aspect of the rooms lately enlivened by countenances so frank and friendly may have crossed the young gentleman's mind, but he dines at the White Horse at 4 o'clock, and eats his dinner and calls fiercely for his bottle. Poor little Hester will choke over her tea about the same hour, when the Lamberts arrive to sleep at the house of their friends at Westerham. The young roses will be wan in her cheeks in the morning, and there will be black circles round her eyes. It was the thunder, the night was hot, she could not sleep. She will be better when she gets home again the next day. And home they come. There is the gate where he fell. There is the bed he lay in, the chair in which he used to sit. What ages seem to have passed! What a gulf between to-day and yesterday! Who is that little child calling her chickens, or watering her roses yonder? Are she and that girl the same Hester Lambert? Why, she is ever so much older than Theo now. Theo, who has always been so composed and so clever, and so old for her age. But in a night or two Hester has lived, oh, long, long years. So have many besides, and Poppy and Mandragora will never medicine them to the sweet sleep they tasted yesterday. Maria Esmond saw the Lambert cavalcade drive away, and felt a grim relief. She looks with hot eyes at Harry,
when he comes into his aunt's card tables flushed with Barbot's good wine. He laughs, rattles in reply to his aunt, who asks him which of the girls is his sweetheart. He gaily says he loves them both like sisters. He has never seen a better gentleman nor better people than the Lamberts. Why is Lambert not a general? He has been a most distinguished officer. His Royal Highness the Duke is very fond of him. Madame Bernstein says that Harry must make interest with Lady Yarmouth for his protege. Elle ravole de fou, chervedis anche, says Madame Bernstein, mimicking the Countess's German accent. The Baroness is delighted with her boy's success. You carry off the hearts of all the old women, doesn't he, Maria? She says with a sneer at her niece, who quivers under the stab. You were quite right, my dear, not to perceive that she cheated at cards, and you play like a grand seigneur, continues Madame de Bernstein. Did she cheat? Cries Harry, astonished. I am sure, ma'am, I saw no unfair play. No more did I, my dear, but I am sure she cheated. Bah! Every woman cheats. I and Maria included, when we can get a chance. But when you play with the Walmoden, you don't do wrong to lose in moderation, and many men cheat in that way. Cultivate her. She has taken a fancy to your beau-yeu. Why should your Excellency not be Governor of Virginia, sir? You must go and pay your respects to the Duke and his Majesty at Kensington. The Countess of Yarmouth will be your best friend at court. Why should you not introduce me, aunt? Asked Harry. The old lady's rouged cheek grew a little redder. I am not in favour at Kensington, she said. I may have been once, and there are no faces so unwelcome to kings as those they wish to forget. All of us want to forget something or somebody. I dare say our ingenue here would like to wipe a sum or two off the slate. Wouldst thou not, Harry? Harry turned red too, and so did Maria, and his aunt laughed one of those wicked laughs which are not altogether pleasant to hear. What meant those guilty signals on the cheeks of her nephew and niece? What account was scored upon the memory of either which they were desirous to efface? I fear Madame Bernstein was right, and that most folks have some ugly reckonings written up on their consciences, which we were glad to be quit of. Had Maria known one of the causes of Harry's disquiet, the middle-aged spinster would have been more unquiet still. For some days he had missed a pocket-book. He had remembered it in his possession on that day when he drank so much claret at the White Horse, and Gumbo carried him to bed. He sought for it in the morning, but none of his servants had seen it. He had inquired for it at the White Horse, but there were no traces of it. He could not cry the book, and could only make very cautious inquiries respecting it. He must not have it known that the book was lost. A pretty condition of mind Lady Maria would be in if she knew that the outpourings of her heart were in the hands of the public. The letters contained all sorts of disclosures. 100 family secrets were narrated by the artless correspondent. There were ever so much satire and abuse of persons with whom she and Mr. Warrington came in contact. There were expostulations about his attentions to other ladies. There were scorn, scandal, jokes, appeals, protests of eternal fidelity. The usual farrago, dear madam, which you may remember you wrote to your Edward, when you were engaged to him, and before you became Mrs. Jones. Would you like those letters to be read by anyone else? Do you recollect what you said about the Miss Browns in 2 or 3 of those letters, and the unfavourable opinion you expressed of Mrs. Thompson's character? Do you happen to recall the words which you used regarding Jones himself, whom you subsequently married, for, in consequence of disputes about the settlements, your engagements with Edward was broken off? And would you like Mr. J. to see those remarks? You know you wouldn't. Then be pleased to withdraw that imputation which you have already cast in your mind upon Lady Maria Esmond. No doubt her letters were very foolish, as most love letters are, but it does not follow that there was anything wrong in them. They are foolish when written by young folks to one another, and how much more foolish when written by an old man to a young lass, or by an old lass to a young lad.
No wonder Lady Maria should not like her letters to be read. Why, the very spelling. But that didn't matter so much in her ladyship's days, and people are just as foolish now, though they spell better. No, it is not the spelling which matters so much, it is the writing at all. I, for one, and for the future, am determined never to speak or write my mind out regarding anything or anybody. I intend to say of every woman that she is chaste and handsome; of every man that he is handsome, clever, and rich; of every book that it is delightfully interesting; of Snobmore's manners that they are gentlemanlike; of Scrooby's dinners that they are luxurious; of Jawkins's conversation that it is lively and amusing; of Xantippe that she has a sweet temper; of Jezebel that her colour is natural; of Bluebeard that he really was most indulgent to his wives, and that very likely they died of bronchitis. What, a word against the spotless Messalina? What an unfavourable view of human nature! What, King Cheops was not a perfect monarch? Oh, you railer at royalty and slanderer of all that is noble and good! When this book is concluded, I shall change the jaundiced livery which my books have worn since I began to lisp in numbers; have rose-coloured coats for them, with cherubs on the cover, and all the characters within shall be perfect angels. Meanwhile, we are in a society of men and women from whose shoulders no sort of wings have sprouted as yet, and who, without any matter of doubt, have their little failings. There is Madame Bernstein. She has fallen asleep after dinner, and eating and drinking too much. Those are her ladyship's little failings. Mr. Harry Warrington has gone to play a match at billiards with Count Caramboli. I suspect idleness is his failing. That is what Mr. Chaplain Sampson remarks to Lady Maria as they are talking together in a low tone, so as not to interrupt Aunt Bernstein's doze in the neighbouring room. "A gentleman of Mr. Warrington's means can afford to be idle," says Lady Maria. "Why, sure you love cards and billiards yourself, my good Mr. Sampson." "I don't say, madam, my practice is good, only my doctrine is sound," says Mr. Chaplain with a sigh. "This young gentleman should have some employment. He should appear at court and enter the service of his country as befits a man of his station. He should settle down and choose a woman of a suitable rank as his wife." Sampson looks in her ladyship's face as he speaks. "Indeed, my cousin is wasting his time," says Lady Maria, blushing slightly. "Mr. Warrington might see his relatives of his father's family," suggests Mr. Chaplain. "Suffolk country boobies drinking beer and hallooing after foxes. I don't see anything to be gained by his frequenting them, Mr. Sampson." "They are of an ancient family, of which the chief has been knight of the shire these 300 years," says the chaplain. "I have heard Sir Miles hath a daughter of Mr. Harry's age, and beauty too." "I know nothing, sir, about Sir Miles Warrington, and his daughters, and his beauties," cries Maria in a fluster. "The Baroness stirred." "No, her ladyship is in a sweet sleep," says the chaplain in a very soft voice. "I fear, madam, for your ladyship's cousin, Mr. Warrington. I fear for his youth, for designing persons who may get about him, for extravagances, follies, intrigues even, into which he will be led, and into which everybody will try to tempt him. His lordship, my kind patron, bade me to come and watch over him, and I am here accordingly, as your ladyship knoweth. I know the follies of young men. Perhaps I have practised them myself. I own it with a blush," adds Mr. Sampson with much unction. Not, however, bringing the promised blush forward to corroborate the asserted repentance. "Between ourselves, I feel Mr. Warrington is in some trouble now, madam," continues the chaplain, steadily looking at Lady Maria. "What, again?" shrieks the lady. "Hush! Your ladyship's dear invalid!" whispers the chaplain again, pointing towards Madame Bernstein. "Do you think your cousin has any partiality for any member of Mr. Lambert's family? For example, Miss Lambert?" "There is nothing between him and Miss Lambert," says Lady Maria. "Your ladyship is certain?" "Women are said to have good eyes in such matters, my good Sampson," says my lady with an easy air. I thought the little girl seemed to be following him." "Then I am at fault once more," the frank chaplain said. "Mr. Warrington said of the young lady that she ought to go back to her doll, and called her a pert, stuck-up little hussy." "Ah!" sighed Lady Maria, as if relieved by the news. "Then, madam, there must be somebody else," said the chaplain. "Has he confided nothing to your ladyship?" "To me, Mr. Sampson? What? Where? How?" exclaims Maria. "Some 6 days ago, after we had been dining at the White Horse and drinking too freely, Mr. Warrington lost a pocket book containing letters." "Letters?" gasps Lady Maria. "And probably more money than he likes to own," continues Mr. Sampson, with a grave nod of the head. "He is very much disturbed about the book. We have both made cautious inquiries about it. We have... Gracious powers! Is your ladyship ill?" Here my Lady Maria gave 3 remarkably shrill screams, and tumbled off her chair. "I will see the Prince. I have a right to see him. What's this? Where am I? What's the matter?" cries Madame Bernstein, waking up from her sleep. She had been dreaming of old days, no doubt. The old lady shook in all her limbs. Her face was very much flushed. She stared about wildly a moment, and then tottered forward on her tortoise-shell cane. "What's the matter?" she asked again. "Have you killed her, sir?" Some sudden qualm must have come over her ladyship. "Shall I cut her laces, madam, or send for a doctor?" cries the chaplain, with every look of innocence and alarm. "What has passed between you, sir?" asked the old lady fiercely. "I give you my honour, madam, I have done I don't know what. I but mentioned that Mr. Warrington had lost a pocket book containing letters, and my lady swooned, as you see." Madame Bernstein dashed water on her niece's face. A feeble moan told presently that the lady was coming to herself. The Baroness looked sternly after Mr. Sampson, as she sent him away on his errand for the doctor. Her aunt's grim countenance was of little comfort to poor Maria when she saw it on waking up from her swoon. "What has happened?" asked the younger lady, bewildered and gasping. You know what has happened, madam, I suppose. What hath happened before in our family?" cried the old Baroness, glaring at her niece with savage eyes. "Ah, yes, the letters have been lost. Ach, lieber Himmel!" And Maria, as she would sometimes do when much moved, began to speak in the language of her mother. "Yes, the seal has been broken, and the letters have been lost. 'Tis the old story of the Esmonds," cried the elder, bitterly. "Seal broken? Letters lost? What do you mean, aunt?" asked Maria, faintly. "I mean that my mother was the only honest woman that ever entered the family," cried the Baroness, stamping her foot. "And she was a parson's daughter of no family in particular, or she would have gone wrong too. Good heavens! Is it decreed that we are all to be—" "To be what, madam?" cried Maria. "To be what my Lady Queensberry said we were last night. To be what we are. You know the word for it," cried the indignant old woman. "I say, what has come to the whole race? Your father's mother was an honest woman, Maria. Why did I leave her? Why couldn't you remain so?" "Madam!" exclaims Maria, "I declare, before Heaven, I am as—" "Bah! Don't madam me! Don't call Heaven to witness. There's nobody by. And if you swore to your innocence till the rest of your teeth dropped out of your mouth, my Lady Maria Esmond, I would not believe you." "Ah! It was you told him!" gasped Maria. She recognised an arrow out of her aunt's quiver. "I saw some folly going on between you and the boy, and I told him that you were as old as his mother. Yes, I did." "Do you suppose I am going to let Henry Esmond's boy fling himself and his wealth away upon such a battered old rock as you? The boy shan't be robbed and cheated in our family. Not a shilling of mine shall any of you have, if he comes to any harm amongst you." "Ah! You told him!" cried Maria, with a sudden burst of rebellion. "Well, then, I'd have you to know that I don't care a penny, madam, for your paltry money. I have Mr. Harry Warrington's word, yes, and his letters, and I know he will die rather than break it." "He will die if he keeps it!" Maria shrugged her shoulders. "But you don't care for that? You've no more heart than my father's sister, madam?" cries Maria again. The younger woman, ordinarily submissive, had turned upon her persecutor. "Ah, why did not I marry an honest man?" said the old lady, shaking her head sadly. "Henry Esmond was noble and good, and perhaps might have made me so. But no, no, we have all got the taint in us, all. You don't mean to sacrifice this boy, Maria?" "Madame ma tante, do you take me for a fool at my age?" asks Maria. "Set him free. I'll give you £5,000 in my will, Maria. I will, on my honour. When you were young, and you liked Colonel Esmond, you threw him aside for an earl, and the earl for a duke?" "Yes." Bon sang ne puis mentir. I have no money. I have no friends. My father was a spendthrift. My brother is a beggar. I have Mr. Warrington's word, and I know, madam, he will keep it. And that's what I tell your ladyship," cries Lady Maria, with a wave of her hand. "Suppose my letters are published to all the world to-morrow. Après, I know they contain things I would as lieve not tell. Things not about me alone. Comment! Do you suppose there are no stories but mine in the family? It is not my letters that I am afraid of, so long as I have his, madam. Yes, his and his word, and I trust them both." "I will send to my merchant, and give you the money now, Maria," pleaded the old lady. "No, I shall have my pretty Harry, and 10 times £5,000, cries Maria. "Not till his mother's death, madam, who is just your age." "We can afford to wait, aunt. At my age, as you say, I am not so eager as young chits for a husband." "But to wait my sister's death, at least, is a drawback." "Offer me £10,000, Madam Tusher, and then we shall see," cries Maria. "I have not so much money in the world, Maria," said the old lady. "Then, madam, let me make what I can for myself," says Maria. "Ah, if he heard you!" "Après, I have his word. I know he will keep it. I can afford to wait, madam." And she flung out of the room just as the chaplain returned. It was Madame Bernstein who wanted cordials now. She was immensely moved and shocked by the news which had been thus suddenly brought to her. Chapter 35